Welcome to Poker Fraud Alert Radio. I'm your host, Todd Dan Druff-Wittelis. This is being brought to you live and recorded live on October 15th, 2024. Right now, the time is 11:22 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time. Just want to let you guys know we don't have a free roll this week. I was not sure what day I was going to do the show, and this seems as good of a day as any because we have a lot to talk about. A lot of things have happened in the past week or so, and in addition, this is the day that's in between the Dodgers games because the Dodgers are in the National League Championship Series against the New York Mets, just like 1988 when they won the whole thing. And this is a day off for both teams. They will play again tomorrow. So perfect time to do it so I don't miss the Dodgers or have that get in the way of my show preparation, which takes a lot longer than you think. If you want to call the show, the phone number, as always, is 775-FRAUD-55. 775-372-8355 is how that breaks out. Some of you might be wondering, how am I feeling? Because I've been reporting since the end of the main event that I have long COVID in the form of a cough. So I haven't been sick, but I have had a cough which gets in the way of my talking. Now, if you remember the last episode I did, which was in late September, I was able to get through a 5+ hour show, which I think was under 5 after editing, but whatever, 5+ hours without much issue. I did have to pause it a few times to cough, and I edited that out for the most part, but I did a lot better than I expected, so I figured, hey, we'll bring back the long-form shows again since that one worked out. So this is going to be a long-form show. It's not going to be like an hour-and-a-half show like I was doing for a little while I was trying to make my cough better, and looks like time passing has helped, so my cough has improved again. It's not completely gone. And you may hear in my voice right now a little bit that it doesn't sound perfect, but we're going to do the show. A lot of stuff that I need to talk about here, and people have been awaiting my commentary on a lot of these issues. Nothing really involving me directly, but still some pretty big stories, and I'm sure you can guess what those are. The show will be posted in podcast form, as it always is, on a lot of different platforms. Most of you do not listen live. So we are on iTunes, the TuneIn app, the iHeartMedia app, and I believe I've solved our issues there, so I think that won't go down anymore. Took a lot of effort, but I think I finally got it fixed. Spotify, Audible, Odyssey, that's Audacy, it's called Odyssey, that's a new platform we're on. Amazon Alexa, just say, Alexa, play Poker Fraud Alert Radio Podcast, exactly like that. Castbox, which is another app. And we're also on YouTube. And I get a little bit of money, and I can't stress a little enough. So it's not big bucks I'm getting, believe me. But I get a very little bit of money every time someone listens on YouTube. So if you want to listen and help the show as far as covering the expenses, because this site loses money because I have no sponsors. So if you want to help the show a little bit, you can listen on YouTube. It's really something that doesn't have much video content. Occasionally I'll put something at the beginning that has some video content, but most of the time it's just the Poker Fraud Alert logo with the audio. But you can listen on there, and once in a while you'll hear on YouTube something sounds like it's cut off or jumps. That means I had to remove something because their copyright bot panics. Like the slightest thing that it thinks is copyrighted, I have to remove, or otherwise it won't let me monetize that episode. So if you ever hear anything like that, that's why. But almost the entire show is intact on there, other than like a few tiny things which might have to be clipped out due to the copyright concerns of the YouTube bot. So everything else on YouTube is identical to what you'd hear on the podcasts. I try to keep the ads very infrequent, so this way you're not going to be bombarded with ads. If I let YouTube place ads on its own, you'd hear them like every 8 minutes, and that's not acceptable to me. So I place them manually in between topics, and not in between every topic, but maybe every half hour, 45 minutes or so, you'll get like one ad. So if you're willing to tolerate all that and you want to listen on YouTube, not exactly doing a good pitch for it here, but I want to be honest. That's the experience on YouTube. The good news is it doesn't require any special app or anything. It's very easy, and most people are on YouTube all the time anyway. So a lot of people wanted it on YouTube. But anyway, that's the only place where I get any kind of monetization is YouTube. And if you want to listen on there, I'll make a very little bit of money. If you don't want to listen on there, no problem. I just want you to listen. And I'm honest about that. I'd much rather you just listen where you prefer to listen than force yourself on YouTube if you don't want it. But if you're okay with listening to YouTube, that's the best one for me. You can also download or play an MP3 of the show, which is in the Radio Archives forum, the subforum of the Poker Fraud Alert radio forums, or you can just go to the radio tab and click on the little MP3 button under the little archives section there. You'll see all the different things we support. So a lot of different ways to listen to this in podcast form. Keep in mind, I usually post the show anywhere between 16 and 48 hours after the live show. So it's because I edit it, and the longer the show, the longer it takes to edit. And I really do put a lot of time and effort into editing it, so the show sounds just easier to listen to and a little more professional. I don't edit out content. I just edit it so it's easier to listen, fewer pauses, fewer bits of fail there where I'm looking for something or stumble on my words, stuff like that. So if I sound flawless on the edited version, on the podcast version, I don't speak for 5 hours without stumbling on my words or making mistakes. That's through the editing. But I do as well as I can, and people who've listened live seem happy with it. And I used to post the show unedited for years. So you can go back to some old episodes if you want to hear that. Speaking of old episodes, we have all our episodes in the archives going all the way back to 2012, and we also have the Call to Listen line. Now, the Call to Listen line is something that you can use to listen to the live show or the streaming reruns, where an episode is picked at random. We have about 500 episodes, and it will just go back and pick one at random and play it as if it's live. And the Call to Listen line does that. You just call it up and listen. It does not require a smartphone, does not require a data plan, does not require an app or the internet or a computer. None of that stuff. You just call up a phone number and listen. And if you can call the U.S. for free, then it's free. Unless you have T-Mobile, then it charges you 1 cent per minute, which I don't get. That phone number is 518-931-1189, 518-931-1189. Millions and millions of minutes have been listened to on the Call to Listen line. I'm not kidding. That's the truth. And you can listen to your heart's content. And it plays these streaming reruns when we're not live on the air. And when we are live, you get to hear the live show on there. And the best thing about it is it never buffers and never freezes, no matter how bad your connection. It just works. That's the best thing about it. I hate buffering. I hate freezing. So I made sure the Call to Listen line never does either of those things. If you want to listen live or to the streaming reruns, you can also go to the radio tab of pokerfraudalert.com and click on that radio button near the top left of the screen, and it is there as well. You see a little player. It'll either start by itself or you can press the play, and you can hear the same thing that's on the Call to Listen line. That's another way you can listen. We have a chat room. Does not require Flash or any other kind of obsolete tool to get in that chat room like it used to. You just go in and you can chat as long as you have a Poker Fraud Alert forum account in good standing. Just press the chat button near the top left of pokerfraudalert.com. I will be honest, I am not following the chat all that much during the show, but I will look every so often. So if you want to go in there and make a comment either to me or the other listeners, you're welcome to. If we're not on live, nobody's in there, so don't bother. We also have the Mount Charleston line, which is an alternate number to call the show, 702-430-1808. 702-430-1808 is that number. It's an old 70s rotary phone, which sits on top of Mount Charleston, which is a mountain near Las Vegas. And then our main number, I don't think I've mentioned that yet, 775-FRAUD-55, translates to 775-372-8355. You can also text that anytime, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and I usually will get back to you unless I read your text and forget to answer. Sometimes I will read it when I am busy or just when I wake up and then I'm tired and fall back asleep and then I forget to answer people. But I try to answer people. I'm not purposely ignoring you. If I ignore you, and you can feel free to text me again if I did ignore you. Sometimes I feel bad. I'll go back and see that I forgot to answer someone like a year ago, and then I feel weird. Like, should I answer? Should I not answer? It just kind of feels strange. So if you don't get an answer from me, you can text me again, and I will answer you. I don't think anybody's a bother on the text line. That's the reason I give it out, is for the public to text me. So feel free to whenever you like. We have no free roll tonight. That's why I have not announced it. We just put the show up tonight, and it's too late anyway, so no free roll this week. We'll try to do it next time. Here's the agenda, and then we'll get going. The biggest story since I was last on is a pretty damn big story overall, and that is the Hustler Casino Live sexual harassment scandal that has forced out Nick Vertucci. Nick Vertucci is not part of Hustler Casino Live anymore, at least not officially. So I'm going to tell you all about that scandal. Kind of came out of nowhere. And it became huge very quickly. And there's a lot of different facets to this. And you've probably seen coverage already, or heard coverage already, or read coverage already from other outlets. And people have been waiting for my comments on it, though I've talked about it some on Twitter and on the Poker Fraud Alert forum. But I'm going to give you a long-form commentary on this. And I think my commentary will differ somewhat from what you've seen elsewhere. So I think this is a subject you should listen to if you want really an unbiased look at the whole thing. Because truthfully, those who have been covering this haven't exactly been unbiased, and I'll explain that too. There's a lot of different facets to it, and that is our main topic tonight. Norman Chad is in hot water. He riled up Twitter after he mocked Maria Konnikova's online bracelet win. Kind of a strange thing that happened here. Didn't really expect that out of Norm, but I will tell you what happened and how culpable I feel he is or isn't. An embarrassing situation happened on WSOP Online. Not related to the other story, but I guess tangentially related. The $5,300 No Limit Hold'em online event got fewer than 8 entrants and was automatically canceled. Yeah, pretty embarrassing. So we'll discuss that and also a blunder by WSOP's Twitter account, which kept promoting it after it was already canceled. Speaking of blunders, Justin Bonomo paid big money to attend a Democratic event, and he went there mainly to meet Bernie Sanders and talk to him. But it didn't go that well for him. And I'll tell you what happened. And I'm telling you what happened from Justin's own words, not just gossip or my assumptions. That's the funniest thing, is he actually bragged about what happened as if it was good. It wasn't good. The 67-year-old Tropicana in Las Vegas imploded on October 9th. If you try to go to the Tropicana now, you will see just an empty lot. And before it was imploded, it had a spectacular fireworks and drone show, which you can still find on YouTube if you want to see what that was like. Very, very good drone and fireworks show. But the city of Las Vegas mishandled the entire matter of people wanting to view it. I will explain when we get to that segment. Then I have some Vegas food news. This is thanks to Desert Runner. Desert Runner is a personal friend of mine, also a listener of the show, also a poster on the forum, and he really likes Las Vegas, and he follows a lot of Vegas news. So he gave me 2 different topics I thought were interesting to discuss here, both about food. First, the world's biggest In-N-Out burger, that is, will be opening across the street from Aria. Now, not like immediately, but it's in the works, and it's going to be multi-story, which has never been done before. There's never been a multi-story In-N-Out, but this one will be. Also, a longtime Southern California diner called Norm's is opening in Las Vegas. If you're not from Southern California, you probably don't know it. If you are from Southern California, you probably do. I have some personal history from Norm's, so I will tell you about that. A 43-foot tall naked Donald Trump sculpture was erected at the junction of highways 15 and 93 north of Las Vegas. So this is not in Vegas or even in North Las Vegas, but if you keep driving past that towards Utah, you would have seen it. It is gone now. It was not erected with anybody's permission. It was just put up. So I'll tell you more about that. You've probably heard of the popular Dragon Link machines. I'm talking about the slot machines. But have you heard of the Dragon Tail slot machines? Well, do you think the Dragon Tail machines, which are not as popular or prominent, might have been a ripoff of the Dragon Link machines? Well, that's what the makers of Dragon Link thought, and they sought to have them removed from casinos, and they were successful. So Dragon Tail is now gone from Nevada casinos, and I'll tell you more about that story when we get to it. If you had some nice-sized sports betting wins from 2018 to 2020, and you did not file a tax return, then you might be hearing from the IRS soon. I will explain to you what those circumstances are and who can expect to be notified and who probably won't be notified. Then we have a segment I do every so often called What Would Druff Do? Sometimes people will text me and ask what I would do in a certain situation. This one had to do with a Vegas hotel. A Poker Fraud Alert radio listener texted me, my Vegas hotel could not find my reservation when I got there. So what should I have done? So I will tell you what you should do if this ever happens, where your reservation just doesn't exist on their end. It's like you never made a reservation. What do you do if you get to the front desk and they tell you that? That's a very good question. I will tell you in that segment of What Would Druff Do? Finally, an editorial, but not one about politics. You might expect it's about politics. We're just weeks away from the presidential election, which is very close between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris, but it's not going to be about politics at all. It's going to be about a robot, about Elon Musk's new Optimus robot that was showcased at their We Robot event. And some people were very impressed with the Optimus robot. Some people were skeptical if the robot was really operating on its own or if it was being operated by remote control. So I will tell you whether it was operating on its own, but then we'll also discuss what we can expect in the near and kind of medium-term future regarding intelligent robots. Because I'm sure every listener here has been wondering when we're going to get to the day where we have intelligent robots walking around, ones we could buy for our house to help us do chores or be our friend or keep us company, or even for lonely people, have as an intimate partner, as strange as that sounds. How close are we to that era? I bet most of us didn't think that we would see this era in our lifetimes. We thought when we were kids we would see it soon, but we didn't, and then here we are in 2024, it's still not here. So does that Optimus robot signal a new era of humanoid-type robots that we always dreamed about and maybe were afraid of as well? Is it going to end up being like the Terminator one day? So I will talk about all that as our final topic, our editorial. So that's our agenda tonight. Let me jump right in to the big topic, Hustler Casino Live. I have been waiting for something to happen with Hustler Casino Live. I knew it would one day. There were just too many things, too many red flags with that show and the people involved with that show and the people that would come on that show as players. I just knew that one day there would be a big scandal of some sort. I didn't know what it would be. I just had a feeling one would come. And I had nothing against Hustler Casino Live. We had Ryan Feldman on this show 2 years ago promoting it, and I didn't give him anything, and he didn't give me anything. He just came on because I thought it was interesting. I've been very fair in my coverage of the various scandals that involved Hustler Casino Live. I've had people who have been begging me to bash Hustler Casino Live, and Nick Vertucci specifically, over the years. People who really hate them, or hate Nick, or hate Ryan, or hate both of them, and have wanted me to go after them, have wanted me to do long segments on this show about how terrible they are. I've had people on Twitter trying to draw me into bashing of Hustler Casino Live. And I said, no, I'm not doing this. I said, I'm going to do segments on Hustler Casino Live when justified, and I'm going to be neutral, and I'm going to be fair. I'm not friends with anyone involved with Hustler Casino Live. I'm not enemies with anyone involved with Hustler Casino Live. And you can look at my history and see I'm telling the truth about that. So I am the perfect neutral person to discuss Hustler Casino Live. And I mentioned this on Twitter, and someone came back at me with a snarky remark of, this seems weird, man. Why do you always say that? Why are you always saying how you're neutral with Hustler Casino Live? This sounds weird, dude. Well, no. It's not weird because when there's a show like Hustler Casino Live that's had its controversies, that has someone like Nick Vertucci at the helm who is controversial himself, it's going to have a lot of haters. It's going to have a lot of people who want to find any reason to bash them. And then there's also the sycophants and the ass-kissers who want to always defend it. And I just wanted to make it clear that I'm in neither of those camps, and I've never been in any of those camps. I've never appeared on the show. I've never tried to appear on the show. In fact, it's possible they would have had me on. In fact, it's probable they would have had me on if I had asked them. But I never asked them. I didn't want to go on. So the bottom line is that I have no dog in this Hustler Casino Live fight or controversy, and I never have. I didn't during the Jack 4 scandal. I didn't during any of their other situations that people were talking about. I was never a big defender of theirs, and I was never a big detractor of theirs. And that puts me in a very good position to analyze this one fairly. Because all human beings have biases, and when you have a bias, you can still try to cover something fairly, but it's very hard. And I have this sometimes too on this show, where there's someone or something I'm talking about that I don't like, and then something happens, And then I'm just itching to talk trash about it. I'm itching to say something that's negative. I'm itching to cover it from a negative perspective. And sometimes I got to stop myself and say, wait a minute, I've got to still be fair about it, even if I don't like this person or this company. I've still got to be fair. I'll give you an example. Justin Bonomo, who we're going to talk about later in the show, I don't like him. I've never liked him. And whenever embarrassing stuff happens with him, I enjoy covering it because I don't like him. So I'm not unbiased when it comes to Justin Bonomo. I'm honest about him. I don't make up stories or exaggerate. But yeah, I cover him from a biased perspective of someone who does not like him. But that's not the case here with Hustler Casino Live. I'm not pro-HCL. I'm not anti-HCL. A lot of the other coverage that you are seeing is from entities or people who have a strong feeling one way or the other of Hustler Casino Live. And then you're not going to get fully unbiased coverage. You just can't. So with that said, I'll tell you what happened. There is a woman who appeared on Hustler Casino Live dating back to near the beginning named Julia McBride, and she was known on the show as Julia from Palmdale. Julia is a middle-aged woman. I assume she's kind of around my age. I don't know her exact age. It doesn't really matter. But she's around my age, and I'm 52. And she was a frequent player on there. She is an attorney, so she just plays poker for fun. And if you look at her wardrobe when she appears on a lot of the episodes, she likes to show a lot of cleavage. She wears low-cut tops or dresses that allow you to see the cleavage, and her boobs are pretty big. Now, you may wonder, why would I say this? It's because it's going to be very relevant to what happened here. I'm not just commenting on her appearance for no reason. Anyway, other than the cleavage, there really wasn't much to say about Julia and her appearances on the show. She was never someone who was like incredibly notable in any way. She didn't get into controversy. She wasn't ever rude. She wasn't a bad player. She just, came on and played and happened to be a middle-aged woman who shows a lot of cleavage. That was basically her story. And she's an attorney and I guess lives in Palmdale, or once lived in Palmdale. And that was about it. And I was aware of her, but I never really paid much attention to her. In fact, I don't believe I've ever mentioned her before on this show, because there's no reason to. I'm not a big watcher of Hustler Casino Live or any poker streams, and my attitude has always been, I play so much poker, I don't feel like watching poker that other people play. It just isn't interesting to me. So if like a really interesting hand occurs or something I need to watch to talk about on this show, I'll watch it, but I'm not someone who sits there and watches poker streams. To me, it's just not interesting. It's just something, I do it so much myself, I'm kind of burnt out on it, and I don't want to watch other people play. But when I have looked at Hustler Casino Live, I noticed her over the years, and I didn't notice, because I don't pay that much attention there, that she disappeared since June 2024. And that was apparently because she was banned there, according to her. And she could not get an answer as to why she was banned. And then she realized why she probably was banned. And she decided finally in October to post about what was going on. And this kicked off a huge shitstorm, which is still continuing and not entirely concluded. On October 5th, this is what Julia from Palmdale posted on Twitter. If you want to see what she posted, it's still up there. You can look at her Twitter account, which is at Julia in Palmdale, exactly as it sounds, Julia in Palmdale. She wrote, "Time to break the silence over Nick Vertucci using his control over Hustler Casino Live to harass women and keep witnesses from speaking up. I'm posting some receipts. Poker World, please share your stories about hashtag Ick Vertucci, not Nick Vertucci, but Ick Vertucci. Let's stop the harassment." Now, by the way, as of this date, October 15th, which is 10 days later, it has almost 1 million views. So this has become very, very big. And this was just the beginning of what was going to be the biggest scandal they ever had. Bigger than the Jack 4 thing, bigger than anything they've had. And eventually forced out Nick, which of course we'll get to as I tell you the whole thing. So here are the screenshots she posted. These were text messages that were between her and Nick Vertucci. No one has independently verified that these text messages are authentic and unedited, but nobody has said that they're fake or edited, so I have to assume that they are real. So here is the transcript of the text messages. It's not very long, but it's kind of cringy, and I'll read it to you. So on September 21st, 2023, in this text message, Nick wrote to Julia, "Are you playing tonight?" And she wrote back, "Yes, I will see you there." Remember, this is over a year ago, September 21st, 2023. Then Nick writes, "You're bringing the cleavage, huh? LOL, you have the best," and then he puts 2 peaches to represent her tits. "You have the best peach ever," using the peach emoji. "Respectfully, of course." And then he puts an angel emoji. All right, we've got a problem right here. We've got a problem right here. You can't say something like that and then just put afterwards, "respectfully, of course." You can't say something disrespectful and then put "respectfully, of course." That doesn't work. And of course, the bigger issue here is that Nick is one of the people who owns Hustler Casino Live. He was half owner. He still is half owner, to my knowledge. And he obviously has a lot of say in who plays there and who doesn't. So he is in a position of power there. Now, she's not his employee, but still, he has influence, a lot of influence on who can play and who can't. So whenever you say something like this to a woman who has not indicated to you that she has any kind of sexual or romantic interest in you, then you're putting her in a tough spot where if she's uncomfortable with it, she's going to have a hard time telling you if she wants to keep playing in the game. So if you're in a position like Nick's, you just don't do it. You don't do that. If you want to flirt with women, if you want to make comments like this, which, by the way, are never a good idea anyway, but if you want to make comments like this, you can't ever make this to a woman who feels pressure to not tell you her true feelings about your comments because of some consequence for doing so. For example, in this case, not being in the game. So he should have stayed away from any talk like this with any player on Hustler Casino Live unless that player was flirting with him first. And from what I can see, she wasn't. So then he went on to write, "You still have that damn boyfriend?" So she responded, "Thank you, but I already know that LOL about having the best 2 peaches." And yes, I do still have the boyfriend. So then he wrote back, "Well, it doesn't hurt to hear, I'm sure. They destroy me." That is, her tits destroy him. And that stinks, with a thumbs down emoji regarding the boyfriend. "We could have so much fun." Okay, well, I'll see you there. Now I have to find a way to focus. So, okay, again, he should have just shut it down at that point. He shouldn't have made the comment in the first place about the 2 peaches. But once she said, "Yes, I still have the boyfriend," and she didn't seem to be responding in a way that she wanted the conversation in that way to continue, he should have just stopped. He shouldn't have said, "Well, we could have so much fun. Oh, I'm going to have to find another way to focus and not think about your tits." You don't say that. Once you see a woman is not interested in this conversation and seems to be uncomfortable, she doesn't have to say outright, "I'm uncomfortable." Like, once you see the indication that she does not want to continue talking this way, then you just shut it immediately, no matter what position you're in. Even if this is not someone you have any kind of power over, just any woman you're interacting with. Once she does not react positively and doesn't appear to want to continue the subject, you just got to drop it. You don't go, "Whoa, come on, we could have so much fun together. Oh, they're so nice." You don't. It just is creepy. You don't do it. This never works either. Like, you never convince them, "Oh, well, okay, well, if you say we can have fun, okay, I'll change my mind." Like, that never happens. Women never change their mind from remarks like that. So you just give up at that point. But he didn't. Then, along the same theme of not giving up, he asks her, "Can I get a pregame preview so I could work it out of my system?" Oh, boy. Can I get a pregame preview of course, her tits, he's asking, so I could work it out of my system? So basically he's saying, "Hey, can you send me a picture of your cleavage or your tits, I don't know which one, so I can go jerk off somewhere and then get this whole thing out of my system?" That's crazy. You can't ask that. So she says, no. So then he texts back the emoji saying, "Okay." So then he goes on to say, and people are laughing at this next one the most, "And I'll stop. Sorry, my T, meaning testosterone levels, go up when I see you, but I'll stop. Don't feel weird. I just like you is all." So Julia makes Nick's T levels go up. You know what? I just realized something I don't think I've ever told you guys before. In 2018, when I had those terrible psychological issues that knocked me off the show for a few months, and it was really the worst few months of my life, and it was from a physical problem, from a chemical problem in my brain that I've talked about before. It wasn't from anything in my life going on. But anyway, I had the highest levels of anxiety and depression you could imagine. And when I had blood tests at the doctor's, a lot of my levels were weird. A lot of my levels were off and abnormal. And that made me even more anxious. And one of the levels that was off was my testosterone was low. Not like dangerously low or super low, but it was low. And they said, well, you should monitor this. I had never seen a low testosterone reading before, but this was one of them. Well, I never treated it. And between 2018, the end of 2018, and now, every year, my testosterone has gone up. So when I got past these problems, then it returned back into normal range. So then I didn't have to think about treating it. But then it kept going up. So in 2019, it went up to normal range. In 2020, it went up again. 2021, it went up again. It's gone up every year. So even though I've gotten older, my testosterone level has gone up, and now it's actually very good for a man my age. And I never treated it, never once. And that's unusual because typically your testosterone declines with age. So I wondered how that happened. I still wonder how that happened. I still don't know. Like, it's understandable how it dipped and went back to normal once the issues with my brain were resolved. But then why did it keep going up in the subsequent years into my 50s? And I don't know. It's good, but I don't know. But now I think I figured it out. Because I have played more live poker in the last few years. So I think maybe because I was in the poker room and, maybe I was looking at certain women and just like Nick, my T went up. They should do some studies on this. They should study poker players who are in the room with women who wear low-cut outfits and see what their T levels are compared to other men their age. I think we might have a potential publication for the National Institute of Health coming up. I think someone should undertake this study. Anyway, Nick went on to say, see you there. And she replied, all good, see you soon. And then Nick kind of realized that he was messing up here and said, okay, good, didn't want to offend, thanks. Some people were defending Nick here at first and were saying, well, look, at the end he said he didn't want to offend. He also said he'll stop. Now, it is true after he said he'll stop, he still had to mention the T-level thing. But after that, he said, okay, good, didn't want to offend, thanks. And then apparently didn't continue with her, with this sort of talk. So some people are saying, look, the guy took his shot. It didn't go anywhere. She wasn't interested, and he gave up. But there's a number of problems with that interpretation. He shouldn't have done this in the first place to any female playing on the show for the reasons I already stated. Second, he just wasn't getting the message. He just kept going on when she kept saying no. Obviously, he went on with this too long, and he shouldn't have started in the first place. And you might wonder, okay, well, why did she take over a year to bring this out? This happened on September 21st, 2023. She brought this out on October 5th, 2024. So why would she take over a year? And some people were saying, well, she took over a year because she wanted to keep coming on the show. So when it finally suits her, then she brings it out. Well, you have to understand here that women in a position like this are never in a good spot because she wanted to keep appearing on the show. She liked being on this show. So she didn't want to ruin that. So she just kind of tolerated it. And this is kind of how the whole sexual harassment awareness began regarding the workplace in the late 80s and early 90s. Because prior to that, it wasn't talked about. Prior to that, this just kind of happened and women dealt with it. But then there started to be some discussions that it's not fair to women who are in a workplace that men who have some kind of power over them hit on them. And even if the men don't do anything illegal or touch them or anything like that, if the men just are trying to get sexual favors out of them, that the women fear rejecting them because they're afraid it will affect how they're treated by their superiors at work. So even if nothing happens, even if the guys back off after being told no, it's still a problem. So there was a general societal change where it was made clear that men are just not supposed to do this at work with women working under them. That they should really avoid any kind of sexual interaction with women under them, but especially ones that are not asking for any kind of sexual favors or sexual interaction or anything like that. Ones that are just trying to do their job and be left alone, don't hit on them. It's a little different if the woman flirts with you or says she likes you or says she wants to have sex with you. Well, then it's probably still not a good idea, but that's a wholly different matter. That's not sexual harassment. But sexual harassment is where it's a woman who's showing no sexual romantic interest in you that works under you if you try to flirt with her or hit on her or ask her out. So social awareness was brought in the late 80s, early 90s, and more over the years. And I actually agree with that. I actually agree that shouldn't occur in the workplace. And I actually know some women personally that have had this happen and have felt very uncomfortable and didn't know what to do because they wanted to say, get away from me, creep, but they can't because it's their boss. So I understand. I understand being in that position, even though I have not been in that position myself, obviously. Now, this is not a workplace situation with Julia because she doesn't work for Nick, but it has a similar dynamic where Nick just shouldn't do this. And I think most people would agree with that. So those saying, well, Nick just took his shot and missed, they're missing the point. He's not just like another dude at the table who's talking this way. And by the way, I just want to put this out here too. If you ask any woman who's played poker with me, and I've been in live poker now for almost 25 years, if you ask any woman who's ever played poker with me, I've never once made any kind of sexual comment to them or tried to hit on them or tried to ask them out or try to give them compliments on how they look. Never. Because this doesn't work. Not only does it make the women uncomfortable at the table, but also they never say, oh, well, good, this guy noticed me, I'm going to go out with him. It doesn't work that way. The ones that will go out with you, that you'd meet at the poker table, are ones that you establish a rapport with. Ones that like your personality, that feel comfortable around you, that are impressed by you. They're not impressed by you making sexual remarks to them or noticing their boobs or noticing that they're hot. Even if they are wearing something that's showing it, if you just remark on that, it's not going to impress them. It's not going to get you anywhere. And at best, you'll just be ignored. At worst, they'll be very uncomfortable with you. So it's just not a good idea. There's no upside to it. There's never any upside to making lewd remarks or semi-lewd remarks to women at the table or trying to talk sexually with women just sitting at the table. Never any upside to that. Some guys think there is an upside. Some guys think that this will turn the women on. It never works this way. And I've seen very clumsy and bad attempts to impress women at the table, and they never work. The only guys who end up dating women from poker are ones that have a lot more game than that, and ones who understand what women are looking for and the way women think and how to impress them. Anyway, getting back to this. When Julia called him out here, this blew up very quickly. As of the time I'm reading this, it had 339 replies to this original tweet, and she made more tweets, by the way, 132 retweets, 1,100 likes, 121 bookmarks, and almost 1 million views. Some of the reason this blew up so big was because a lot of people never liked or trusted Nick. A lot of people just always felt there was something wrong and shady about the guy, and they just always were looking for something to jump on to show this. Some of them are ones who had personal problems with Nick, such as Garrett Adelstein, who has not been on Hustler since the Jack forehand. He's had a lot of issues with Hustler since then. So, of course, he jumped in. Matt Berkey jumped in very aggressively because he has hated Nick and Hustler Casino Live for a long time. So when you see guys like Garrett and Berkey commenting, it's not that they're wrong what they're saying. I'm just saying that these guys aren't like, oh my God, I'm so outraged a woman's being treated this way. No, they're jumping on it because they hate Nick. They might also comment on it separately if they didn't hate Nick. I'm not saying that's the only reason they're saying it. I'm just saying that's the main reason they're saying it. The main reason they took such a major interest is because they don't like Nick. So this is something that they want to jump on and comment. Anyway, Garrett wrote, "Color me shocked," of course being sarcastic. Hopefully he won't dedicate years of his life in a weak attempt at discrediting you as well. It's about damn time people stop protecting Hustler Casino Live and Vertucci, in particular, out of financial self-interest. And there were a lot of people who were writing similar things. It wasn't just Garrett. A lot of people writing these things are ones who don't have an issue with Nick or Hustler Casino Live. They just thought this was ridiculous, and they thought that Nick was acting inappropriate. And there's a tremendous amount of backlash against Nick because of this. And at first, nobody was responding. Nick was not responding. Hustler Casino Live was not responding. Co-owner Ryan Feldman was not responding. None of the other regulars on Hustler Casino Live were responding. Hustler Casino itself, which is separate from Hustler Casino Live, it's a separate company, they were not responding. People were asking for responses, but they were not getting them. There were really just crickets as far as response from anything associated with Hustler Casino Live or Nick. Obviously, one was going to have to come eventually. Nick made one more tweet about something completely unrelated to this, and he actually disabled replies. So clearly Nick knew that he was just going to be trolled. I don't ever understand that. If you're in major controversy and you know if anything you tweet is going to be trolled by people about a subject you don't want to talk about, then just don't tweet. I think he tweeted about football or something that just was mundane. You can't tweet about that and then turn off replies because you're so afraid that everyone's going to bash you over the current controversy. If that's what's going on here, just like don't tweet or protect your tweets. I don't know why he did that. And everybody else, as I said, they stayed quiet, but I think they realized this wasn't going to die down. It was just beginning, and it was going to gain strength. And often when these things occur, when there's smoke, there's also fire. And there was here. Now, I do want to say, before I continue, if you're expecting there's going to be some story about Nick committing sexual assault, that never happened. If you think there's going to be some horrible thing coming out that Nick was telling a woman she has to have sex with him if she wants to be on the show, no, that didn't come out either. So nothing super egregious like that came out. But a lot of stories came out which were just, inappropriate and stupid. And I think I believe all or most of them as they were told. The combination of all these together, plus a lot of just general dislike and distrust of Nick, really just blew up and really hurt Hustler Casino Live. And especially Nick, to where it was clear that they couldn't continue the way they were. On October 6th, the next day, Julia wrote, "So this evening, Nick has been trying to get the address where I play home games and dig up dirt on me, saying his actions are my fault because of how I dress. Hustler Casino, is this a showrunner you want to be associated with?" So Julia was claiming, she didn't provide any proof of this, but she was claiming that Nick was trying to dig up dirt on her and was blaming her for the controversy and saying basically if she dresses like this, then this is what she has to expect. Which, if he really is saying that, then that's wrong. But she hasn't provided proof of that. But she was trying to get Hustler Casino itself to disassociate with Hustler Casino Live. I believe she also called them and tried to pressure them to do this. Remember, she is an attorney. And I don't know if she's going to end up suing them or anything like that. But or if she'd even have a case. But that was the next thing she tweeted. Then on October 6th, a little later in the day, she wrote, "I'm a middle-aged lawyer who shows cleavage and wears fake eyelashes to play poker on stream. Most men can control their T levels around my oranges." I thought those were peaches. Maybe they are oranges. I don't know. She later revealed that she was banned from Hustler Casino Live in June. And they wouldn't tell her why she was banned, but she was just banned. And she assumed it was because she rejected Nick, and just Nick got tired of it and decided just to do away with her. Now, again, she was never told, hey, you can't come on because you wouldn't show Nick your tits, or you weren't flirting back with Nick. She was just told, you're banned from the show. No, we're not telling you why. No, you have no right to know why. And that's all. Which is true. They don't have to tell her why. They can ban her if they want. But she had not been in any controversies. And Hustler Casino Live has not stated any reason she was banned. They have not denied she was banned. They have not stated any reason she was banned. And I'm guessing that whatever reason she was banned was very flimsy. And there's probably a very good chance it did have to do with this in some way. Then it got even worse. Also on October 6th, Julia tweeted, "Have you noticed that Lauren, who is a popular dealer on Hustler Casino Live, isn't dealing on Hustler Casino Live anymore? She reported to Hustler Casino far worse harassment than the creepy texts I posted. Every witness refused to come forward. The casino sided with Vertucci, and now Lauren has lost her job." Now, Lauren has not come forward as of this date. 9 days later, we still have not heard from Lauren. So this is hearsay. So keep that in mind. Lauren herself has not made any allegations. This is a third-party allegation by Julia on behalf of Lauren. Now, keep in mind, Julia is an attorney, so it's a bigger deal for her to put out something like that that's false than the average person. So you do have to keep that in mind as well, that an attorney is actually coming in and making this allegation. Now, this is not Lauren's attorney. I'm just saying she is an attorney, and she's making this claim about Lauren. And Hustler Casino Live and Hustler Casino have not commented on Lauren. They haven't said, oh, no, Lauren left, but it has nothing to do with any of this. They've just said nothing about it, which of course looks bad, because you would think that this, which is the biggest of all the allegations, if this were untrue, if this were completely untrue and she just went on to, let's say, go deal at Commerce or whatever, or move somewhere, or just because she didn't feel like dealing anymore, you would think they put that out there. They wouldn't have to say the exact reason she left, but they could easily say, Lauren does not deal here anymore, and it had nothing to do with any kind of sexual harassment allegations. But they haven't said that. So sometimes what they don't say tells you more than what they do say. So they haven't said anything about this, which is suspicious. So this is actually far worse than what was going on with Julia, if true. Because again, Julia was not an employee. Julia was just someone who liked to play on stream, Nick hit on, and then she was mysteriously banned 9 months later. And they wouldn't tell her why. And then 4 months after that, she came forward. But she's claiming that Nick did far worse, she won't describe what that means, to Lauren, and that Lauren reported it to Hustler, and that Hustler investigated, and that I guess any witnesses wouldn't come forward because they were loyal to Nick, and then they said, well, sorry, we're not doing anything, and then she either quit or was fired. Now, I heard on one of the Twitter spaces that she quit, but that she quit, quote, under bad circumstances, which would kind of make sense, because I couldn't see Hustler Casino, because she was an employee of Hustler Casino, not Hustler Casino Live. I couldn't see Hustler Casino being dumb enough to fire her because she makes a sexual harassment allegation against Nick, even if they can't prove it. I think at worst they just say, well, sorry, nobody's corroborating this, we can't do anything. But I couldn't see them firing her over this. So if she quit because they weren't listening to her and it was really going on and she was outraged and quit, that would make a lot more sense. Again, she has not alleged this. This is just something that Julia is alleging on her behalf, and maybe without her knowledge or permission, just that maybe Julia knew about it and decided to say it because she knew it was true. So the fact that Hustler Casino has not responded, the fact that Hustler Casino Live has not responded to this particular allegation does not look good. Again, I think there's probably something here. I don't think this is made up. And that is the worst of the allegations here. Now, the most entertaining allegation is coming up. We're not up to that yet. There actually was an entertaining allegation. The first two aren't entertaining. You know, it's interesting to discuss and look at, but, you know, in the same time, both of the first two were kind of sad. You know, first you had a woman that was getting hassled about her tits and then is banned from the stream, and then a woman who probably quit her job because of what she felt was sexual harassment, and a very good chance it was. So those are not entertaining. But then the next one's kind of entertaining, which I'll get to. But this is the worst one. This is definitely the worst of the allegations, even though it wasn't made directly by the person who was affected, about Lauren either losing her job or quitting as a result of sexual harassment that Hustler did not take seriously. But then came the Kitty Quo allegation, and this especially got everybody's attention because, I mean, it's hard to come back from this if you're Nick. Here is what Kitty Quo tweeted on October 7th, because somebody claimed something about Kitty in relation to Nick, and then she verified it. So someone named So Rare NBA Squad, I don't know who that person is, but that person said he, referring to Nick, showed Kitty Quo his dick pics at the table post-stream during the Live at the Bike days, because Nick used to play on Live at the Bike before Hustler Casino Live was created. And So Rare NBA Squad then said that she told him that he had a pencil dick. So, could this possibly be true? Could it really be true that Nick showed his penis to Kitty Quo sometime years ago at Live at the Bike, and that she said he had a pencil dick? Did that happen? Well, according to Kitty Quo, yes. She tweeted, well, it was a true story. Before COVID-19, presumably she means 2019, I played Live at the Bike many, many times. And this guy, referring to this so rare guy, was totally right. When Nick showed me his dick pics at a poker table live stream, I was very strong and said, "You had a pencil dick." And he was so mad. I don't give a shit if I can't play at Hustler Casino Live, but it did happen to me. So she's claiming that not that she saw his actual penis, but that, I presume under the table, that he showed a picture of what he claimed was his penis when she was sitting next to him, and that she said back, "You have a pencil dick," and then he got very mad. So this really blew up the story further, because this had an entertaining element. The first two stories are kind of sad and disturbing. This one was kind of funny, that he supposedly showed a picture of his penis to Kitty at the table back in 2019, and she just comes back with, "Oh, you have a pencil dick," and then he gets mad. So you can imagine the way Twitter reacted to this. So people started showing up on Nick's Twitter and responding to old tweets with pictures of pencils, and they were responding to everything Hustler Casino Live was posting, because Hustler Casino Live was trying to just continue business as usual and running normal streams as if this wasn't happening. And when they'd announced these streams, every response was trolling them. Every response was either links to Julia's statements, or pictures of pencils, or emojis of pencils, or an emoji of a pencil and an eggplant, over and over and over again. Someone posted an animated GIF of a guy riding a pencil. Everything about pencils. My favorite comment was someone wrote back to one of Hustler Casino lineup posts about who was going to be on the show that night. "Hey, maybe you could pencil Nick Vertucci in." Comment after comment about pencil dicks. And keep in mind, Kitty Quo, while she's been in some controversy over the years, and there are a number of people who don't like her, especially other women, she's never been accused of lying. She's been accused of being rude. She's been accused of being brash and inappropriate at times. But she's never been accused of being a liar, and she hasn't ever made sexual harassment allegations against any guy before in poker, to my knowledge. So it's not like she's a serial complainer that every guy at the table is trying to hit on her or saying inappropriate things. She's never said anything like this before. So that makes it seem more true. She's never been accused of lying and never been accusing other men of this type of behavior. So I don't know the context of what was going on there. I doubt that he just whipped out a picture of his penis and showed it to her. There must have been some conversation where he thought this was appropriate to show. But unless she asked to see it, it's not appropriate to show. I can't think of any situation at the poker table why you would ever show a woman sitting next to you a picture of your penis. I can't. Even if a woman is showing interest in you, you don't show a picture of your penis to her under the table. If she's showing interest, you can ask her to go have a meal with you or go take a walk or whatever, go away from the table with her or go somewhere after the game is over and you both quit. And, if you're alone with her and then if the two of you start making out and then one thing leads to another, at some point you should probably see your penis. But I can't ever think of where you would show the woman a picture of your penis at the poker table. So if this really happened, no matter what, this is highly inappropriate. So this is actually a worse allegation than what Julia said. Now, this did allegedly occur before Hustler Casino Live existed. Hustler Casino Live did not form until 2022. This occurred sometime before 2020, presumably in 2019, maybe 2018. And it's not verified. She didn't have any proof of this, unlike Julia. But again, I have to imagine this is probably true or mostly true. And at the time, Nick Vertucci was not well known. He was just a player on Live at the Bike, so he probably figured, hey, there's not going to be much consequence for this. But that's still a pretty bad allegation. The story then continued to blow up. Ash Kardash, who is a former Hustler Casino Live player, she wasn't on a ton of times, but she was on here and there. She's a young woman, I think like late 20s. Wasn't known otherwise in poker until she was on some of these streams, and also she got active on poker Twitter and went on poker Twitter Spaces. So that's how she got to be known. I was aware of who she is. I've never met her in person. She made some allegations against Nick. However, she claimed that what happened with Nick was in Las Vegas and not during Hustler Casino Live. That basically a bunch of people associated with Hustler Casino Live, and I guess some other people as well, got together in Las Vegas. Now, this was after Hustler Casino Live had started. I'm not sure what year this took place, but either 22 or 23, I'm assuming. And she was in Las Vegas. Nick was there. Nick tried to kiss her, she claimed. Nick tried to offer to be her sugar daddy, and she turned all of it down. And she did say that he took it well, and that she was invited to play on the stream again, so she wasn't banned after that. So her allegations, while a little bit creepy, and again, you just don't do this. You don't hit on women who are going to be on your stream, or have been on your stream, or want to keep being on your stream. You just have to stay away from them. I will say that after he attempted to ask to kiss her, or try to kiss her, and asked to be her sugar daddy, that even in her own story, that he backed away and then still invited her to the game, and that she just didn't want to keep coming because of this experience, which is understandable. So this is not a good story either. This does not paint him in a good light, and just is something you pile on top of everything else we've been talking about here. But this is not a really big scandal in itself. The thing with Ash Kardashian is just kind of something to throw on the pile here. A frequent Twitter Spaces member named Ellie X came on. Now, she's not known in poker at all. I don't even know if she's ever been on a stream before. But she gets on Spaces a lot, and I don't really think she's done anything notable in poker itself. Something I didn't know about Ellie until this came out in some discussion about it is that Ellie is apparently transgender. Ellie was apparently born male and is now female. I didn't know this. Listening to Ellie's voice on Spaces, I noticed it was kind of deep, but not like as deep as a guy's voice would be. It kind of sounded like a deep woman's voice. So I never even thought about Ellie being trans. And something I will say about Ellie, unlike the other women, Ellie posted nudes on her public Twitter before, and I had seen them. I wasn't looking for them, but I saw her on Spaces a while back, and I didn't know who she was, and I clicked on her profile, and then I scrolled down a bit, and right there were some nudes right in my face. So you're allowed to do this on Twitter, by the way. You can post nudes if you want. So she did that, and it wasn't like full nudes. You could see the boobs. You could see most things. You couldn't see the genitalia. So I didn't know Ellie was trans. But anyway, Nick apparently sent Ellie a direct message on Twitter at some point, and I don't have this in front of me. I tried to look for it, but I can't find it. But he sent some kind of Twitter DM to her, remarking that it was surprising how big her boobs are, considering that she's trans, and asked if she still has her eggplant. Yeah. And she just didn't answer. That's a weird thing to send. What if she said yes? What if she said, yeah, I have my eggplant? I don't know if she has the eggplant, by the way. I didn't see that type of nude. But, what if she said, yes, I still have it? Would he have then offered to come by? And I didn't want to think what happens next. But, was he trying to probe this to then want to do something next if the answer was yes? I don't think it was just a message to her to remark that her boobs are big for someone who's trans, which was what he was saying, but then he's asking, do you still have the eggplant? So that was a screenshot she posted. She also posted her story regarding what she alleged happened with Nick. This is on October 7th. Rant incoming. So, I will admit that when I joined Spaces in May or June of 2023, I got bamboozled by Nick's attempted good guy act in my desire to get some bipartisan dialogue going on and also get enmeshed in the LA poker scene with cool people I met there. So she was basically trying to say, I think, that she didn't agree with Nick politically, who is right-wing, and she's left-wing. And so she was trying to just have a civil political discussion with him, and also was thinking maybe he'd be a path into being part of the poker scene since she was new to it. She said, Caro, I don't know if it's Mike Caro, I'm not sure who Caro is, tried to warn me, but sometimes we make mistakes. I do think that summer he said dumb shit in Spaces, but one-to-one he actually showed what I thought was a genuine interest in learning about the, quote, other side's point of view, again, referring to politics. During the time I was off Spaces from October 2023 to January 2024, that interest in discussion stopped, and I would occasionally see his increasingly more partisan tweets, and I'm like, yeah, this guy isn't really who I thought he was. I wasn't keeping up with the stuff, but in January, I think, when I found out he went into biz with M, I don't know who M is, was when I realized he's not even a real businessman, because who the fuck would do that? I called him out on a few things in a space about his venture, and he got all rude and made it personal, and that was another signal. Anyway, shout out to Caro, shout out to Slay, referring to Luke Vrabel, for letting me share some thoughts last night, because she went on his Spaces and said something about Nick. Lastly, fuck you, Nick Vertucci, for taking advantage of your power to be a perv with badass women in poker. I hope the God you fear judges you for your sins. I hope you feel shame for abdicating your role as a faithful husband to your loving wife. You claim God is a vengeful God, thus he may be unkind to your soul when you finally meet your maker. Someone then questioned her and said that it seemed like she was flirting with Nick, and that now she's framing it differently. I can't read it anymore because it got deleted. And she wrote back, okay, thanks for your opinion. I think my above rant literally says at the time I didn't speak out and tell him to stop. I also said on Spaces past couple of days, yes, me simping for Nick was a bit I enjoyed on Spaces. I also said I don't think my specific convos with him were bad, just that it's likely useful context given what's happening and coming out. So something else about Ellie, she described herself as a sex worker at one point. So this was not like an innocent girl who Nick was throwing himself at. And she's even admitting here that she was flirting back with him on Spaces at the time. And that's what that person who deleted the tweet was giving her a hard time about. So I don't think anything with Ellie is really out of line here from everything I'm reading, except for that one message that he just apparently sent her out of nowhere. That, do you still have your eggplant? That's a little bit weird. But the rest, I guess she was flirting with him on Spaces and everything, so whatever. If you post nudes on Twitter, and if you flirt with a guy on Spaces, and then he says some sexual things to you, well, that's going to happen. So I don't think the Ellie thing is a big deal. And she's not trying to make it a big deal, to be fair. But just wanted to mention that, too, because it's kind of interesting. Then a lot of people were demanding that Hustler Casino drop Hustler Casino Live, and others were demanding they just fire Nick, and some people weren't understanding. First of all, they could not just fire Nick, because Nick was half owner of the show. You can't fire a half owner. The half owner can be pressured to sell. He can be asked to sell. He can be told, we can't continue to operate until you get out. But they can't fire him. They can't say, okay, half owner, you're fired. He and Ryan, I believe, owned the show, Hustler Casino Live, 50-50. So there was no firing of Nick. That's the first thing. Second, as far as Hustler Casino, their hands might be tied. There is some kind of contract they have with Hustler Casino. The contract is what permits them to operate there. And they obviously have some kind of agreements with Hustler Casino regarding compensation and the space they're going to have there and the access they have there and the power they have there and all that. So there's obviously some kind of contract that lays all that out. I've never seen the contract. I probably will never see the contract. And I don't know anybody who has seen the contract, or at least anybody who would tell me about it. So I can't tell you what's in the contract. However, there may not be any language in the contract which allows them to terminate Hustler Casino Live before the contract date arrives, the end date. They may not be able to terminate that for something like this. There might be language in there, for example, if there's cheating proven to have occurred or something that violates gaming law, whatever it might be. Then maybe there's something there to terminate Hustler Casino Live, but they might not have thought of sexual harassment allegations as something to put in the contract for something to terminate them. Or it could be broad, where it might not be easy to do so, such as there could be something about behavior, but nothing spelled out specifically. So Hustler Casino Live could come back and say, look, these are unsubstantiated allegations. Even the ones with Julia show that while Nick was inappropriate, he did back off, and then he didn't stop inviting her to the game until many months later. She came on many times after that text exchange where she rejected him in September 2023. She came on many times after that until June of 2024 when she was banned for no apparent reason. So they can have a lot of responses saying, hey, look, we didn't violate anything in the contract, even any kind of behavioral clause. So I don't know if their contract says anything like if there's any sexual harassment allegations that seem like they're substantiated even a little bit, that we can terminate the contract, or if there's behavioral allegations that are substantiated that would be putting Hustler Casino in a bad light, we could terminate it. Like some of these things, they could probably terminate it pretty easily. Some of these things would be tough. So it's very possible that Hustler Casino is unable to do this contractually at this point, or at least not without a big fight. It's also possible that they could terminate them based upon contractual language and don't want to. It's possible that they just kind of hope this goes away and they want Hustler Casino Live to continue there. You might wonder, how much is Hustler Casino Live receiving from Hustler Casino? Or is it possible nobody's paying the other? Is it possible even that Hustler Casino Live is paying Hustler Casino to broadcast from there? Well, I don't know. I've always wondered this, but I would be very surprised if Hustler Casino Live was not being paid by Hustler Casino, because Hustler Casino gets a lot of benefit out of this. Prior to Hustler Casino Live showing up there, and they quickly became the dominant stream. They quickly became the stream to watch. Prior to them showing up there in 2022, Hustler Casino was a distant fourth and kind of tied for fourth with a lot of other LA poker options behind the three LA behemoths, and those would be Commerce, The Bike, and Hollywood Park. Those were the big rooms. Hustler Casino lagged way behind them. This really increased the interest and the traffic to Hustler Casino. A lot more games went, a lot more people paid attention to Hustler. Hustler became a much bigger deal. People knew about Hustler. People wanted to visit Hustler from out of the area. And Hustler Casino Live was basically what really put them on the poker map after existing for more than 2 decades kind of in the background. Hustler was actually the first place I ever played live Texas Hold'em. I played 3-6 limit Hold'em at Hustler in 2001, January 2001. That was my first live Hold'em session. I broke exactly even, by the way. So it's been around for a while, but it never became a major player in the LA poker scene. It was always just kind of there, but it wasn't anywhere near the big guys. And this really improved their profile. So I have to imagine that Hustler Casino Live was getting paid. I don't know how much, but they were getting paid. And you have to understand, for a long time, they had no ads on their stream. So if it wasn't where Hustler Casino was paying Hustler Casino Live, then they had no income. And I always wondered about that too. So I have to imagine that they were getting paid. I don't know how much. So this benefited Hustler, and they may not want to terminate this relationship because they may figure, hey, this could blow over. We got to see how this shakes out. If you remember when the Mike Postle scandal hit the Stones Casino in Sacramento, they had a live stream too. Obviously, that's what was the source of the controversy, because Mike Postle was alleged to have cheated on their live stream. They also tried to just kind of pretend it wasn't happening and plod on. But their chat room, they were just trolled day in, day out, and they finally just quit, because that pretty much defined them. They were growing in popularity. They were getting bigger and bigger, Stones. But because everyone knew Stones at that point as the cheating stream, the stream where Mike Postle cheated and probably had help, no one was going to ever look at Stones the same way. There was no way they could continue and just be a normal stream. There's no way, like, a few months down the line that it would calm down and people wouldn't still troll it in the chat room and refer to that as the cheating stream. So they realized that there was no point to continue. Now, they ran their own stream. This wasn't a case where they had an outside company like Hustler Casino Live doing it, but they determined that there was no point to continue, and that was the end of Stones Live. So Hustler Casino probably wanted to wait and see. This wasn't as bad as the Postle thing, because at least the integrity of the games itself has nothing to do with all this. But it's still something that's very controversial, especially in this day and age. So when one of the co-owners is seen behaving this way, and there's these stories about him, then Hustler Casino has to wonder at what point does this stream become a net negative for them instead of a positive. Because most people don't even realize that it's two separate companies. Most people think that this is all the same thing, like it was at Stone's. There was also something that was a source of confusion regarding Live at the Bike. For many years, people, including me, thought that this was all one entity running it, that Live at the Bike and the Bike were owned by the same company, and they were not. Live at the Bike was a separate company, and they're not at the Bike anymore now. So same with Hustler Casino Live. This was a company that was founded in 2022 by Ryan Feldman and Nick Vertucci, and they probably talked to various card rooms in LA, and Hustler went for it. Hustler said, yep, we want this, and they came to terms. Ryan Feldman was the one who had all the networking skills, and I don't mean computer networking, I mean the social networking, to have the relationships with all the players who they'd want to get on there, and he was good at putting lineups together. He was a very good producer. He was someone who was very good at putting these shows together. He had a talent for that. That's why Live at the Bike was so big for a while. So Ryan Feldman was really the force behind a lot of that. So he had that talent, and I think Nick Vertucci's part was just the bankroll. I think that they got to know each other through Live at the Bike, and Nick Vertucci said, hey, I've got the money to start this whole thing up, because they had to buy equipment and a bunch of stuff like that. So there was money that had to go into starting this. It's very possible that Ryan didn't have the money to start it, and they went in together. That's just my guess. I don't know this for a fact. I'm just guessing. Because there's something that Nick had to bring to the table. We know what Ryan brought to the table. I don't know what Nick brought to the table. He wasn't very well known in poker. He was just like a Live at the Bike player. He didn't have any experience with putting together these streams, these shows. So what was the point of him being involved? I wondered that from the start. Whereas Ryan, it was just very clear this was his next project after he was booted from Live at the Bike. Now, speaking of Ryan, you might wonder, what has he said about this? Has Ryan commented? No, Ryan has not made any public comment at this time. A lot of people are demanding he does, but he hasn't. Not yet. What about other people who are associated with Hustler Casino Live or appeared on it a lot? Have they commented? Well, actually, yes. Nick Airball, who, by the way, has me blocked on Twitter, and I have no idea why. I made a few critical comments about him, and I questioned where he really got his bankroll, but so were a ton of people. I was never, that rude to him. I wasn't rude to him at all. I was just, questioning of things. But I was polite. I never called him names. I never made fun of him. I was polite. I was just skeptical about some things. And I didn't even notice he blocked me until he posted his statement. And I'm like, wow, I can't believe that he actually blocked me. But he did. But anyway, he made a statement that was against Hustler Casino Live. And I will read it to you. This is how I found out I was blocked, by the way. I tried to read this statement, and I found I could not because I was blocked from it. But here it is. As many of you know, I have been a longtime supporter of Hustler Casino Live and my good friend Ryan Feldman. No players have chosen to speak out at this time. By the way, this is October 8th. Out of fear of losing seats or being banned, but personally I feel this must be publicly addressed. I am appalled by the behavior of Nick Vertucci and deeply troubled by the additional allegations that continue to come out. His gross misconduct towards Julia, Lauren, and other women is inexcusable. Ryan has poured everything into building Hustler Casino Live into what it is today. He's always conducted himself and his business with the utmost integrity. Ryan has strived to create a fun and safe space for players, staff, and fans to enjoy poker, which is why Nick's actions are so disappointing. I firmly believe Nick needs to step away from Hustler Casino Live. Until that time comes, I can no longer support the show in any way. I have advised my friends on staff to speak truthfully to HR and do the right thing. So he's talking about the staff at Hustler Casino Live or Hustler. Anyone who loses their job due to speaking out can come to me, and I will sort them out a new job. I trust Ryan and Hustler Casino will do the right thing and stand in support of the victims and not the perpetrator. So on the surface, this seems great. On the surface, this seems like, okay, wow, Nick Airball, a friend of Hustler Casino Live, a frequent player on there, someone who is known to be close to Ryan and maybe even Nick, has stood up and said, no, this is wrong. No, Nick, you can't treat women this way. In fact, you have to leave Hustler Casino Live, Nick, or I'm not going to be part of it anymore. That sounds very admirable. But hold on a second. This is probably self-serving. When a sinking ship is going down, people don't go down with the ship. People like to jump off the ship. And everyone associated with Hustler Casino Live got to see, after 3 days, when this was not going away and it just getting worse, that Nick Vertucci was a sinking ship. That if you tethered yourself to him, you're going to be dragged under with him. It was clear that people weren't going to get over this. It was clear people were not going to find it acceptable that he was still part of Hustler Casino Live. And it was clear that anyone who defended him or is known to be still friends with him was going to take a lot of heat. So anyone who wanted their reputation intact had to jump on the anti-Nick bandwagon, regardless of whatever they knew beforehand. So you have to wonder, with Nick's closeness to the show, did he know about the Lauren situation? If so, why wasn't he bothered by it then? Did he know about the Julia thing and why she was banned? Why didn't he speak out about it then? He probably didn't know about the Kitty Quo thing since that happened years ago, but I have to think that given Nick's closeness to Hustler Casino Live, that he knew about a lot of this stuff. And why is it only on October 8th, after this whole thing becomes a big scandal, does he speak out and say Nick needs to go? And my answer is probably because it's self-serving. There were even those who were saying that Nick was asked by Ryan or others at Hustler Casino Live to make this statement. I don't know if that's true or not true. I just saw that being speculated on there. I'm just saying that this is self-serving for Nick. Nick benefits from this, and really nobody else does. He can say, oh, I'm here for you if you get fired over this due to speaking out. Yeah, that's just empty crap. He knows nobody's going to go to him, and nobody's going to get fired at this point for speaking out. This is just something he can put out there to look good. What would be valuable to hear from Nick Airball, and as far as I know, he hasn't said it. Maybe he has and I missed it. It's been a week, but what would be valuable to hear from him is what he knew. It would be valuable to hear from Nick, were you aware of this Lauren and her suddenly disappearing, and what were the circumstances, and what was your opinion about the whole thing? Did you believe that she had been harassed? Did you believe that her basically being chased away from her job was right or wrong? What did you know about this, Nick Airball? What did you know about the Julia thing and why she was banned? So if he put out there what he did and didn't know, if he's like, oh my God, I never knew about any of this. I never knew about Lauren. I assumed she was gone for different reasons, or they told me she was gone for different reasons, and I didn't know about Julia until she posted this on October 5th. I didn't even notice she was gone. Okay, maybe that's true, maybe it's not, but at least he puts a statement. He has not commented on this from what I can see. Garrett Adelstein was not having this. He actually said, nicely said, Ryan. And Nick said back, this was written by me with the help of my wife. Ryan explicitly asked me not to post anything, and I told him that was not an option. You seem happy. I hope you're enjoying retirement. A person named The Guilds, who I think listens to this show, said, well said, Nick, but I find it hard to believe you witnessed none of his antics the entire time you've been in bed with Hustler Casino Live. Maybe not to this extent, but I can't imagine you were shocked seeing this. Color me skeptical. Yeah, exactly. So all these people expressing outrage of, oh, I'm shocked. I am shocked. I cannot believe that Nick Vertucci did this. He seemed like such a salt of the earth, good character. I cannot believe that he treated women this way. I cannot believe that Lauren left under these circumstances. No one told me. I can't believe he talked to Julia this way. I've never heard anything that has gone wrong at Hustler Casino Live that was Nick Vertucci's fault. This is a first. And now that I know, Nick, shame on you. Shame on you, Nick. Now, see, I believe there's a lot of people who are very aware of all of this, but it was inconvenient for them to speak out. It was inconvenient for them to even step away without speaking out, which is something that you can also do if you don't want to step into a hornet's nest. If you don't want to be the whistleblower, if you don't want to be the person calling it out on Twitter and then taking shots in return for anything they want to say about you or leak about you, whatever it might be, okay, but at least step away then. But there were a lot of people, I believe, that were just there. They just kind of said, okay, well, this isn't exactly right, but, not my problem. That's my opinion. about this matter. So Hustler Casino Live realized around this time they had to say something. They couldn't just ignore this. They were trying to ignore it. They were actually still running shows, announcing lineups. And by the way, that was a big mistake. What they should have done right away is said, this is a serious matter. We're looking into it. In the meantime, we're suspending production. We will come forth with a statement very shortly after a quick investigation, a quick initial investigation, something like that. You don't just respond by saying, okay, here's our lineup tonight, guys, and act like it's not happening. You can't have something major like this and act like it's not happening. But that's what they tried for a few days. Hustler Casino Live had to make a statement, and on October 9th they did. It was October 9th at 11:57 a.m. They posted, effective immediately, Nick Vertucci will no longer be involved with High Stakes Poker Productions. That's the company, by the way, that owns Hustler Casino Live that Nick Vertucci and Ryan Feldman co-own. We look forward to continuing to deliver the best high-stakes poker content to the community. That was it. The entire statement. Well, that raises questions. Because Nick not being involved does not say that he has sold his part of the show. In fact, it would be very, very surprising to me if he sold his part of the show within days. Because this scandal broke on October 5th. This statement was on October 9th. So that would be a very quick sale. So I was very skeptical whether something was actually sold. And not being involved could just mean that Nick's going to be a silent partner or a background partner, which is worse than a silent partner. A background partner is someone who still directs things from behind the scenes but is no longer visible to the public. This statement didn't mean much, and I decided to say something. So I had tweeted the previous day that Nick can't be fired, and I said, unless Ryan buys out Nick or Nick sells his portion to someone else, he'll always be part of Hustler Casino Live, even if not outwardly. Those were my actual words on Twitter. And then I responded to some tweets to this Hustler Casino Live comment on October 9th, where they made the statement. I responded to some people congratulating them for this, saying, well, hold on a second, this doesn't mean anything. And they haven't clarified it. And in fact, the fact that they are not clarifying what no longer be involved means, then we really can't know. It didn't take long for someone to contact me privately and tell me a piece of information which had not been made public. Now, when I say someone, I can't tell you who it is, but it is someone who I believe would have knowledge of the situation. So the person who contacted me wasn't just some random from Twitter. It was someone who would be likely to have knowledge. And they did ask me not to say who they were, and I respected that, of course. So I'm not going to tell you who it is. I'm not going to give any hints who it is. But I will say that the reliability of this information is what I'd say is high, but not 100%. And I'll explain what I mean by that shortly. So at like 4 p.m., about 5 hours after the Hustler Casino Live statement that Nick is not involved anymore, I then added some information. I said, I've been given information that Nick Vertucci has agreed to sell his portion of Hustler Casino Live and fully exit. The timetable of this is not known. I was the only one, to my knowledge, who was given this information. You can search online. You won't find any other outlets that are reporting this, except for me. I was given this information by someone who is likely in the know. And that's why I felt comfortable reporting that that's what's being claimed. Now, when I say the reliability of this info is high, but not 100%, what I mean by that is that I believe that is what is intended at the moment. But number one, it's not a simple matter as far as Nick selling his piece. How much is he going to sell it for? Who's going to buy it? There's a lot of things that have to be figured out. They can't just say, hey, Nick, sell right now. Here's the price that you have to sell for. That's it. They can't just do that. It has to be agreed to on both sides. It's a process, okay? So this is not going to necessarily be quick. So it seems like what's happened is he has stepped into the background but is still a half owner. So keep that in mind, that until they say he is no longer half owner, he is still half owner. Also, and I've had people who privately messaged me about this because they thought maybe I'm gullible. They said, hey, you know what? You might be manipulated here. They might be manipulating you, whoever gave you this info. They might actually be someone who is loyal to Hustler Casino Live and is looking for someone to put this out. And in reality, what they might be doing is just putting Nick in the background as a secret partner. So they'll claim he sold, and then he really didn't sell. He'll just be a secret partner. And by having you say this way, it gives it credibility. But I said back to this person, actually more than one person, when I said it back to these people in direct message, look, that's why I said the reliability of this info is high but not 100%. I didn't say I'm 100% certain that when they say he's gone, that he'll really be gone. I didn't say I'm 100% certain that he'll even sell. I was told that he's agreed to sell his portion, but that it has not been sold yet, and the timetable is not known. And, of course, I don't know what they will do to provide proof that he doesn't continue to own any part of it, or if they will at all. I put out what I was told by someone who I know probably has good knowledge of the situation. That's all I can say. So it wasn't just some random. It wasn't just some person messaging me. I wouldn't put it out like that. And by the way, Hustler Casino Live has not refuted what I said. They haven't said, oh, no, Todd's wrong. Nick hasn't agreed to this. So at minimum, this is the plan at the moment. Or I guess if you want to be a conspiracy theorist, this is the plan that they want you to believe is the plan. And that I've been the useful idiot to put this out. That they had someone who I figured would be a reliable source pass this to me and have me put it out. I don't know. It's possible that could have happened. My mind is open to a lot of possibilities. You might wonder, why would Nick give this up? This was a good thing for him. Why would he give this up? Well, it's possible that Nick enjoyed having this not because it was so lucrative, but because he enjoyed the influence and the power that came with it. And he's not going to have these anymore if he is a silent partner or secret partner or anything like that. So if Hustler Casino Live was not printing money, and really the reason he was involved was the fringe benefits that came with it, and he can't have those benefits anymore by having to fade into the extreme background and pretend he's gone from it, then it would make sense for him to just want to get out. It's pretty clear that Hustler Casino Live is not going to have him playing anymore. They're not going to have anything to do with him, at least not publicly. Now, if they were making big money, then it would be understandable why he would want to keep his peace and just pretend he sold it. But other than that, it's possible he would sell it, especially if someone were to pay good money for that half. For example, it's been floated around, and I have no verification of this, but it's been floated around that rich guy and sometimes Hustler Casino Live player Alan Keating wants to buy this half. I've been told by other people that have some money that they would like to buy that half. I've had people come to me and say, hey, can you get the message over to Hustler Casino Live that I'd like to buy the piece? So there's a lot of people that would like to buy the other half of this. So maybe Nick is looking for the right price. Maybe he figures that he'd rather walk away with a nice bag than just sit in the background and not get to be part of it. Or it's possible that the sale will be fake and that he'll be a secret partner and that they're just doing this for optics. There's a lot of different ways, and the only way we will know is if they are completely transparent on the matter. And even then, you never know for sure. The chat on Hustler Casino Live, because they broadcast live on YouTube, the chat during Hustler Casino Live has been pretty brutal. Lots of people trolling, lots of people putting pencils up there, lots of people bashing them, making high tea jokes, making peach jokes. Like, most of the chat room was people trolling them. And the moderators were just working overtime to ban. Like, they were banning people like crazy for trolling them. So, yeah, sure, after a while, On the stream, you don't see any talk of this because they've banned anyone who said it. But every day there was trolling going on there in the chat, as you'd expect. So whether they can weather this storm and get past it remains to be seen. Maybe if just Nick is gone for long enough and out of everyone's sight, people will move past it and just kind of see them as a normal show again. There also, at the moment, is kind of a boycott of appearing on there, where the big names just don't want to come on until this is fully resolved, or maybe not ever. So forget Garrett, who quit a long time ago. The major names that were appearing on Hustler Casino Live are just not coming around. So what you see now are a lot of people who you don't really know or care about very much. And that's got to be hurting them too. For example, the show that was on Tuesday night was Luda Chris, who is a friend of Ryan's, Ling Lin, 3Coin, Mike X, who is a regular on there, Dylan Flashner, Big John, and Victor. It's not exactly an A lineup. Another lineup they've had, 10, 20, 40, Max Payne Monday, the Reed Guy, Frank DeGods, DQ, 3Coin, Nate Hill, Raver Poker, and Drew. Like, is that a lineup that you're dying to see? Like, nothing against these people, they're just not famous. On October 13th, Thread Guy, Frank DeGods, Nate Hill, DQ, 3Coin, Karen, Raver Poker, and Sasa Baby. By the way, Sasa Baby is different than sashimi, and that reminds me of another video that was unearthed. Now, Sashimi did not come forward about this, but someone just found it from remembering a clip from Hustler Casino Live. And that was where Sashimi was unhappy that Nick was, like, tweaking her ear during the game. And Sashimi was getting angrier and angrier about it. Sashimi is a female poker player, Asian woman who is, I believe, dating Joe Chiang. But she got mad at Nick Vertucci about the way he was touching her there on stream, touching her ear. And at the time, no one really paid much attention to it. But now people are really making a big deal about this in light of all the other allegations. To my knowledge, Sashimi has not commented on this publicly. This clip was posted by Kevin Jackson. I haven't heard of him before, but you can find him on Twitter as OG Kevin Jackson. He posted this on October 9th. It was of Sashimi telling Nick to leave her alone as he tried to touch her ear in some weird way while on stream.
Age advantage.
Stop, please.
Okay. You don't like that?
No.
Think it scare you?
No.
Now, you couldn't see what happened to start this. She's like, stop, please, no. You heard that. So you didn't get to see what he did, but you hear that. Then they cut to the two of them talking.
No.
What the hell just happened?
Found her weak spot.
You should understand.
You can't do this.
So then he said, we found her weak spot. You can't do this. And then he tweaked the ear of a girl on the other side of him named Yen. And so he did it to Yen and said, you can't do this, and did it to Yen. Now, Yen didn't get upset, but maybe she didn't like it either. But then Sashimi had more to say.
Who does?
That's like a bug is by your ear.
No.
That's all. If you're not looking.
It's sexual harassment, you know?
Oh, stop.
No.
Uh-oh.
So she says it's sexual harassment. He says, oh, stop. And she says no. So she's very mad about it.
Joking.
No, I'm serious.
By making a bug in your ear?
Yes.
Okay. No problem. That's the dumbest thing I ever heard.
So he still isn't figuring it out. He touched her ear in some way, what he calls a bug in her ear. And she says it's sexual harassment. No, stop. And he's like, okay, it's the dumbest thing I ever heard. Well, that's not dumb. She doesn't want to be touched. I'll tell you, I've never been a victim of sexual harassment at the poker table. But I would not like anyone touching me in any way. I just don't like being touched by people. I don't like when people just reach out and touch me. I wouldn't like someone touching my ear like that, even if it's not sexual. Even if it's just another dude who's straight, who's just trying to mess around. I just don't like it. I don't want people like invading my space like that. So I understand why she doesn't like that, especially because there probably is a sexual connotation to it, and she knew it. And he said, it's the dumbest thing I ever heard. What he should say is, I'm sorry, I thought it was a joke. I understand you don't like being touched. Okay, I won't do it again. Not like, oh, it's the dumbest thing I ever heard.
What is it?
I can't even believe that happened.
They're arguing about him tickling her.
What the hell just
I
happened?
smell like this, like there's like a bug.
And he touched Yen. He just touched Yen again. Like, oh, it's like a bug.
Wow. Okay, well,
I mean, everyone.
it won't happen again. I swear I did not know she was serious.
By the way, I've played with Yen a bunch of times at Commerce.
I've never heard nothing
All
like that
right,
in my
skater diet.
Okay, so that was the clip that I wanted to play you. I'm not sure when this happened. This wasn't super recent, but in the context of everything else, yeah, not good. So, I mean, I guess good for Sashimi for just speaking up and not caring if she is invited back or not. To my knowledge, she wasn't banned from the show for this. But you just can't do this if you're the co-owner of the stream or anyone who is in a position of power at the stream. In fact, you just shouldn't do this in general. You should never just touch women's ears at the table. You shouldn't touch anyone's ears at the table. So it's one of these things where enough stuff like this occurs and eventually a bunch of people come forward and then the person accused has to exit provided that these allegations are true. Which, of course, some of them, like the sashimi thing, we see right on video. You may wonder why I have not given you Nick Vertucci's Twitter to see what he's having to say about this or anything else. It's because you won't find it. Nick Vertucci deleted his Twitter on October 9th. Bang, gone. And he had a lot of followers. He had I think 18,000 followers or something. Just deleted it. Now, it's possible he can resurrect it. Twitter does have a feature to basically suspend yourself where it appears you're just gone. So maybe that's what he did. But he cannot be found on Twitter right now. He used to be Nick Vertucci NV. Like his initials NV. Nick Vertucci NV was his name on Twitter. And he's now just gone. He didn't explain why, but we know why, but he's gone. No more Nick Vertucci on Twitter. Now, there's one other person that I want to talk about involving this, and that is Veronica Brill. Veronica Brill has been on this show before. She's been talked about a lot on this show before, usually in the context of Mike Postle, because that is how she is best known. Prior to September 2019, Veronica Brill was a relative unknown in poker. She was someone who was known in Northern California poker circles, but she was a recreational player. She had a regular job, and she would occasionally commentate on the Stones game, on Stones Live. That's how some people knew her. And she played poker in the Bay Area and Sacramento. But she had 1,000 followers on Twitter. I happened to be one of them, and I actually followed her just because she followed me. I didn't really know who she was, and I didn't interact with her very much. I saw her in person. She sat down at the same table the one time I played at Stones, but not to play. She sat just to talk to her friend Andrew Barber. And I saw her, but she and I didn't talk there, but that's the one time that we were ever sitting at the same table. I don't think we even exchanged a single word. And I've seen her around the World Series of Poker, but haven't spoken to her. So I've never actually had a conversation with her in person. I had a number of conversations with her through Twitter DM and even one time on the phone because we were both sued by Mike Postle, as you remember. Veronica Brill, as I'm sure you know, was the whistleblower in the Stones situation where Mike Postle was alleged to be cheating by knowing the hole cards of everybody on the stream. She was the one who made the public allegation. And then the story blew up from there. In fact, it's one of the bigger poker stories of all time. Might be the biggest poker story of all time. So that really catapulted Veronica Brill into notoriety at that point. And when this first happened back 5 years ago, I felt bad for Veronica because Mike Postle had a number of his friends attacking her very, very viciously on Twitter, saying really, really, really awful things. One thing that had happened with Veronica in her past was she lost her young child. I'm not sure of the circumstances, but she had a 3-year-old child, I believe, who passed away. And that's awful. And anyone who is a parent knows how awful that would be. And I obviously felt very bad for her for having gone through that. That didn't happen at the time of this Stone scandal, but it had happened in the past. And here she was being attacked about that in some very vicious and inappropriate ways by friends of Possel's who were mad that he was called out by her. And a lot of other really nasty, awful stuff was being said about her out there that I didn't think was fair or appropriate. So I was one of the people defending her. I defended her publicly at the time this was happening. And I even helped her privately. Privately, I was direct messaging her because the problem was she was thinking all these people were Mike. Every time these people would say things, she'd say, oh, okay, Mike, it's obvious it's you. And I could tell it wasn't Mike. I could tell these were different people. I didn't know anyone from that scene. I didn't know anyone from the Sacramento poker scene or the Bay Area poker scene. But I could tell these were not Mike Possel, at least not most of them. I could tell they were friends of his, but I knew it was not him, just from my own ability to just tell the difference between fake accounts and real accounts. So I was so bothered seeing the way that she was being treated for calling this out and the awful, nasty things that were being said, especially about her deceased child, that I put some work into identifying who some of these people were. And I told her. I told her who some of them were. And I didn't brag about this. I didn't take credit. I worked behind the scenes to help her figure out who some of these people were. I was just doing this because I felt it was the right thing to do. And I wasn't trying to hit on her. I wasn't trying to impress her. Nothing like that. I just was, at the time, admiring that she had the bravery to come forward about the whole thing and that she was taking this shit. I was so disgusted to see it, especially how bad some of the stuff was that was being written. And eventually, because I was so much on Veronica's side here, because I stuck my nose into this, I ended up being sued for $330 million by Mike Possel. Otherwise, I would not have been part of that suit because everybody else who was named in that suit was either a company or a name bigger than me, aside from Veronica herself, who prior to that wasn't well known. But everybody else was a bigger name than me, and I didn't have a big part in this. In fact, I didn't even get involved in the whole Possel thing until days after the allegations broke, just because I wasn't available to do so. It happened to be at that time. So by the time I got involved, it was already a huge story. If I were never born, it would have been the same story. But I got sued for defamation for $330 million by Mike Possel because I stuck my neck out for Veronica there because I felt it was the right thing to do. And as I'm sure you probably remember if you've been following this story in this show, a Poker Fraud Alert Radio listener and sometimes guest, Eric Benzamokin, who's an attorney, he defended me here and did a great job, and the case ended up being dismissed. In fact, Mike Possel still owes me $27,000 as a result of this failed lawsuit in attorney's fees. So I went through a lot of hassle over this. It's never pleasant to be sued. Whenever you're sued, it's a big pain in the ass. And it's expensive, too, even if you're in the right. And we still have not collected this $27,000 from Possel. It's very tough to do. Had I not stuck my neck out on Veronica's behalf, I would not have been part of this lawsuit. Mike Possel himself messaged me earlier this year and admitted to me that I was the last one he added, and it was very marginal whether he was going to add me or not. And I believe him. Of all the things Possel has said that I don't believe, I actually believe that. Because I had that feeling the whole way. In fact, some of Possel's friends had told me this, that I was almost not part of it. But they were pissed off regarding some things I did to support Veronica. Well, sometimes no good deed goes unpunished. Because Veronica ended up stabbing me in the back. Now, I do want to say that this does not change my feelings about Mike Possel and his guilt in the situation. I still feel the same way about Possel as I did at the time that I was covering this story in 2019. I still feel that Possel was guilty. I still feel that Possel was cheating in that game. And I feel that from my own observations watching him play. My own observations as a poker player who's been playing the game for almost 25 years. And I've been playing professionally for most of those years. That's why I feel it. Not because of anything that Doug Polk said or Joey Ingram said or Veronica Brill said. No. I believe it from my own observations that these hands did not look right. I believe the same thing that the rest of the poker world believes. And I have not changed that, regardless of my change in feelings about Veronica Brill. But I was definitely backstabbed. And the way I was backstabbed was in the middle of 2023 when a lot of Twitter was dunking on me because of a post that I had made on Poker Fraud Alert about someone that Veronica either didn't know or barely knew that a lot of people didn't like. That is, they didn't like my post. Not that they didn't like the person. But that I made a post that got a lot of people outraged and mad. And Veronica, instead of staying out of it, I wasn't expecting her to defend me. We weren't like close friends or anything. I don't want to say that. But I did a lot of things for her behind the scenes, and we were working together. We were the only two who were actively fighting that lawsuit. Everybody else just waited to get served, and they never got served. Veronica and I both separately accepted service through our attorneys. She hired Mark Randazza, and I hired Eric Benzamokin, and they both accepted service, which they can do without formally being served. And then we fought the lawsuit right there, right away. So our attorneys were in communication. Veronica and I were in communication about this. We were working together because we were in the same boat. And I had given her all this other help behind the scenes. So I did a lot for Veronica in this situation just because I thought it was right. And what she did, instead of defending me, or instead of at least staying quiet, what she did was she asked everybody on Twitter to cancel me. Literally, she told everybody that nobody should want any part of Todd Wittelis or his brand, and that she's encouraging everybody to unfollow and block me. She kicked me when she felt I was down. Why? Because Veronica Brill enjoys clout. Veronica Brill enjoys attention and accolades. At that moment, not this moment, but back in the middle of 2023, for a few weeks, it was popular to dunk on me. It was popular to bash me. So she took that opportunity to feign outrage about the whole thing. Then, if that wasn't enough, in the next months following, after the whole thing died down, and again, I didn't do anything terrible. I just made a post that some people didn't like. Admittedly, the post was a mistake. I probably shouldn't have made it, and I apologize for it. But I've made tens of thousands of posts on Poker Fraud Alert, and occasionally you're going to say something that you later regret. But that was it. It was just a post. Nothing was done to anybody. But she decided to virtue signal over the whole thing so she could get some more popularity, so she can get some more cool points on Twitter. Actually told everyone to unfollow me and to block me. And at the same time, she was Nick Vertucci's co-host on his podcast, The Nick Vertucci Show. And I found this was absurd. Because she's saying, oh, Dandruff is a misogynist. You got to block him. Had nothing to do with his brand, blah, blah, blah. And at the same time, she is the co-host with Nick Vertucci. And she had to know. She had to know the way he was treating women. At the very minimum, I saw a lot of the things he tweeted, which often were offensive or politically incorrect. Now, that stuff didn't really bother me, because I am a politically incorrect guy. I'm sometimes an offensive guy to people. So I didn't hold that against Nick. But you can't tell everyone to cancel me because I'm offensive and politically incorrect, and then be Nick Vertucci's co-host, even back then. And then for months after that, she'd occasionally take shots at me. I didn't respond to her. I didn't get into a Twitter fight or war with her. I was pissed off, but I was privately pissed off. I didn't say anything publicly back. Even as time passed, I didn't say anything publicly back. And she kept entering my threads on my own Twitter, where I'd start something up about GG Poker or something else that's totally like uncontroversial, something the public should know or want to discuss. And she would enter the thread and start trolling me about what had happened a few months prior. I'd say something about someone leaving GG Poker as a sponsored pro and how it's interesting. And then she'll write back, oh, well, I bet you're not interested. Why? Because he's not a woman. Just dumb shit like that. She would take these shots at me for no reason. So she didn't just make that one tweet. She had to just keep sniping at me. And by the way, as you guys know, I will always criticize people in poker or in gambling or anywhere if I feel they deserve criticism, whether they are male or female. I'm not someone who avoids criticizing dudes and only goes after women. You guys know that. We would have no show if I only could talk about women, because it's mostly men in the poker world. So of course I got to criticize dudes. I mean, if I couldn't, then I would hardly have anyone to criticize. I don't ever look at anyone's gender or race or sexual preference or religion or age or anything else when deciding whether to criticize them or not. I look at what they've done. That's it. I don't look at any demographics. You guys know that. But boy, was she attacking me on Twitter. Just taking shots every few weeks. So finally, I stood up and said something. And this was back in 2023. And now, interesting in today's context. And I remarked how lots of feminists are close with Nick Vertucci. That's what I said back to one of her remarks. So even then, it was obvious how hypocritical this was. And there's a lot of people who privately had their own issues with her, including in Northern California before she was known. I was so disappointed by how I was treated by her. I was so disappointed at this backstabbing because there's no reason for it. She just decided it was the right moment to attack me. So at the time, I thought, what a freaking hypocrite. Going after me like this when you're Nick's co-host. And what a big backstabbing there after everything I did for you. And it's funny because Possel's friends were messaging me privately back in 2019, 2020, 2021, saying, why are you hitching your wagon to Veronica? She's going to backstab you, dude. You're going to see. You're going to regret this. And I thought, okay, these are idiot buddies of Possel's who were just trying to get me to back off. So I told them, no, you guys are stupid. You don't know what you're talking about. Well, now that we're sitting where we are today, I think that both Veronica and Possel were right about each other. They really were. So my feelings about Veronica having changed, that doesn't change how I feel about Possel, but that also doesn't mean that Possel and his buddies were wrong about Veronica. Sometimes that happens. Sometimes you have two different people bashing each other, and both are right. That's one of the cases here. By the way, Possel and Veronica despise each other to this day. In fact, Possel appeared because of this controversy, which I'll get to shortly, and he was just fighting with a ton of people on Twitter this week. If you want to see it, go to twitter.com/Mike_Possel, and you can click on his replies, and you'll see all the posts he's made in reply to people. So they're going at it too. I'm not going to cover that here because it's boring, but this brought Possel back out. Anyway, Veronica was taking a lot of heat because people knew that she claimed to be a feminist and that she claimed to care about women. And in fact, what she did to me, she claimed was under the banner of caring about women. And people are like, wait a minute, how could she not know? How could she not be aware of what was happening? She was so close to Nick. How could she not have seen any of this? Is it possible that she just doesn't give a shit about other women as long as it benefits her? And my opinion is, yes, that's exactly the situation. So a lot of people were criticizing her. So she decided to go on poker.org and do a long interview where she would basically try to defend herself. And I'm going to play you this interview, at least parts of it, and I'll stop it every so often to discuss it. And by the way, it did not come off well, this interview. People, for the most part, did not believe her, and they thought that she was doing this to jump off the sinking ship, and that she was fine with it up until it became a big issue publicly. There are a lot of very, very negative comments to her in response to this interview that poker.org posted. So if you go to their Twitter, which is poker.org, you can find it, and you'll see that she's just getting killed on there by people who don't trust her, don't believe her, and think that she's just out for her own fame and nothing else. So the mask is coming off. It's fair. A lot of people in the situation, the mask is coming off. Anyway, let's listen to what Veronica Brill had to say about this.
And I remember in the back of my mind thinking, like, why is this guy so stressed out? Like, if I remember, I'm done with this. Like, we can't, it's very insensitive. So anyway, Julia's tweets came out and I was at Nick's place. And I remember, like, him being, like, pretty stressed out all weekend. And I remember in the back of my mind thinking, like, why is this guy so stressed out? Like, but even before Julia's tweet went out, I was just like, why is he acting like such a nervous wreck? I mean, if it's nothing, if it's just like some sort of disgruntled employee, I'm sure the casino will help him deal with it. Like, it just didn't match. Also, like, now that in hindsight, anytime I would question him, like, he just tells me what I want to hear. We'll get to that. But so Julia's tweets come out, and I was like, oh, these texts are pretty bad. But again, like, I don't know the context of it. Like, I don't know. Like, I don't want to talk for Nick's marriage or anything, but I know that they are fine. Okay, so I don't want to speak for them, but they're like, him texting a woman is like not a thing. They're like live and let live people, I guess we could call that. Okay. And his wife was there, and like I'm friends with his wife. Like, she's awesome. So when we saw the text, I was like, is this like, are you guys flirtatious? Like, is this like a thing? You know, because in my single days, there were guys that I flirted with on a regular basis, like not a regular, but you know, like you have friends that you're just like flirty with. And so, I mean, that was like a little extreme, but you know, I don't know if he has a thing with her. And so he's like, I said, are there more texts? And he's like, no, I don't think so. And I was like, are you guys flirtatious? Is this your relationship? And he's like, well, over the phone. Yeah. And stuff. And I'm like, well, then just tell people that like, you guys have this relationship, because I assumed that he had this flirtatious relationship with her. They're like, you know, she's from LA. Anyway, that was really bad assumption on my part, which in hindsight, a lot of bad assumptions on my part.
By the way, the reason she's setting this up is because she didn't break her silence about this until October 9th. That was the date this was posted. So people were asking for 4 days, why isn't Veronica commenting? Notice she's very happy to jump on me over stupid bullshit, and she's very happy to jump on other people that she thinks will increase her profile. But when it involves the guy she does the podcast with, and she's actually over at his house, this isn't just someone she knows over the internet. She's over at his freaking house when this whole thing broke on October 5th. She found out instantly. She has nothing to say for 4 days. So clearly, despite what she's saying here, clearly she wanted to wait to see if this blew over. She did not want to throw Nick under the bus just yet, in case everyone's like, no big deal, whatever, moves on. Then she can still stay associated with Hustler Casino Live. Then she can still have all the fringe benefits of the fame and the notoriety and the appearances on camera and the hosting and all that stuff she does with them. She didn't want to lose that right away. So she didn't want to throw Nick under that bus right away because she wasn't sure if she needed to. So what she's trying to do is set up the excuses as to why she took 4 days to say anything. That's what this is setting up. So she's going on, I thought maybe that Nick had a flirtatious relationship with her, and he said he did over the phone, so I took him at his word. Oh, what a mistake. How could I believe him? How could I believe him about other things? Look, I'll tell you one thing about Veronica. She's not a stupid woman. This is not a stupid or gullible person. So anyone reading those texts between Julia and Nick could tell that this was unwanted attention, could tell that Julia was uncomfortable, that Julia did not want this sort of back and forth. You could tell that without having any additional context. This is her trying to explain to everybody why it took her 4 days to come out. But let's continue.
A lot of really, really fucking embarrassing assumptions on my part. So Julia's tweets came out. He's like, oh, well, you know, we would call each other and be flirty. And yeah, so I was like, just lean into it, Nick. Like, if you have a flirty relationship with Julia and you guys are like, well, I don't know what you guys do. You know, if you guys are maybe smashing, I don't know, then just say it. And he was just like, I don't know. And I was just like, he's having a really weird reaction, because if someone I was flirting with, that we were mutually flirting with, posted that shit, I'd be like, are you kidding me? Like, we've been flirting all this time. So anyway, yeah, he had just like a weird reaction to it. And he was very emotional, visibly upset.
Yeah, of course he is, because this is going to lead to his end on Hustler Casino Live. Got a question for you, Veronica. Why didn't you just contact Julia and say, hey, I'm another woman. I'm a feminist. I always brag about my feminism on Twitter. I tell Twitter to cancel people because of my feminism, who are accused of much, much less. So, Julia, why don't you tell me, did you have a flirtatious relationship with Nick like he claims? Julia, can you tell me a bit more, woman to woman? She didn't do that. She just sat there for 4 days.
And he's at one point he said to me, I need your support. Like, I'm going to find out who my friends are. And what first thing I went through in my head was like, okay, you need my support. You want me to be your friend. I need the truth.
Right.
I need you to tell me the truth. I need you to tell me, are there more texts? Is there anything else I need to know? Because if you want me to stand by your side as your friend, like, this is way worse than the worst case scenario I was thinking. But I was thinking worst case scenario, he talks to a lot of women like this. He goes online. I tell him he needs to apologize. He needs to go get help. He's a sex addict or whatever it is. That's what I was thinking worst case scenario.
Really? So, again, I hate making this about me because it's not about me. It just annoys me to hear this. So, with Nick Vertucci doing these things, he just needs to go online, say, sorry, everybody, and I'm going to get help, and I'm a sex addict. But I write one post that's critical of a woman you barely even know, and I should be canceled for life. This is what I mean about the hypocrisy. This is what I mean. If you're going to be the staunch feminist who cancels any guy for good because he says anything slightly offensive, then you got to stick to it. And if your buddy, when you're at his house, is accused of something much, much worse, and you just want him to get counseling and apologize, and then everyone should forget it, that shows hypocrisy. That shows that you are out for something that you're going to gain from this individual. So that's why you don't want him canceled. That's why you don't want to throw him under the bus yet. It's so transparent.
But this is like what has transpired has been 10 times worse. So I said to him, you need to tell me the truth. You need to be open with me. He's like, no, this is it. There's nothing else. And I was like, are there other women? Like, are you doing this with someone else? No, this is it. This is nothing. Okay. I ended up switching my flight on Sunday. I was supposed to be there till like 9 p.m. He was supposed to cook dinner. Typically, we play poker on Fridays. These last 2 times I've been, not every time. And I've only been there like 4 times this year. Everyone thinks I live in LA. I don't. I'm barely involved in the scene in LA. So we played poker on Friday. We're supposed to do podcasts on Saturday. And then we have family dinner on Sunday with his whole family. I left early because he was a wreck.
No, you left early because you knew this ship was about to go down. And you didn't want to be on it. That's why you left early. I have never been of the impression that Veronica, the supposed feminist, was friends with Nick Vertucci because she thought that he held himself to the personal beliefs and standards that she, as this staunch feminist, held for herself. I never thought that. I thought that she was close with him because it benefited her to be close with him, and she overlooked anything that she might otherwise criticize. But it's more than that. It's that even when things like this happen, she is thinking, okay, how can I spin this? How can Nick spin this? Like, she's giving him advice on how to spin this. She's not like, oh, wow, I can't believe this guy does this stuff. Okay, I want nothing to do with him. It's like, okay, hey, Nick, come out and say you're sorry, and you'll get counseling, and you have a sex addiction. What? Like, who are you? What happened to this staunch feminist that has been on Twitter for all these years talking down to people for not meeting her lofty standards? So then she gets on a plane and runs away, not because she is worried about how this is going to look on her, but because Nick is such a wreck, because Nick is so sad. Yeah.
When I got home, I heard the space where Ellie talked about how he was asking to see her breasts and asking her. Ellie is trans.
Can you explain?
And he was asking to. Yeah. So Ellie is.
Sorry, go ahead.
Ellie is a openly trans woman, and if we can backtrack a little bit,
sure.
One of many Nick's run-ins with people was him not respecting pronouns in, I think it was like he was having an argument on Twitter with a trans woman, I believe. And if I misunderstand what the disagreement was, I apologize. I try not to get involved in all his shit because it's mind, like it's like brain scrambling. It's too much.
It's too much, but you kept staying on the show. Why? By the way, the trans woman that she's talking about, not Ellie here, but the other one that Nick was in an argument with and made fun of that person's pronouns, that person is actually a regular Poker Fraud Alert radio listener and has messaged me before. This person's coming back up. I don't want to say who they are and throw them into this whole thing, but it's funny that they're being brought up. Anyway, let's go on.
So he had misgendered, misused incorrect pronouns, disrespected pronouns. And then Ellie, I think, reached out to him and someone else in the trans community reached out to him. And it sounded like they broke bread and he asked for forgiveness and they forgave him and they had a relationship with him. And so I thought, oh my God, some growth, like, cool. I didn't know anything else. And then Ellie came on the show and said that he was asking her to see if she had a dick, asking for tit pics or breast pics or whatever, and just being creepy. I didn't know that. I didn't know about Poker Bunny. I didn't know he paid someone off to not put whatever recording out.
Yeah, that's another allegation that I haven't brought up yet. I guess there's so many of them here, but Poker Bunny herself did not make any allegations, so I don't want to make it sound like she did because she has not commented on this, and I don't think she will. But someone came forward to Matt Berkey and claimed that they had seen Nick's discussions with Poker Bunny and that they had some kind of sexual relationship or something, and that Nick was afraid this would get out, and that this person was being offered money by Nick to keep it quiet, basically keep quiet about what they had seen, or maybe even had screenshots of. So this was an anonymous person who alleged this to Matt Berkey, who then said he now believes it. This has not been verified. I'm just saying that this was put out via Matt Berkey, who got it from some anonymous person who claimed they had seen it. So that's what Veronica is referring to here. But this has not been verified, and Poker Bunny hasn't commented on it. And I don't see her commenting on it because Poker Bunny has really stabilized her life. This is someone who was kind of erratic, to say the least, and now is married, has a kid, and really I don't think wants any part of Twitter drama. So I can't see her delving into this matter. So I don't know if it's true or not true, but that's what was being said, and that's what Veronica is referring to.
I didn't know he was doing all this. Now, I mean, I don't know when you want me to talk about my.
You were on the Spaces. I know there was one that we reported about Ash.
Okay,
being on Ash on
yeah.
that one.
So Ash.
Okay, so
Ash came up.
Let me stop this here. The guy that speaks every so often is Craig Tapscott, who's a reporter, and he works for Poker.org. So he's not involved in any of this, and he's not someone that has any role in any of this story. He's just doing an interview here for Poker.org, in case you're wondering who that guy is. And I don't know what his relationship is with Veronica Brill, if he's friendly with her, if it's just he's the one conducting it. He's not saying very much. He's kind of just letting her talk. So whatever. I don't have really an opinion about him in this context. But I'm going to jump over to the 20-minute mark or so and listen to what she has to say about Ryan and Hustler Casino Live.
And a lot of these women are sounding similar. And you're no longer the victim. Maybe one, you could potentially be the victim and she's trying to extort money from you. But all of them? What are there now? 15 of them? And I told Nick, I'm like, you wanted me to be your friend. You fucking lied to me. You fucking made every story sound like you're the victim. Like every woman wants you. And now it fucking makes sense. And I'm so fucking embarrassed that I even believed him. And but I'm not like going to go to Ash and be like, hey, Ash, Nick told me you hit on her. Is that true? Like, I'm just not, it's not my thing. Like, I'm not going to do that. So
why not? Why not? So you're this feminist who is friends with Nick, who really cares about the treatment of women in poker, which is what Veronica has held herself out to believe all these years. And then you're hearing about women that you know of or know in poker that claim to have been mistreated by Nick. Why wouldn't you go to them and say, hey, this is being said. Is it true? What do you mean this is just something you don't do? I mean, you should want to do it. Not only is it something you should want to know as a feminist in poker who is friends with a guy who isn't exactly a feminist and now is facing a lot of different allegations, but also because you're attached to him and known to be attached to him. So anything that he has done, if it's true, will look bad on you. So why didn't you ask these people? And also, Julia alleged early on about the Lauren thing, which is the worst of the allegations, that Lauren left Hustler under these bad circumstances because of Nick. Why weren't you that curious about this? Why wouldn't you ask at least the other women? I don't know if you could contact Lauren, but the other ones you could definitely contact. Why didn't you? And the answer is because she didn't want to know. She was hoping this would blow over. That's why. This whole thing is an excuse as to why she stayed associated with Nick all the way up until the second when this stuff broke, and why she stayed silent for 4 days. That's what this whole thing's about. This whole thing is, hey, don't look at me badly. Don't change your mind about me. Don't think I'm a hypocrite. I'm a victim too. I'm a victim too because I was tricked. I was lied to. I thought Nick was a great guy. I thought Nick never did any of this stuff. I had no idea. I had no clue. I had no clue why Lauren vanished. I had no clue why Julie was banned. I had no clue about any of these stories. And once they came out, I still believed Nick because he told me so. I didn't want to ask the women. I just believed him. I mean, this is absurd. This is not a stupid person. It's absurd. This whole thing's about self-preservation.
So it's just like, I'm not hanging out with Nick on a regular basis. I've seen him once in 4 months. So, and I know...
If once in 4 months, but you happen to be at his house when this thing broke. That's a coincidence. Once in 4 months? And you're there physically with him when this whole thing was tweeted by Julia? What's that, like less than a 1% chance that he happened to be there?
Know that, like, backtrack, there were other instances with other women, but I didn't see it. I didn't see it. So
we... Go ahead, sorry.
No, I was going to go back to, like, when I first met him.
That's what I was going to say. We talked earlier today, just briefly, to see if we could set up something. I wanted to see where you're at. We've talked for a couple of years and say, where's Veronica at? Because a lot of the women, numerous women have come forward, and more will come out, I'm sure. And all of them said, if you talk to Veronica, she's a crusader in the industry. You need to speak with her. The respect they have for you. So I reached out to you. You said, yeah, let's talk. And I asked you, if this is the behavior we've seen, did this happen to you, and how did you deal with it?
You know, it does sound like that Craig Tapscott has a fairly friendly relationship with her, so this is not going to be like a hardball interview. But you heard what he said. She's a crusader in the industry, which is true. So how does the crusader in the industry keep as his podcast co-host, go over to his house, be so close to him, despite all the different controversies involving him over time? How does this happen? She's a crusader with everybody else except the guy that gives her exposure on the most popular poker show that there is. How does that happen? I can't figure it out, guys. Why did Nick get the pass and nobody else? Why did Nick get the benefit of the doubt and nobody else? Is it his charm? Is it his good looks? Is it his ability to bamboozle people? What was different about Nick than all these other people that she attacked as a crusader? What was so different about Nick that she was so cautious and so easily fooled by him? I can't figure it out, guys. What was it about him that was so different?
Yeah, so I haven't been avoiding anything. Like, any journalist that has reached out to me, I'm like, I'll talk. Whatever you want to know. I just haven't tweeted because I didn't think that a single tweet would encompass everything that is going on in my head or everything that I'm experiencing. Because I just know that a percentage of people are just going to pile on and attack me. And I've already had that. Like people seem to think that I need to be on their timeline when I address things. And I'm sorry, it just doesn't work that way.
You got to be on their timeline. No. Okay, it's very simple. A guy you are known to be very close to, and you are a co-host on his podcast, and you were at his house when the story broke. This guy is accused of all these bad things involving women, and you are known as a crusader on behalf of women. And for some reason, you've constantly overlooked everything that's been alleged about him and constantly made excuses about him and him only when he happens to be the one who can do the most for your fame and notoriety in poker. And you're telling people to wait for your timeline, that they have no right to expect a statement from you at all in 4 days? You didn't seem to want to wait very long before talking about me. You didn't seem to wait very long before asking people to cancel me. That you just blurted right out because I couldn't do anything for you anymore. I like this haughty attitude. They have to wait for my timeline. You got to be kidding me.
Especially considering I've been involved with like Nick's family. Like his wife is just very sweet and he has beautiful children. And like it's just like it's like such a weird fucking spot to be in. Anyway, when I will backtrack. I'm older, and again, I'm not saying any of this as an excuse. I'm in my late 40s, and so when I started playing poker, I was like playing with guys who were like working in the oil rigs. I was like playing with some like roughneck dudes, and like guys used to say the craziest shit to me. And like, I remember a guy making me cry at the table. Like, I've had sexual advances. Like, I learned very quickly that if I wanted to stay, I needed to nip the shit in the butt. And so I never wanted, like, I know shit happens in private games. I know shit happens, like, people are flirty. I don't let that shit happen. So, I mean, like, I stop it right away. So, Nick did hit on me and was creepy when we first met.
What? What? Hang on a second. So, Nick was creepy to you when you first met and hit on you when you first met. And then stories come out starting October 5th about other women alleging exactly this, and you believe Nick? Really? You had to wait 4 days to figure it out and then come forward with a statement? You experienced it yourself, but you weren't sure if you could believe these women. You believed Nick, and you didn't want to ask these women if it was true, or to explain further, or to give you further proof. Makes a lot of sense.
And I was like, that shit, like, don't do that shit. That's not fucking cool. And then when he asked me to join him on the show, on the podcast, I basically, like, he would say, like, creepy things here and there. And I was just like, like, Nick, fucking stop that shit. He never touched me. He never was aggressive with me. He never did any of that other shit. But he was just like, he would say creepy shit. And then, like, there was a time, and I don't even remember the exact timeline. I sat him down, and I was like, if you want me to fucking do this podcast with you, all that shit needs to stop. Like,
okay, so basically what she did, according to her own story right here, was that not only was Nick creepy to her at the beginning, and she kept telling him to stop, but he continued. And then finally she sat him down and said, okay, I can't be a co-host on your podcast anymore unless you stop being creepy. After, like, multiple instances of this. And her asking him to stop multiple times. And finally she sat him down and said, look, either stop this shit or I'm out. Question, Veronica. How come he got so many chances? How come after the first time of this, you didn't just walk away from him? How come after the second time, you didn't walk away from him? How come after the third time, you didn't walk away? How come? How come he got so many chances? How come I was canceled for one post? Not even about you or anyone you knew well. How come I was canceled over minor bullshit by you? And how come with Nick, you gave him so many chances and so many ultimatums? I don't know, guys. What do you think? Why do you think Nick got so many chances? What do you think the motivation might have been on Veronica's part to give him this many chances? Just because she's a forgiving person? Because she's an old school poker player who got used to guys talking this way? What do you guys think?
We need to be cool friends, and that's it. Like, if you want me to work with you. Otherwise, I'm fucking out. Like, this shit's not cool. And he literally never did it again. And so I have encountered so much of that. I'm not saying every guy's like that, but I've encountered so much of that it wasn't something that I would have he was like a creepy, pervy dude, but I didn't think he was like someone capable of sexual assault. And like, I didn't think that he was fucking shoving his tongue down women's throats and like creepy with everybody.
What? So, okay, first of all, the original allegation, the Julia allegation, did not allege any kind of sexual assault. In fact, Julia still is not claiming that Nick ever touched her inappropriately. She's never said that once, so I have to assume it never happened. Julia's not saying it happened. That was the beginning of this whole thing. That's what blew this whole thing up huge. And then additional women came forward with stories. And then also some stories came out that the women didn't come forward with, but others claimed had happened. So at minimum, when the Julia stuff was said, you had many experiences with him being creepy to you. So how is there even the slightest bit of doubt that Julia wasn't like telling the full truth in the context of a woman who did not want these advances? Obviously, she knew. Obviously, when Julia posted this, Veronica must have thought to herself, oh shit, this is exactly what Nick did to me. This must be true, because it happened to me also. And now the world is finding out, and I'm going to look terrible for this. I'm going to look terrible for staying associated with this guy. Shit, what do I do? What do I do? What do I do? I have to think that was her response. I have to think that was what was on her mind. You can't be going through this yourself and have to have multiple conversations with Nick to stop this. And then when other women say the exact same thing happened, you're like, well, Nick said it didn't, and they had a flirty relationship, so, well, I believe him. It makes no fucking sense. I'm sorry. It makes no sense. And if you just think about it, you can put together exactly what really was going on with her and what she was really thinking and what she was really concerned about. And it wasn't the other women. It wasn't feminism. It wasn't the rights of female poker players to be left alone. It wasn't that.
Everybody. So I am like, I know people are going to be like, well, you shouldn't be shocked because he did it to you. Like, I am shocked. I am. I just thought he was just like a fucking creepy dude. Like, I see them all the time. Like, but yeah, I mean, he wasn't as aggressive with me as he was with other women. Right. I'm getting all heated here talking about it.
So you feel that he's a creepy dude, and that's okay, though. You're a feminist in poker about everyone except him. So he is a creepy dude. He was a creepy dude with you, and somehow that's okay, though, as long as he doesn't take it further than being a creepy dude. Since when have you taken that position ever, publicly? When? I've seen the opposite from you. I've seen you be very nasty and condescending to men that you felt didn't treat women well. In fact, there was a controversy at the World Series that had nothing to do with any of this, where Veronica got into it with an Australian guy at the table and claimed that he was mistreating her because she was a woman. And then it came out from some respected people at the table that Veronica was sharing her cards with the person next to her every time she'd fold. So before she'd fold, she'd show them what she's folding. Not every single hand, but she was doing it frequently. And that this Australian guy at the table got pissed off about it and told her to stop. And then they got into words with each other, and they had a big argument. So that was what really happened. But she was putting out there that such and such person at table this, seat number this, was attacking her because she's female. Mistreating her because she's female. And people said, hey, wow, this is pretty inappropriate because, what if people come down there and find the guy and beat him up because they think he's victimizing her? It's a very big difference of such and such person is being a jerk to me because I'm female and talking down to me and making rude comments and et cetera, et cetera. There's a big difference between that and this person is having a dispute with me because of me showing my whole cards to the person next to me, which is against the rules, and they're pissed off about it and they made some angry comment back to me and now we're arguing with each other. The latter is just very standard stuff that happens between people all the time at the World Series. That has nothing to do with sex or gender. If I were to do that, if I were at the World Series of Poker and showing my cards to the guy next to me when I was folding and some dude made a rude comment to me because he was tired of it and felt it wasn't fair to him as another person in the hand, then would that be about sex or gender? No, of course not. It'd be about my doing something that's against the rules and him not liking it. So that's what she was doing, according to some reliable people at the table. And that's not the way she portrayed it on Twitter.
No, well, it's an emotional situation. I've talked to many women in the last 48 hours, and it can be upsetting. People have been crying on the phone and sharing their heart. I know, let's talk a bit about that. I know now that Julia and other women are talking to you, have reached out to you. And Lauren will tell her story eventually, and that's for her, So, but maybe you can share.
I didn't speak with Julia. I've never spoken with Julia.
You've spoken with some women, right? Can you share a bit about that? Have reached out to you, right? Or have they?
No. I've spoken to Lauren. Okay. I eventually spoke to her because I heard one side of the story and I needed to hear the other side. I needed to understand. I needed to know that it wasn't some crazy woman who was trying to extort money, and it sounded like a woman who no one listened to, and was put in really terrible situations by a predatory man.
Let's stop right here. So you did talk to Lauren, the one who had the worst thing happen to her, if the allegations are true, of all these. When did you speak to Lauren? This interview was posted October 9th. I presume it was either recorded on the 9th or the 8th. When did you speak to Lauren? This happened on the 5th, the Julia tweets. And I think the Lauren thing was brought up on the 6th. When did you speak to her? Why didn't you come out immediately on Twitter and say that you spoke to Lauren and that now you believe that Nick is a predator? When did you speak to Lauren? I have a feeling it wasn't like moments before this interview.
Who had there was a power dynamic there. Yeah. And that's another thing I think Nick doesn't understand. Like if I'm flirting, let's say I send you a flirty text, Greg, we go to the $1 million cash game and I'm like, you look very handsome today, like looking sharp. I can say that to you because we're friends or whatever. I don't know if I would say that to you. I don't know if we've got that dynamic yet, but I'm saying if I did. But if you were working under me and I was your manager, I can't tell you look handsome, look great. I don't even hug anyone at work. Like you just don't do that. So I don't think he understands that power dynamic.
Have you talked to anybody else? We talked a bit about Shishimi's post that she did during one stream, ask him to not touch her, that she thought it was sexual harassment. And he said, oh, that's just a joke. And she goes, no, I'm serious. Don't touch me. And then there's been some other talk a bit about some of the interactions with some of the other women at the table. You never saw anything while you were at the games, right? You never saw anything.
I played on Hustler Casino Live once on Max Payne Monday. I didn't sit next to Nick. I didn't see any of that. To be honest with you, I barely watch Hustler Casino Live.
I ain't see nothing. I don't know nothing. I ain't heard nothing. You got to be kidding me. Oh, I hardly ever play on Hustler Casino Live. I don't watch it. How would I know about these things? Does anyone believe this? Does anyone believe these stories? Does anyone think this is an honest and straightforward person who cares about women in poker? Anyone?
Like, I haven't even watched the $1 Million Cash games that I've been on. Like, I just don't watch it. I don't have time. I'm just like, I can't spend 4 hours a night doing that. So he would tell me, I mean, he he was like, I don't like sashimi. And I'm like, well, why? Like, sashimi's freaking awesome. She's sassy. Like, when I met her, I told her, I'm like, when you come to San Francisco, I want to go get meal of food with you. Cause like, I think she's so fucking like sharp and sassy and I love it. And he's like, yeah, well, you know, she was so rude to me. Like I touched her ear and she claimed it was sexual harassment and she said that word and it was so rude. And I was like, oh, okay, well, you know, maybe you misunderstood her. Like, I don't know. I didn't think much of it. Cause like,
yeah, why would you think of it? So he admits to you that he touched a woman's ear and that she didn't like it. And you as a feminist don't go, well, why did you touch her ear? What was the context under which you touched her ear? What made you think it was okay to touch her ear? You don't ask that? You know, you're just like, okay, cool, you know, whatever, just he said, she said, just, you know, misunderstanding. Okay, cool, Nick. So when's the next show again? When's the next time I can be your co-host? When's the next time I can be part of the $1 million game and be the announcer? When can I do this again? Like, oh my God, this is so insincere.
Like sashimi, I don't know, like she kept coming back and I didn't hear anything of it. So I didn't think anything of it. And then all these stories that are coming out now, I heard Nick's side of the story. And of course, it was all, because I didn't watch it. I didn't watch Hustler Casino Live. And then he would just give me a brief summary of like, oh yeah, someone was on there. Kelly Minkin said sexual harassment. And then someone got mad and it was just so stupid. And I'm just like, okay, like I don't know. Like no one else said anything to me.
Why would you say okay? First of all, I didn't even know about Kelly Minkin being involved here. Like, that's the first time I've heard of that. But putting that aside, you keep hearing story after story after story about Nick sexually harassing people, and you're like, oh, okay, well, yeah, I hadn't heard anyone else say anything about this. So I'm sure, even though this is like the 20th time I've heard it about different people, I'm sure there's just a misunderstanding time and time and time and time again. And I, as a feminist, will just put this aside for you only, Nick. For you only.
I didn't watch the show. No one's tweeting about anything bad. I'm like, oh, okay, Nick's just fucking hypersensitive again about some bullshit. Like, I don't know. Nick's trying to fight with someone because that was par for the course for the Nick. And it was kind of fun having this like guerrilla, you know, this guy who like is like so hot-headed and like can't think straight as like this opposite co-host who like, you know, yammered on about stuff. It was like there would be a lot of attention on our podcast because this guy's fucking pissed off at everyone and like everyone hates him. And
bingo, there you are right there. There's a lot of attention on the podcast. That's the reason. There you go. She said it. She put up with it because there's a lot of attention on the podcast and on the show. That's why. She said it right there. Listen to what she admits to. It's right there. And I know what she's also trying to say, oh, you know, it makes for a better podcast when you have two people who are opposite. You have the guy who's just making all these inappropriate comments and the feminist woman who's outraged and calls him out about the stuff he says on the show. And it makes for good banter. That's what she's trying to say here. Here's the problem, though. If you keep hearing over and over and over about the guy that you work with and are friends with, and you go over to his house, that he is sexually harassing women, that there's allegation after allegation, and he himself tells you about these allegations, and you decide that you don't care. You decide that just because it makes a good podcast because the two of you are opposite and have a lot of opposite views, that's what you'll focus on. If you want to take that position, then you lose your feminist card. You lose your ability to ever be an activist on Twitter about how women are treated. If you want to be the woman who just doesn't care that this stuff happens, you need concrete proof right in front of your face before you'll say a word. That you're one who's just old school and are just used to guys acting this way. It just doesn't bother you. Just doesn't get you worked up. Okay, if you want to be that woman, then you cannot cancel other people. You cannot be the crusader. You cannot be the poker feminist. You can't. You can't have both ways. You can't be the poker feminist when it's going to gain you clout and points on Twitter, And the person who looks the other way when the one accused is a person who allows you to have fame and notoriety in poker. You can't. It's impossible.
And it was like kind of funny to me. But in hindsight, like I didn't realize the extent of all of these little situations. And like, I don't know, like, I'm very embarrassed that I gave him the benefit of the doubt. Okay,
I've heard enough. I can't listen to this anymore. It's the same thing over and over. It's just so insincere. So many contradictions, so many things that don't make any sense, especially in the context of the way she usually is on Twitter with everybody else. So many weird things like, I don't know if Julie is telling the truth. I don't know if they have a flirtatious relationship. And Nick was always creepy with me, and I had to keep asking him to stop. But I don't know if Julie was telling the truth. I just believe Nick. What the hell? How do you get on an interview with Poker.org and say things like this? If you want to see the whole thing, it's called Veronica Brill Breaks Silence Amidst Shocking Nick Vertucci Scandal. It's on the Poker.org YouTube channel. It's 49 minutes long. I'm not going to play the rest of it. I've heard enough. But I'll read you some of the comments. I'm just reading from the top of the page on YouTube. From Dwarmer9158, how many times are we going to allow Veronica to attach herself to crooks and sexual predators, and when they get caught, she acts like she never knew and starts outing them in interviews? From Joshua Fortune 5391, I call BS on the fact that Veronica was, quote, tricked by Nick's side of the story when she says that her own first interactions with him were creepy and she even had to sit him down and tell him to stop being a pervert. Real answer is everyone has known Nick was a creep, and now that it's being publicized, they're distancing themselves from him and downplaying their knowledge of his actions. Exactly. From Trong Wen 3943, Veronica is the same type of person like Nick. Any good player can tell her story doesn't add up. She's fake as fuck. I agree. Deflex Zone wrote, Veronica's actually full of it. She would have cozied up to Jeffrey Dahmer if she thought it would further her own interests. She knew exactly the type of person Vertucci was. It just benefited her at the time to keep quiet. Now that there's a scandal around, she wants to insert herself right in there. This woman is fake and an absolute opportunist. She wants to be the morality and poker police, but I think most people are sick of her shtick at this point. By the way, I'm not cherry picking these. These are just, from the top down. I haven't found one positive one yet. W.A. Miller wrote, I respect Veronica for speaking out about Postle, but this is all bullshit. Anyone at home who watched 5 minutes of Hustler Casino live could tell he was a total piece of shit. You don't work with someone as close as Veronica did and not know he's a total scumbag. From Guybrush Threepwood, Nick was hitting on me and a total creep when I first met him, and then I went to trust him completely for the next however many years. Okay, makes sense. I haven't skipped one comment. I'm just reading them all in order. From Jonathan Skies, 4986, Veronica Brill needs to bugger off back to Sacramento and keep struggling at 2.5. So tired of this woman. From Young Sushio, Veronica accepted money to deal with a known creep. Now that it's public, she's acting appalled. Just one after another. It's amazing. At least everyone sees through it. Ballin' Balla wrote, Veronica, you're no saint yourself. You knew what you were getting into when you got into business with Nick. Convenient that you're distancing yourself from the sinking ship now. That one was a little further down. But the bottom line is, like, all the other ones I read were just from the top down. Just people weren't buying this. People saw exactly what I saw there and what you just listened to. This is what I've been saying ever since I got backstabbed last year. That this just is a hypocrite and someone who's out for herself and will step on anybody to get ahead. It's very sad because I felt bad for her 5 years ago when Postle's buddies were saying awful things to her. And I admired what she did involving the Postle thing at the time. And I still don't think she was wrong about Postle. But you can be right about Postle and still be a bad person yourself. Look at that story from a long time ago with, remember the airport scammer? We had him on the show, in fact, to explain himself. Then he kept scamming at airports. But Michael Borovitz, remember him? Who used to go to airports and make up stories to get emergency money from people and then just pocket the money and then gamble with it. Remember him? Even the New York Post did an article about him. He kept getting busted at airport after airport after airport, even after we had him on the show to explain himself. Anyway, Mike Borovitz, before that all came out, over 10 years ago, called out pretty obnoxious thing that was happening at the Rio, where a floor man was demanding bribes, he called them tips, in order to run sit-and-goes. So a sit-and-go, which is a one-table tournament, at the Rio, like they would get enough players to start it, and they'd say, hey, why are we not starting this? And the floor man would start singing. He actually starts singing, I like Greece. Greece makes me feel good. And he's trying to say, grease my palms, so I'll start the game. So people had to tip the guy to start the freaking game. You can't do that at the Rio as a floor man. So Mike Borovitz called it out on 2+2. And indeed, this turned out to be true. And they fired the guy. So Mike Borovitz was very temporarily a hero for this, for calling it out and bringing the World Series of Poker's attention to this. And then it turned out he was a big scammer himself. So, sometimes the person calling out bad behavior isn't exactly a great person themselves, and that's the case here. So Veronica isn't a scammer or a cheater of any type, but not a sincere, good, or honest person. So I just wanted to put that out there. Yes, I had personal experience, but people are finally seeing what I saw a year and a half ago, and I was so disappointed. I was so disappointed because when that happened a year and a half ago, I felt like a fool for ever having stuck my neck out there. I felt like a fool for having to deal with this lawsuit and all the bullshit from Postle because I tried to help. And I got kicked in the ass for it. I got kicked in the ass by the person I was helping. I tried to do the right thing, and then I got kicked in the ass when that person had the chance to temporarily get a little Twitter clout at my expense. It was awful. But it's so fitting here because here I was canceled. I was attacked for one stupid post on my site that was saying some politically incorrect and offensive things about a female in poker, but nothing further than that. And then she's hearing story after story after story about Nick Vertucci sexually harassing people at Hustler. And she's like, whatever. Maybe he's just sensitive. Maybe this person's just sensitive. Maybe there's a misunderstanding for the 20th time. Who cares? Of all people to be so dismissive of this. That's why everyone is just outraged listening to this shit. Because you can't posture in that way for so long and then be the opposite. You want to cancel people for politically incorrect posts, so you can't associate yourself with a guy like Nick Vertucci, and you especially can't stay associated with him when you keep hearing sexual harassment stories one after another, even from his own mouth, and be totally uncurious about what's really going on. You've seen those monkeys that have their eyes covered and the ears covered and the mouth covered? That was basically Veronica Brill with Nick Vertucci. She covered her ears, eyes, and mouth when anything came out that was negative about Nick, or even if Nick told her things that were alleged about him. She didn't want to know. Very, very uninterested in knowing the details. So to conclude, I think Hustler Casino Live has a big problem. They've sent Nick to the ether. He still owns half the show, but they're trying to get it sold in some way, or at least give the appearance it is. And they're going to try to plod on, but they've got a lot of problems going forward. Big name players are not going to want to appear there. Ryan has still not made any statements, and people are probably unhappy about that. In fact, I know people are unhappy about that. The show is going to always have the stench of what happened here. And people have not liked the way that Hustler Casino Live has handled it thus far. The Lauren thing is still an open matter, and if more things happen regarding that, maybe a lawsuit, maybe Lauren speaking out, whatever it might be, that's going to reopen these wounds. Are they ever going to get high-profile players coming back there? Is anyone going to want to touch them with a 10-foot pole? Are they ever going to get to the point where they don't have to keep banning people from their chat over and over who are trolling about this matter? Or is that just their future of nobody's in the lineup, trolls in the chat room, and people harassing them on Twitter every time they post about the daily lineup? Because if that just continues for the long term or even the medium term, they're going to have to think about shutting it down. Also, will Hustler renew? I'm talking about Hustler Casino. Will they renew with Hustler Casino Live whenever their contract expires? It's another good question. So for those who think they want to buy Nick Vertucci's part, you may want to think again, because the value has gone way down as a result of this scandal. I don't know if it's ever going to recover. I don't know if we'll be talking a year from today and Hustler will be still airing this as if nothing happened, and they'll have big names on there again, and they will be firing on all cylinders, having gotten past this, or if it's just going to be gone, or if it's going to be like a shadow of its former self. And by the way, now there's an opening. Now that Hustler is bruised, now there is an opening for other poker streams, such as the former Live at the Bike, to grab the baton and run and pass Hustler. So that can happen too, that Hustler will just become less relevant and the known players, the interesting players, will be appearing on other shows. So it's not just they won't appear on Hustler, they may appear elsewhere, and then that'll make Hustler less relevant. By the way, Julia is appearing regularly on another show in the LA area, in fact, right down the street from Hustler, under the same ownership that the Lucky Lady Casino. DGAF, if you remember him, he was involved with Hustler Casino Live, and he had some kind of bad experience with them. Obviously not sexual harassment, but he had some kind of experience with them where he left on bad terms, and then basically runs his competing show down the street at the Lucky Lady Casino, which is under the same ownership as Hustler Casino. But he's not part of Hustler Casino Live at all. He's not part of that group anymore. And Julie has now been appearing on that show instead. I'm not saying that's going to become the new Hustler Casino Live, but I'm just saying that Julie has jumped over there. There's just a number of streams people can jump to. Hustler Casino Live was doing as well as it did because Ryan Feldman had the influence to get these interesting lineups together. He was very good at putting together lineups and networking with people, being likable, being soft-spoken and easygoing, being someone who could get quality games together and even get real celebrities on there like Mr. Beast and others who would come play who aren't necessarily poker players but just would enjoy poker every so often and had fame from elsewhere. So Ryan was great with getting lineups together. But the lineups we've seen since this broke, I mean, those are not very exciting lineups, and I don't know when the next time will be that they have an exciting lineup. And now this might even affect celebrities from appearing on there, like Mr. Beast. You know, would Mr. Beast ever want to come back to a show that has this history with it? Who knows? So these are all concerns. Maybe if they get rid of Nick and you never see anything from him again involving Hustler Casino Live and they announce he sold his part, maybe they can move on. Some of these things seem bigger and more major as they're happening, and then people kind of forget about them over time. That's how it is with everything. But also sometimes these things are just irreparably broken. So it remains to be seen what will happen with Hustler Casino Live. The problem was they were in a bad spot. Once this scandal broke and became big, they did make a mistake by not posting something immediately. I know they were hoping it would die down, but I could have told them it wasn't going to. I could see this was going to be something that had some staying power. They should have made a very, very quick statement, be very apologetic, and try to get Nick as soon as possible to agree to go away, or at the minimum, they could have probably convinced him right away to step back and made that statement. Kind of make a statement like they eventually did, but much sooner. Or pause the show for a few days while they work this out. But the problem is they couldn't really just make a statement and move on because there were a lot of questions. Who knew about this stuff? What happened to Lauren? What did people know about Lauren? Why didn't people believe Lauren? Why didn't anyone act outraged about what happened to Lauren? And what level of complicity existed from those who were close to Hustler Casino Live? And that's what Veronica was trying to diffuse by doing that stupid interview, but she just made herself look worse. That's what Airball was trying to do by making his post. Others like Ryan Feldman have so far said nothing. So I don't know if they can come back from this. And you guys know I'm not one of these virtue signalers or left-wingers at all. Of course, I'm right-wing. You know I'm not one of these people to just jump on the bandwagon when there's some sort of allegation like this and just automatically say, okay, the woman must be right, and we got to cancel the male. That's not me at all. But at the same time, when there's wrongdoing, there's wrongdoing. And it appears there is wrongdoing here. It appears there's a lot of wrongdoing here. And there's especially a lot of wrongdoing in the context of this day and age and what's expected of men who are in any position of power. So it doesn't matter what I think. And by the way, I do think that this is inappropriate. I do think that if you're in any position of power, you should never, never, never try to flirt or hit on any women. Ever. And even if they flirt with or hit on you, you should kind of try to stay away from it because of the potential of it looking bad. And if you do go forward with it, then you've got to be real careful that you have the receipts to show that this was completely consensual on both ends. But it's just best to avoid completely. In fact, I remember, I worked real jobs prior to playing poker. And I remember there were women at my workplace that I found attractive, that I was interested in. But I told myself, absolutely not. I will never express this interest. I will never flirt. I will never make any remarks, nothing. It's going to treat him like one of the guys. Because I just can't do this in a workplace environment. Even if I do it very subtly and very carefully, I can't do it. This is, of course, many, many years ago, like in the 90s. But I thought, I can't do this. So Nick should have known this. Nick should have stayed away from this completely. And as you saw, he still persisted somewhat, even when it was clear that there was no interest. So even if he ultimately backed off, like he did from Ash Kardash and from Julia, the damage is already done, especially with Julia. This is the type of thing that society sees as a big deal nowadays. So you had to be very careful. And as I said, this doesn't score you any points with women. If his goal was to get laid, if his goal was to use Hustler Casino Live as a vehicle to meet women and have sex with them, this isn't the way to do it. You can use this as an avenue to get to know them and then try to turn on the charm, and maybe some women will be interested in you. And then you can go from there, if that's really what you want to do. But you have to be very careful about it. You have to be very good at being able to tell where there's interest and where there isn't. And it looked like he didn't have a clue with that. It'll be interesting to see where it goes from here. I'll give you some updates as they happen, especially with the Lauren thing. That's still something we have not seen resolved yet at all. As a last topic on this matter, you might wonder, could Nick possibly be criminally investigated and charged for any of this? The answer is no. He did not commit any criminal actions there. So this is not a criminal situation. He's not going to go to jail for this. Could he be sued for this? Well, most of it, no. For example, Julia doesn't have a right to appear on Hustler Casino Live. So even if Nick decides he's just not going to let her on the show anymore because she rejected him, he actually can do that as someone who runs the show. He can just say, it's my show, I decided I don't like her anymore. And she can go public and make him look crappy, as she did, but she wasn't an employee, so the usual sexual harassment laws don't apply. I'm talking about civil law. The one who could sue both Hustler Casino Live and Hustler Casino would be this Lauren, if the allegations are true, or if they can be shown in any reasonable fashion. And I really have to think Lauren's probably considering this. So that's where they are legally liable, but again, it's still not criminal. Even the touching of Sashimi's ear, while highly inappropriate, that wouldn't be considered enough to be constituting criminal sexual assault. It's not like he grabbed her genitalia or something. This was just touching her ear. So there's no way a criminal case would ever be built around that. And even if it could, the statute of limitations might be up anyway. I don't know when it happened. But it wouldn't. There would never be a criminal case around that. So this is not a criminal matter. And I think with everybody except Lauren, it's not even a civil matter. It's just one of these things that looks bad when publicized. Do I think we will see Nick Vertucci again anywhere in poker? No. I think he's exiting stage left. I think that anytime he attempts to appear, he's going to just get trolled with pictures of pencils and people making other comments about tea, as like testosterone I'm talking about, or various other stupid things, with peaches, oranges, whatever. He's just going to get that response whenever he appears anywhere in social media. And I think if he plays poker, that he'll just get trolled if it's anywhere like in a public setting. I think maybe if he just goes to a card room and plays, then he won't be bothered. Or if he plays the World Series, he probably won't be bothered. But what's really the point if you are successful in something? Like, let's say he makes it deep in a World Series event. Well, all that's going to happen is people all over social media are going to be bringing this up again and rooting against him. So, what's really the point? So I think he's probably just leaving the community. You'll probably see him pop somewhere else eventually. When Veronica said he was very stressed, I believe that. If you picture a day in the life of Nick Vertucci today, I'm sure these are dark days for him. I'm sure he's really, really devastated that this has just all evaporated so quickly. That he went from someone influential in the poker space to somebody who is reviled and basically had to leave his own show. Even if he stays on as a secret owner, he still has left his own show as far as what the public sees. So I'm sure this is very difficult, even though he's not going to get any criminal consequences from this and possibly no civil consequences. It's like his favorite toy got taken away for good. So I believe that part. What about the other people who are associated with They Land on Their Feet, like Nick Airball and Veronica and Ryan Feldman? That remains to be seen. Ryan is not accused of sexually harassing anyone. And I believe he hasn't. That just really isn't him. So the worst that's being said about him right now is that he was aware of it and said nothing and let it happen, which isn't a good look either, but it's a far removed situation from what was happening with Nick. And it's possible if he is involved with another production in the future that people will not object terribly loudly, but it's also possible they will. Veronica will be interesting because a lot of people were very, very critical of her here. And there's always been like this impression of her for the last, few years or so that's kind of been bubbling under the surface, that she's not genuine and that she's out for herself and she's a fame chaser. But people didn't want to say it. A lot of people just kind of said it under their breath, and now everyone felt free to say it because this happened. And then she did that stupid interview. Whether she rebounds from this and people are cool with her, I don't know. She's already trying to move past it. She already posted some picture of herself and said the Twitter Spaces misogynist can kiss my ass or something like that. I'm just paraphrasing here. And she's just trying to move on. Kind of like I made my statement. Too bad if you don't like it, sort of thing. Has she worn out her welcome? Is she someone that anyone else is going to hire to do any kind of hosting? Is she going to have any kind of influence in poker anymore? I don't know. Very possibly not. Airball, well, he was not directly involved with Hustler Casino Live. He was just a frequent player and friendly with those running it. So he can probably exit this okay because he wasn't involved with the production and he wasn't anything more than just someone who was on a whole lot and got close to the people running it. And he also wasn't someone who postured as a great guy. Whereas Veronica postured as this great feminist of poker who cared about women, Airball was just always kind of a heel, always kind of a jerk. In fact, I think it was even kind of an act. I don't even think he's as bad of a guy as he tries to make himself appear. And I say this even as someone who's blocked by him. I'm not saying he's a wonderful person, but I think he was trying to come off as more of a jerk than he actually is to get attention on these streams. For that reason, because he wasn't known as this great guy in the first place, I don't think this is going to damage his reputation that much because he wasn't seen as someone who did anything here. He didn't sexually harass anybody, and he's never been someone who's been standing up and always defending women and acting like a big feminist. So I think he'll probably exit this one okay for the most part, but I think this will still follow him around a bit. As far as the announcers, the commentators on there, I think they'll be okay. I know there's been some heat that they've been getting, but there's only so far you can say this extends. Those that are just down there commentating, I mean, how much can you blame them? But everybody who has an association with it's going to have some stain from this to some degree, just some a lot more than others. What a mess. That's all I can say. What a mess. And seriously, guys, I know most of you know this already, but like, let's say a woman at the poker table is wearing a low-cut shirt and her boobs are right out there. As tempting as it is to say something, don't say anything. There's no upside to it. There really isn't. It's not going to impress her. Even if the woman is looking for attention by dressing that way, she's looking for attention like, hopefully dudes that I would like show me attention and just talk to me and don't mention this. That's kind of what they're going for. They're not going for perverted comments at the table. They're not just going for creeps making remarks. And I understand the argument, like, if you don't want the attention, why would you dress this way? If you don't want people commenting on your boobs, why are you putting them out there? I get that. It makes sense. You can't just say that someone who dresses this way has a right to get outraged if people notice the way they're dressing. But at the same time, that doesn't authorize dudes to just be creepy because of the way they're dressed. Especially people who have an influence over whatever situation it might be, whether it's someone who's their supervisor at work or someone who sets these lineups at these poker shows. If there's any power dynamic, you just have to keep your mouth shut. And even if there isn't, you should keep your mouth shut because it's not going to get you anywhere other than being seen as a creep. So there's no point. You just shouldn't do it. I've never done it once. That's why for all the criticism I've received over the years from people on social media or forums or whatever, you'll never see one of people saying that I sexually harassed any women in poker. Because I've never done it. I never will do it. And I've never been in any position of power in poker. I'm just a guy who shows up and plays. In fact, I treat all the women at the table the same way I treat the men. I treat them in the identical way. And that involves basically if they are nice to me, I'm nice to them. If they're not nice to me, then I won't be all that nice. It's the way I am with dudes at the table. That's the way I am with women at the table. Doesn't matter. If you treat me with respect, I treat you with respect. If you're nasty to me, then, I'll say something back to you. But I never start up with anybody. Anybody who's played with me knows that I'm very nice to everybody at the table as long as they're nice to me. And respectful to everybody at the table if they're respectful to me. Because it makes it unpleasant if you're playing poker and being a jerk or being creepy or anything like that. You don't want to make people at the table uncomfortable. You just want to let everybody play, enjoy playing. Moving on, let's talk about another controversy. And this involves Norman Chad. Now, this is not anywhere nearly as serious as the Nick Vertucci stuff, and Norman Chad will get past this, but it is something that is getting a lot of play on Twitter at the moment. It just happened recently. It started on October 14th, so this was about 36 hours ago when this started. So it's a pretty fresh thing happening, and it's not quite over yet. So here's the story. Maria Konnikova is a Russian-American author who also plays poker. She wrote a number of books about her experience in the poker world. And she's pretty well liked. She's not like a huge name in poker, but she's known and she's pretty well liked, and she really hasn't been in any controversy. So she's just someone who was a female in poker, wrote about her experiences, her books were pretty well received, and that was pretty much that. And she still plays, and if you asked anyone about her prior to this recent controversy, that's what just about everybody would say. So then she won a bracelet. But not just any bracelet. She won a $888 No Limit Hold'em online bracelet. That was her first bracelet. And she started getting congratulatory messages throughout Twitter, including from the WSOP itself. Because this was a known name in poker who won her first bracelet. And, of course, she's female, so that makes it more notable. And it seemed like it was going to end there. It seemed like, okay, Maria Konnikova won an online bracelet, whatever. Guess good for her. People seem to like her. Congratulations, blah, blah, blah. That would have been the end of the story. I would have never mentioned it on this show because we only talk about controversial or unusual situations, not just who wins bracelets. Unless it's me. Anyway, Norman Chad, who is, of course, the longtime WSOP TV commentator, he had decided to step into the hornet's nest here and make a very controversial post on Twitter. This is what he wrote. Tournament Poker 2024. This is not to throw shade at Maria Konnikova, who just won her first World Series of Poker bracelet. But here's how it happened. She played in the $888 No Limit Hold'em Fall Crazy Eights event online. You had to be in Michigan, New Jersey, or Nevada to enter, online. She ran out of chips. She re-entered. She ran out of chips again. She re-entered. She ran out of chips again. She re-entered, and she ended up with all the chips and a bracelet. That was his tweet. So then Eric Seidel, of course a huge name in poker, very old school, responded, "What's the point of this, Norman? She's worked her ass off and is one of our best ambassadors." Now, I'll agree with that she is a good ambassador of poker, very non-controversial, and there's no reason to attack her. She just won a tournament. Norman Chad wrote back, "My apologies. I was simply trying to reiterate a point about unlimited re-entry, and she was collateral damage. It had nothing to do with her." So people didn't love that answer. Michael Ian Black, who is a comedian who sometimes plays poker. Remember him on the I Love the 80s specials on VH1? That's where I know him from. Anyway, he asked, did she do something from the other players? If not, what's the problem? Norman Chad wrote back, "There is no problem. I was commenting on unlimited re-entry. Sometimes a cigar is just a cigar. When I wrote this is not to throw shade at her, I meant this not to throw shade at her. My crisis communications team will handle all further inquiries," which is kind of funny. Michael Ian Black wrote back, "Just seems shitty to call out a winner by name as if that person did anything out of the ordinary or wrong." And then someone named Ian Burns responded and said, "The idea I think Norman is getting to is that winning bracelets has been cheapened by being able to win them online and being able to rebuy. I personally believe every bracelet event should be a freeze-out, but money is king and rebuys are needed for massive payouts." Anyway, it is true that Norman Chad has long complained about unlimited rebuy tournaments, and I believe he's also complained about online tournaments being bracelet tournaments. But he's mainly gone after the unlimited rebuy tournaments, and you know what? He's right. I agree with him on that point. Not about what he wrote regarding Maria Konnikova, and I'll get to that shortly, but I agree with him just on the subject of unlimited re-entry tournaments. The problem is that unlimited re-entry tournaments corrupt the entire concept of tournament poker. Tournament poker was meant as something where everybody begins on equal footing, other than skill. But that nobody has an advantage over the other because they're richer or because they can sink more money into the tournament or anything like that. Just everybody starts with the same number of chips. You can't rebuy. If you're out, you're out. Like that's how the World Series of Poker main event functions. There's no rebuys. There's no add-ons. You just sit down, you play. If you lose your chips, you're out. You can't play again until next year. They started introducing rebuys mainly so people who came all the way to Vegas or wherever else they're playing tournaments weren't frustrated that they'd run badly at the beginning, be out, and then have gotten very little play out of their trip to the venue. So that I understand. I understand why 1 and even 2 rebuys can be okay. But unlimited causes a problem because you have deep-pocketed pros that will just keep firing money over and over and over into these tournaments until one of these bullets catches on. Now, those who are pro-unlimited rebuy say, hey, well, that just juices the prize pool. That just adds more and more to the prize pool, so fine. If some pro wants to put 10 bullets in to finally be able to start running deep, let him. That adds more money to the prize pool, and it's more money for the rest of us if they just play recklessly. The problem is that once you allow this to happen, once you have a lot of pros doing this, then the end of the tournament is very top pro heavy. And that's not what you want if you're not a top pro yourself. In fact, even if you are a top pro yourself, you don't want that. It makes it much harder in the end stages if there's very few amateurs or kind of average-ish players that are left. If it's all a bunch of crushers, you don't want that. It's going to be very tough, no matter who you are. And that's what ends up if you have all these very good players that can combat early bad luck by just rebuying. Because what keeps a lot of the top players from being there at the end is just bad luck. They just don't run well, they're out, they can't rebuy, they're gone. But that's not true if they can just keep rebuying until something catches on. Now, if you want a min cash, if you want to just chase a min cash, fold to a min cash, then yes, it's good to have these unlimited rebuys because then you're not worried about dealing with the crushers at the end. The more rebuys there are, the sooner you're going to hit the money. So if your whole goal is to cash and not really worried about anything past cashing, then yeah, people shooting rebuys into it, even if they're really, really good, is fine for you because you're not going to deal with the problem at the end where it's very, very top pro heavy. And the money will come sooner. But if you want to make decent money and be there in the later stages, then you should not want these unlimited rebuys. You should not want 20 of the top players entering each, meaning not 20 people, but like one guy becomes 20 of him because he takes 20 shots at it. Because his percentage he adds to the prize pool is not going to matter that much when you have him at the end. You're not going to say, well, sucks to have this really tough guy here with a big stack to my left, but it is good he put 20 buy-ins and made the prize pool a little bit bigger. That you're not going to say that. You're going to say, shit, I wish this guy wasn't here. Sucks that he wasn't just out after he busted his first bullet. So I agree with Norm and Chad on this. I also agree that online bracelets are stupid. They should have something else that they give away for online prizes, as far as like the trophy, and have it not be a bracelet, because an online bracelet is supposed to be equivalent to a live bracelet. So when they say Maria Konnikova won her first bracelet, that is supposed to be just as good and just as equivalent to a bracelet that you would win in Las Vegas in the summer. And it shouldn't be. And this is nothing against Maria. I will say the same thing about dudes who win online bracelets. And in fact, I've said it before. Now, it's not their fault. It's not the fault of the player. But online bracelets should not be equivalent to live bracelets for a number of reasons. The biggest reason is that online is subject to cheating in ways that live tournaments are not. Now, it's not that there's never any cheating in live tournaments. It's that it's much easier to cheat online. Because all you need is someone to take over for you, and it can be undetectable. For example, you could have your buddy come over who's a much better player than you and just take over on your computer. So it's not a matter of them logging in as you or something like that. You can have them just come over if they're somewhere nearby and take over at the keyboard and play the later stages. In fact, that's exactly what Bryn Kenny was accused of doing, among other things. Of having a stable of players where the better ones will take over for the worse ones if they run deep. Mark Herm, a former poker pro, was alleged to have won at least 2 online bracelets under other people's names. So it's a big problem where people can either multi-account or take over accounts for people who are running deep who aren't that great. So you never know who you're playing against online. In addition, it's not hard to collude if someone's there towards the end with their friend. There's plenty of other issues that are related to game integrity online. It's just not the same thing as a live tournament where it's much, much harder to cheat. You never know who's actually playing. You never know if the person on that account is really that person, like in the Mark Herm situation. So these bracelets should not be equivalent. Also, just the online game plays differently than the live game. It's just not the same. They only award rings for those who win circuit events. And the circuit events are honestly closer to what a World Series of Poker live bracelet would be, but they only give rings for those, so why not give a ring for online? And the answer is money. They want to entice more people to play when there's a bracelet at stake, so they don't make it a ring. That's the only reason it's a bracelet. Otherwise, it would be a ring. So I don't like online bracelets, and I don't like unlimited rebuys. So I agree with Norm on these points. However, Maria is not at fault for any of this. Maria showed up, she played by the rules, she rebought because you're allowed to rebuy, and then on her fourth bullet, she caught fire and ended up winning. So great, congratulations to her. She now technically has a bracelet. And if you're not happy with that, then you should blame the World Series of Poker. You should blame them for making online bracelets a thing. You should blame them for having this many unlimited rebuy events. But you can't blame the player for showing up in the way that the World Series lays out the event and plays it that way and wins. So you should not call her out. Now, if you suspected she was doing something wrong, like chip dumping, collusion, ghosting, whatever, if you thought she was doing something like that, then sure, call her out. But that's not what's being alleged here. It is being acknowledged that she very likely played as herself the whole way, didn't do anything wrong. Just Norman didn't like that she was getting all these congratulations for an event that he thinks shouldn't be a bracelet event, both from the unlimited rebuy angle and from the online bracelet angle. Another problem, by the way, with the online bracelets is that you can only play these from either New Jersey, Michigan, or Nevada. And that becomes an issue because for those such as myself who are not typically in these states, you would have to travel specially to these states for these online series, and most people just can't do that. So it's not like the World Series of Poker in the summer that people from all over the world come there, and it's a once-a-year thing. This is something which goes pretty often, and it's really just going to be people from those states and the few who are willing to travel to play them. So it's not even like a real championship type situation like it is during the summer. That's another problem. That's what he meant by you have to be in one of these three states. That's what he was mocking there. But I don't agree with him calling her out by name because she did nothing wrong. So Michael Ian Black, even though I don't usually agree with him, he's very left-wing. I just don't agree with the guy very often. But I agree with him here. And I even agree with Eric Seidel that this just wasn't nice for Norman to do, because he's calling out someone basically saying, yeah, you won, but hey, look at you. You lost your chips 3 times. Huh. Like, he was pretty much saying, without directly saying it, this isn't a real bracelet. You don't deserve congratulations. You don't deserve accolades. He didn't say it, but that's what was implied. It was kind of nasty. It's possible for whatever reason he just dislikes her. But I don't even think so. I think that he just was irritated that she was getting all these plaudits for having won her first bracelet. And he's like, this is a bullshit bracelet. This is a bullshit bracelet. This is a bullshit bracelet. Okay, fine, I'm going to say something. Like, I think it was that. Now, what I don't think is that this was because she's a woman. I think he would have said the same thing if a man was getting congratulations for winning his first bracelet after being in poker a while, and it was one of these online bracelets for an unlimited rebuy. So I don't think this is sexism. And I think because Norman is an older guy, he's 66, and he's from a time when you could just blurt out your thoughts and not worry about people reading racism or sexism or homophobia into your statement. I'm 14 years younger than he is, and even I run into that sometimes on social media. For example, in early 2023, when I was calling out Jamie LaFay and her shady cancer GoFundMe, I had a lot of idiots saying that I'm doing this because I'm a misogynist, because I love to attack women. And I'm like, no, I would have said this about a guy too. I see someone asking for money on their GoFundMe and claiming it's because they have cancer and you need to not only support their poker, but support their just general lifestyle. And then there's all these lies within the GoFundMe. Even if the cancer's real, there's like a lot of lies in the GoFundMe. I called it out, as I would if I saw the same thing from a dude. And I got a lot of heat for that from some people who felt that this had to be sexism just because it happened, she's a female and I'm a male. So this type of thing happens. If you're a white male, especially an older white male, and you're calling out a female, you're going to take heat, even if you're in the right. But in this case, while Norman's general point about the tournaments is correct, he wasn't in the right to call her out. He shouldn't have even called out anyone. Like, even if it was a guy, he shouldn't have done it, because it's still calling out a person by name who didn't do anything wrong. It's still degrading someone's accomplishment for no good reason. But especially because it's a woman, he should have thought about it and said, hey, you know what? I'm an older white male, as bad as it would look as if I called out a dude here for no reason, calling out a woman's even worse. That's going to be a bad look, bad optics. So he shouldn't do it. So I think Norman was a bit out of line picking on her, but I don't think he meant badly, and I don't think that this was a result of any kind of sexism or misogyny. I think he just took his hatred of these unlimited rebuys and online events a bit too far. And the problem was he pushed back at people that gave him a hard time about it. Instead of just saying, oops, I know it looks like I'm giving her a hard time, but, really congratulations to her. I really mean that. I just don't like the format. Instead, he's kind of still being snarky and making jokes and saying, well, I really meant no shade. She just collateral damage. Like, that's not good to say collateral damage. There should be no damage. There shouldn't be collateral damage. That's the whole point. Nobody should get damaged by this. You should just state your opinion about the unlimited rebuys and the online bracelets and be done. Maybe not even after someone wins it. Maybe you should wait a few days, a few weeks, and say, hey, you know what? I think online bracelets shouldn't exist. Hey, you know what? I think unlimited rebuys shouldn't be bracelet events. He said it before. He just shouldn't connect this to a particular person and say, well, not trying to throw shade on her, but because then it does look like he's throwing shade on her, and then calling the post collateral damage on her isn't good either, because what damage does she deserve? Why should there be any collateral damage? There shouldn't. So I'm kind of in the middle on this one. He shouldn't have tweeted this, but I don't think he meant badly. Now, Maria posted a rebuttal to this on her blog. She has a Substack, and the blog was, My First WSOP Bracelet, What Happens When Victory is Tainted with Bullshit. That's the title of it. So she went on to describe about how it felt to win this. Then she posted a copy of the Norman Chad tweet, and she wrote, according to Mr. Chad, I committed 2 cardinal sins. First, I dared to play online, the horror of having to be in a particular location to play poker. It's completely unfair to people who are not currently in that location. Can you imagine having to physically be in a place to play for it to count? That seems totally ludicrous, does it not? This is not how poker should be. Of course, she's being sarcastic. Get this, as Mr. Chad points out, to play in the event I won, you apparently had to be in one of 3 states, New Jersey, Michigan, or Nevada. This is clearly bonkers, and completely unlike the real WSOP, where you have to be in one state, actually in one very specific location, Las Vegas, in order to play. Oh, wait. So she's trying to sarcastically say, hey, you can be anywhere in these 3 states to play it, but to play the Summer World Series of Poker, you actually have to be in Las Vegas. So this is actually easier to play. But for the reasons I stated before, that's not true, because they have a lot of these and people are not going to travel just for this. So this does make it to where there's a lot fewer real champions competing here. This is just whoever lives in those states plus whatever few people travel to these states for these specific events. Sin number 2, and this is the horror of all horrors, I dared to rebuy in a rebuy event. Now, we can get into the merits of freeze-out events versus rebuys, and I've spoken before about the merits of freeze-outs. I'm a fan. But when an event is a rebuy, you rebuy. Or not, if you decide not to. And believe me, there's plenty of rebuy events where I decide I'm done after 1 bullet. This time, though, I fired the maximum number of bullets allowed, 3 rebuys for a total of 4 bullets. I didn't even know that it's not unlimited. I thought maybe it was unlimited, but she's claiming you can only rebuy 3 times. Not ideal, but perfectly legitimate. You play the game by the rules of the game. Now, that part's all true. I agree with her completely on that. Did I want to rebuy? Of course not. I wanted to coast to the finish on one beautiful entry. I try to play every bullet as if it were my only one, making the best decisions I possibly can and hoping the cards go my way. It would have been wonderful to fire a single time for $888 and make it through the re-entry period with my stack intact. But then I was dealt pocket jacks. I know, you get jacks, you fold, but I didn't. I called, my opponent had kings, and I busted. Had this been a freeze-out, I probably would have folded my, I would have played it the exact same way and said a sad good game when it didn't work out. But this was a re-entry, so I rebought. And you know what happened the second time? I had jacks. Did I learn? I did not. Again, I found myself all in for 18 or so big blinds. Surely it couldn't happen twice, but what did my opponent have? Pocket kings. I know, right? There went the second bullet. Again, had this been my only remaining bullet, I clearly would have folded. Oh, no, wait, I wouldn't have. I would have played it the exact same way. So she goes on just discussing how she continued with the next 2 bullets, and eventually the last one worked. I agree with her there. Then she went on to say later in the blog, let me just say this. Norman Chad absolutely did want to throw shade on me. Otherwise, why single me out? Why tag me? Why the personal touch in that final bit of prose? She ran out of chips. She re-entered. She ran out of chips again, and so on and so on. I've never met Norman Chad. I don't know what he has against me, but it's definitely something. I'm far from the only bracelet winner to rebuy. Indeed, I happen to know that multiple winners of this online series in the last few weeks rebought multiple times. But I am the only one he's chosen to single out. And the only way I stand out from the others, or most of the live winners this summer, as most events are rebuys and freeze-outs, is a simple one. I'm female. Okay, let me stop right here. I don't believe that. The reason you stood out, and this is just my opinion, I don't know for sure, but I think the reason you stood out to Norman Chad was that you got a lot of congratulations because, one, you're female, and two, you're notable, and three, you do not have a bracelet, or at least didn't before this. So he saw a lot of stuff being discussed about this. Congratulations, Maria. Whereas just random dudes winning online bracelets, you don't see much of that, or any of it. So this got a lot more publicity on Twitter, and I saw it myself before this controversy started. I saw it myself that people were congratulating you, whereas I rarely see that for online bracelets unless the person themselves tweeted, like, hey, look what I just won, and people go, oh, congratulations, man. Like, other than that, you don't see congratulations, such and such random male poker pro for winning an online bracelet. You don't see a lot of that going around Twitter because, you know, someone's going to win every time. It's not a big thrill for the average person to observe. So that is the reason I think he singled you out, is just because he got tired of a big deal being made of your win here when he didn't feel like it's a real bracelet. And a bigger deal was made of your win than others who won the online bracelets. That's why. I don't think it's sexism. Towards the end of the blog, she writes, I have nothing against Norman Chad. Again, I've never met the man, but it makes me profoundly sad that I had to write this instead of enjoying my victory, a victory that I have worked incredibly hard for, and a game that I work incredibly hard to promote to the world. How I wish I could have focused on the positive instead, and I fully intend to, by the way, just as I will talk through some key hands I played on my road to gold. But first, I felt like I had to address everything instead of ignoring it because I want our community to do better, because I want the world to see what a beautiful game poker is and how meaningful it can be. And with that out of my system, I think I'll go celebrate my bracelet win. At least for an hour or so. Then I'll go fire up the 5300 high roller bracelet this afternoon because I love this game. If you care for a sweat, I have a few small pieces available, blah, blah, blah. Well, that didn't work out. And I don't mean she lost. I'll tell you how that didn't work out in a second when we get to the next topic. There's a semi-related topic here. Yeah, I understand why she's annoyed. I don't think it's sexism. But he shouldn't have called you out. And yeah, it kind of sucks when you win and you get in controversy for this just for not doing anything wrong and playing by the rules. I get it. Norman should just apologize. He just say, sorry, Maria, I didn't mean to call you out. And congratulations. And my issues with World Series and how they run these, not you at all. And I'm really sorry for tainting your win like that. That's all. He should just say that and be done. Whether he will or not, I don't know. All right, so moving on, we're going to talk about the related topic. Remember, Maria said she's going to go register for the 5300 No Limit Hold'em High Roller, which is also an online event. Well, I don't know if she registered or not, but an embarrassing thing occurred with that event. Not embarrassing for Maria, but embarrassing for the World Series. The $5,300 No Limit Hold'em event, online event number 13, was open for registration, and fewer than 8 people registered by the start of the event, and that meant the event was auto-canceled. You heard me right. 8 people. Fewer than 8 people. Not 80. Not 800. 8. When the event started, there were fewer than 8 registrants to the 5300 No Limit Hold'em event. That's out of 3 states worth of players. Nevada, New Jersey, and Michigan. Fewer than 8 people were registered. Now, it's possible they were going to get some late, but when the event started, they had fewer than 8 people. Now, how can that happen? And why would it auto-cancel? Well, presumably, the auto-cancellation was programmed into the system in order to prevent the event from starting with a real final table and then having to unfinal table once more players arrive. Because if you think about it, if 8 people start, they'll be at the final table. It's one table. Then, say they get 5 more, there's 13 players. Well, all of a sudden, the final table will no longer be the final table. It'll be one of two tables. So that's kind of weird, and they don't want it. Furthermore, there's a bigger problem. What if there are 7 people playing, and then one person just runs really well, crushes the other 6, and has all the chips, and nobody's registered yet? What do they do then? Like, that person's just going to sit there by themselves and wait until the end of the late registration period? So they must have determined that 8 is the number where they feel comfortable running this thing and not shutting it down. And if it's fewer than 8, they're probably worried that someone will end up with all the chips and everyone else will be out, and yet people can still register, and it's kind of weird. And I don't know how many they have at the final table there. I don't know if the final table is 7 people. Maybe it's more. Maybe if they do get 8 into starts, maybe it really will final table and unfinal table. But maybe they think it's close enough to doing that fast to where they're willing to start with 8. But 8's the number they chose. So with fewer than 8, it auto-canceled. Adam Hendricks, who's a high-stakes tournament player, tweeted to the World Series, 5K bracelet didn't run. And KevMath then responded, looks like 8 people weren't there at the start and it got canceled. So that's pretty embarrassing by itself, how they let this happen at a World Series of Poker bracelet event. And this isn't like a 50K high roller. This is a $5,300 event. They couldn't get 8 people. More embarrassing was the fact that after it was canceled, they were still promoting the event on Twitter. Oh my goodness, what a fail. WSOP tweeted at 4:45 p.m. on October 15th, that's Pacific time, Michigan, Nevada, New Jersey, WSOP.com, $5,300 buy-in, online gold bracelet, number 13, no limit hold'em high roller is running now. No, it's not. High roller, this could be your chance to come out on top as the WSOP bracelet winner. Don't miss out. Well, they did miss out because it was closed. So people just were trolling them hard in the replies. And they didn't delete the tweet, I'll give them that. They left it up. They left their shame there for everyone to see. Atari Robbie posted a tweet where it says oof size at the bottom, and then small, medium, large, and it shows a knob turned to large. Like everyone's saying oof very loudly. Carlos Figgy, who listens to this show, said word on the street is it canceled. Good job, guys. Keep it up. Someone else wrote, you sure? And posted a screenshot of how it was gone. Someone else wrote, you guys have to get someone that's regularly playing to help you make decisions. Considering when the satellites start, this should have just started at 8 with 3-ish hours of late registration. Someone else wrote, wasn't this canceled 30 to 40 minutes ago? What's going on here? Why is the number of minutes minimum entrance required at all for a non-guaranteed prize pool? Well, I answered probably why that is. Anyway, this is a bad look for them. A person named Just a Caddy said, online poker isn't poker. Handing out gold bracelets for this is like handing out green jackets for playing the EA Sports PGA Tour. Ouch. Someone tweeted a GIF saying, does he know? Another one tweeting a laughter GIF. I mean, they're just getting clobbered here. Big embarrassment that not only does it get canceled for fewer than 8 people registered, but then they actually promote it that you shouldn't miss out and come register for this event. Like 40 minutes after it's canceled. Unbelievable. Also, this really does somewhat make Norman Chad's point, minus the personal call-out. If they can't draw 8 players at the start of a 5K event, maybe they should reconsider handing out bracelets for these things. Really, I think, how much competition was there going to be? Say it didn't auto-cancel. How many players would they have gotten? Others were questioning why they did not try to run satellites for this. Because then they would have had far more than 8 players. Why didn't they set up satellites for this 5,300 high roller? Maybe some for $53, maybe some for $530. And then you'd get a lot of players who satellited in. But apparently they didn't do that. So very poorly managed by the World Series here all around. From the cancellation, the low number of people playing, the lack of satellites, the tweeting promoting the event after it's been canceled. What a disaster. But yeah, you got to look at that. I mean, they couldn't get 8 people and they're handing out a bracelet? I mean, I know a bracelet didn't get handed out here, but if they actually got 8, there would have been a bracelet given out for an 8-person event. It's insane. So this is really cheapening the bracelet, and I'm not the only one who thinks so. Not just me, not just Norman Chad. Tony Dunst, who is obviously a respected figure in poker, been around a long time, he wrote, "Pretty LOL to see this nearly an hour after the event was canceled, especially when that couldn't have been avoided by running SATs, meaning satellites, or removing the minimum number of entries. But it also shows that diluting the value of bracelets is having consequences, and that some potential HR, meaning high roller players, don't feel safe playing bigger buy-ins on a site with vague security that only communicates through automated tweets." So that's what's believed happened here, is they set up this tweet to automatically happen promoting it, and that's why it was promoting it despite the fact that it got canceled. So he's saying that this just makes people feel less safe on the site, that they're this clueless. He's also saying that the bracelet has been diluted. The value of a bracelet's been diluted if they're giving them out in situations like these. If they just got 8 people, then one would have been given out. So the problem is, I think that Caesars really is, well, I guess it's now GG Poker in a way. GG Poker owns the World Series of Poker, but WSOP.com is still owned by Caesars. So I think this really is Caesars. It's kind of confusing at this point. And I hope GG does change this. This shows that just handing out as many bracelets as they can in order to get short-term profits from the rake is not a good idea. The bracelet has to be special. When the bracelet gets less and less special, then people are going to tune out from trying to win it. And if people could win a bracelet in an 8-person event, that's a problem. So maybe they shouldn't do this. Maybe they should rethink this. The problem is, once they've started handing out bracelets for online events, they can't just go back to rings or something else, because then what happens to the previous bracelets that were handed out? So this is a dumb decision in the first place. Now, what they can do is just end online bracelet events forever and just say, okay, going forward, we're going to just do online ring events, and just online bracelet events are not a thing anymore. I guess they could do that. I don't think they're going to change it, though. I think they believe that this makes the events more lucrative. It makes more people sign up if there's a bracelet to be won. And I think because WSOP.com just isn't doing well, and never has done well in its 11-plus year existence, that they just want every penny they can get out of it. I have to imagine that even if GG Poker doesn't like this, they probably can't do anything about it, because it's probably in their contract that allows WSOP.com to run these online bracelet events, and GG Poker owning the WSOP brand probably can't stop this. Pretty sad, though. Whole thing's pretty sad. I'm a WSOP bracelet holder myself, as you guys know, and it saddens me to see this. It's not just as a fan of poker or something. Like, I have a bracelet. I prefer not to see that bracelet devalued. And I don't mean by money, I mean by prestige. Okay, let's move on to a lighter topic here. I think we need some comic relief after this. It was kind of funny that they got fewer than 8 entrants than it was promoted. So I guess we already had our comic relief, but let's have more comic relief. And who can we turn to for comic relief other than Justin Bonomo? I guess maybe Prahlad Friedman too, but I haven't seen much from him recently. He has me blocked, so it's harder to see. Actually, they both have me blocked. But this time it's about Bonomo. Justin Bonomo, who's always been a clown, and first was a clown by his multi-accounting back in 2006, and now it's just a general clown. I don't think he cheats, but he's just a clown. Very self-righteous, pseudo-intellectual, a guy who gets on his soapbox and acts like he cares about everybody, but then really doesn't. Become a big anti-Semite while pretending not to be. Big supporter of Hamas and Hezbollah and making excuses for them. He's not even a guy who says, hey, this is a tragedy what happened there, but I think what Israel's doing is bad. He's not even one of those guys. He's just one of these people making excuses from the start. He made a post at one point saying that Hamas had no choice but to do what they did on October 7th, 2023. That was their best option. He can't think of a better option for them. They had to do it. That's what he said. He also denied that rapes occurred. He said, well, there's only one verified rape. This is the supposed feminist. A believe all women guy. All of a sudden, when it's Israeli women getting raped, then he only believes one. Just disgusting stuff he's written. He's one of the big-time left-wing anti-Semites. One thing the October 7th attacks did was it made it very clear who the anti-Semites were. So you had the right-wing anti-Semites coming out, the far right coming out and showing what they were, though most of them had been showing it already. And then you had the left-wing anti-Semites, which previously were hiding it, now just right out in the open, hating Jews. So he's one of them. Anyway, Justin Bonomo, very, very left-wing, he decided he wanted to talk to Bernie Sanders. And he saw something about some Democratic Party event, which cost a good deal of money. I'm not sure how much, but something where you give a substantial donation, you get invited to this event, and this donation goes towards the Harris Walls campaign. And then one of the features of the event is you get to meet Bernie Sanders. So Justin Bonomo, being the naive dunce that he is, really thought that he was going to get to come to this event and have a meaningful conversation with Bernie Sanders. Justin Bonomo is one of these guys who has a great poker mind, but is an idiot with everything else. And he doesn't realize it either. He thinks he's really intelligent. He thinks that in all areas of life, he's a genius. Not just a very good poker player, but just with everything, he's the know-it-all. So despite that belief, he was gullible enough to believe that if he gives the required donation to get into this party, that he will be able to just hobnob with Bernie Sanders and have a long conversation with him. And, in fact, give Bernie Sanders advice. So on October 3rd, at 7:52 p.m. Pacific, Justin Bonomo posted a picture of him wearing a keffiyeh, standing next to Bernie Sanders. And by the way, Justin Bonomo is not Arab in any way. Justin Bonomo is just a white dude. He also liked to say he was Jewish for a while, even though he was not raised Jewish, and his father is Jewish, so even by Jewish law, he's not Jewish. The way it works with Jews is if your mother is Jewish, or if anywhere on your mother's line there is a female who's Jewish, then you can claim that you're Jewish. But Justin Bonomo's mom and nobody in his mom's line is Jewish. His dad was Jewish, and he was not raised Jewish. So he just likes to say he's Jewish when people accuse him of anti-Semitism, which he's put on display for the last year or so. Anyway, he's wearing a keffiyeh, despite the fact that he has no connection to Arabs or Arab culture. And this is what he tweeted. A picture of him in the keffiyeh next to Bernie Sanders, who looks kind of nervous and uncomfortable. Tweeted, "Minutes ago, I told Bernie Sanders, quote, you have to know Netanyahu is sabotaging every peace deal. Please don't let him drag us into World War III. Keep fighting the fight. Free Palestine." He had someone there taking a picture of him saying this to Bernie. Maybe this is something you get as part of your donation. Maybe there's a photographer there who takes the picture for you. So either he had someone there with him that he knew, or maybe there's just an official photographer who sends you the picture afterwards. But Bernie's just like standing, looking at the camera, and I'll explain in a second the setup of this and how Justin Bonomo got to talk to him. It's much less impressive than you might think. So he's just looking straight at the camera thinking, let this be done, let this be done, let this be done. And you see Bonomo in the keffiyeh facing Bernie like to the side, and his mouth is open. He's actually speaking. He's saying these words to Bernie, and Bernie's just facing forward, not even facing Justin, as like, get this nutcase away from me. That's the look on Bernie's face. And keep in mind, Bernie's very liberal. It's not like Bernie's a conservative. Bernie's like just, I don't want to meet these freaks. I'm doing it for the party, but I really don't want to meet these freaks. So Bernie decided to grin and bear it as well as he could. And Bonomo posted this picture as if this is something to brag about, that he's saying this to Bernie Sanders, who even in this picture, in this still shot, is clearly not interested. So Haralabos Vulgaris, who, by the way, is no fan of Bonomo, and in fact, he's become more conservative over the years. He's a Trump supporter now. Haralabos Vulgaris tweeted back to Bonomo what was his response. And Bonomo took the bait. You want to hear what Bernie's response was? Get ready. It's a very, very verbose, thoughtful response from Bernie. You can tell he's paying a lot of attention. He said back to Justin Bonomo, okay. Can you imagine Bonomo paid all that money to meet Bernie Sanders and make that stupid statement to him? And Bernie Sanders, who he pictured was an ally, who he pictured was going to say, great, okay, you know, that's what I'm doing. That's what I'm going to do. Thanks for the advice. That really means a lot to me. Instead, he's like, okay. That was it. Okay. That's all he said. Bonomo went on to tweet, not the best response, referring to the okay, but I was part of a line of 100 people to take photos with him, and the entire interaction was like 5 seconds long. Oh my God. So Bonomo stood in a line of 100 people and waited his chance to take the picture with Bernie. And I don't know why he didn't understand this. This was not the opportunity to have a conversation with Bernie or give Bernie advice, nor did Bernie want his advice. This was a feature of donating to Harris Walls through this event, where one of the perks you get is you get to stand in a line and take a quick picture with Bernie Sanders. So you can show all your liberal friends, you and Bernie together. That was the whole point. That's exactly what this was. This wasn't for you to have any kind of meaningful dialogue with him, or for him to listen to you, or for him to want to listen to you. This was just a photo op. This is like a meet and greet. He even admitted it was 5 seconds long. 100 people were there. You go up to Bernie. They take a picture for you, presumably, or maybe someone with him took the picture, but I think they took the picture for him. And then they send you the picture, and that's it. And he probably pays a good deal of money for the privilege. And he actually thought that giving these words to Bernie, that Bernie was going to say, oh, yeah, you know what, you're right. I'm going to keep fighting. I'm going to keep fighting to free Palestine. Yeah, I know Netanyahu, he is sabotaging every peace deal. Yeah, you're right, Justin. Wow. You know, I didn't realize this before. Thank you. Thank you for making me realize it. Thank you for clarifying to me what my position should be about Israel. Thank you, Justin. Like, he really thought he was going to get that from Bernie. Something along those lines. And then he just gets, okay. Next, sucker. But wait, Justin wasn't done. Justin then finished the tweet by writing, I had a better question prepared for the Q&A portion, but shockingly, he didn't call on any of the people wearing keffiyehs. So I guess they had a Q&A portion after these photo ops where you get to ask a question of Bernie, and then Bernie will answer it. But Bernie picks from the crowd who gets to ask the question. So people raise their hands, and Justin's like, probably, me, Bernie over here, me. And then Bernie's probably looking over going, no, I'm not calling on this freak. I'm not calling on this white dude in the keffiyeh begging to be called on. No, the picture was bad enough. So he didn't call on Justin. And according to Justin, nobody wearing keffiyehs got called on. And Justin actually thinks this was on purpose. He's mad at Bernie about this. He's not saying it directly, but he said, shockingly, sarcastically is what he's saying, shockingly, he didn't call on any of the people wearing keffiyehs. He's basically saying that Bernie wanted the softball questions. He didn't want to answer tough questions about his opinion of what the Democratic Party should do about the Israel-Hamas-Hezbollah situation. Because there's a lot of people on the left that think the Democratic Party is being too pro-Israel. They're very mad at their own party for supporting Israel as much as they are, which I don't think they're supporting them enough. But people like Justin think that the Democrats are supporting Israel too much. So he was ready with a question that was going to expose this. And he noticed that not only wasn't he called on, but nobody wearing a keffiyeh was called on, and that Bernie must have known. Bernie must have known that he was going to get the tough question about the Democratic Party supporting Israel, and purposely didn't call on these people wearing keffiyehs. So you see, this is Bernie playing it safe. Bernie was afraid of the tough question from Justin Bonomo and his keffiyeh-wearing friends, and only called on the people who weren't wearing keffiyehs, who were likely to ask easier questions. I guess Bonomo doesn't feel like he got his money's worth. Isn't that too bad? Now, let me tell you something, Justin Bonomo. I'm going to give you a tip. I doubt you'll listen to this. I don't think you'll ever listen to my show. But if somehow someone tells you to listen to this, here's my tip for you. And I'm serious here. This is not sarcastic. You are never going to have a meaningful discussion with candidates at any kind of party event where you have to pay money to get in. When the entire vetting process is, can you afford it? They're not going to listen to you. They just want to take your money because you're a fanboy of the party and dumb enough to donate to them. And then they'll do little token things to make you feel good, but not give you any meaningful input. They don't want your input. Just because you can afford to get into the event doesn't mean they want your input. So that's why you were not called on. That's why he just said okay when you ranted to him at the photo, which you weren't even supposed to do. You're supposed to just take the photo and shut your mouth. I mean, I guess you could say hi or I admire your work or whatever, but, to give him advice about the Middle East, he doesn't want to hear this shit. That's why he just said okay. He looked nervous in the picture. I'm talking about Bernie. The way the party sees it is, hey, we got to put up with people like this. We got to put up with the Justin Bonomo types because they have money. They're willing to give it to us, and we need to spend this money to beat Trump. That's what they're thinking. So, yeah, Bernie and the others who are there are just doing it to extract money from idiots who want to feel important. That's what this whole thing is. And by the way, this is not an insult towards the Democrats, because the Republicans do the same thing. The Republicans hold events, and you're not going to get meaningful dialogue from any Republicans either. And it's the same thing, where people will pay money to show up and then feel important, and they're not going to get respected either. So it's just very simple. Anything you have to pay to get into, and that's the only barometer used to figure out whether you can get in or not get in, then you're not going to be taken seriously. Now, if you gave mass money, if you're a massive donor, then they'll listen to you, because then you're giving enough money to where they have to make you feel like you're getting something for it. But not if you're just part of a party they're holding, where people line up to meet Bernie Sanders and get a picture to show their liberal friends. So, what a dumb rube Justin Bonomo is. So for all this haughty bullshit where he thinks he's better than everybody and more sophisticated than everybody and more enlightened than everybody, he fell for one of the oldest partisan tricks in the book, which is to hold one of these events for dummies to donate a lot of money so they can feel important, they can feel like they're being heard. And he really tried to talk to Bernie at the photo op and then was mad they didn't call on him. He even wears his keffiyeh to virtue signal at a Democratic Party event. Justin, isn't this cultural appropriation? Isn't that what your friends would call this? A white guy with no Arab roots wearing a keffiyeh? As far as I know, you're not Muslim. You're not Arab. You have no connection to anyone or anything in the Arab world. Why are you wearing a keffiyeh? This guy is so insufferable. He really is. Especially because of how arrogant he is and what he thinks of himself. Let me tell you a little Bonomo story. I think I've told it before, but I think it is appropriate here. I was at a 10K limit hold'em event, and I wasn't doing well. This is, I don't know, maybe 2016 or something. I'm sitting here with a short stack, like at the end of day one, and Bonomo gets moved to my table, and he has decent chips. And I didn't say a word to him. I didn't start up with him. I wasn't talking at all, in fact. I was just kind of depressed that I was losing. And I was knowing that one hand I lose, I'll be out. So everyone's just kind of sitting there quiet. And then Bonomo just announces, there's like 4 people at this table who think they're the greatest ever. And people are like, what? He just says this out of nowhere. It's not like people are bragging or anything. He's like, it's a quiet table. He just announced that. There's 4 people at this table who think they're the greatest ever. And people are like, well, who? He says, well, I don't want to say it, but there are 4 people at this table who see themselves as like the greatest poker players. What a dick thing to say. Because he's not saying there's 4 people who are the greatest ever. He's just saying there's 4 people who think of themselves as the greatest ever at this table, and the implication is they're not. So obviously I was one of the 4 he's talking about. I don't know who the other 3 were supposed to be. But why announce that? If you want to think this to yourself, if you want to tweet it to your buddies that, privately in a DM or something, or if you want to text it to your buddies, fine. But why would you announce this at the table with the 4 people sitting right there? If you don't name who they are, why would you say that? It makes you look like such a dick. So I said something back. I said, oh yeah, I think I'm great. Look at my stack. I feel very confident right now. I said something like that. And he just didn't say anything back. But what a dick thing to say. Just so weird. But it's like he sat down there and was so irritated that he felt that 4 people at the table that he knew felt they were better than they were at the game, that he wanted to just rub it in their face. And he probably saw he had a tiny stack. That's probably part of the reason he said it. What a fucking asshole. Anyway, moving on. Let's talk about the Tropicana, which is no more a Tropicana in Las Vegas. It was there for 67 years, since 1957. It is gone. So what has happened to the Tropicana? Well, it's been imploded, as we've talked about before. The Tropicana was imploded on October 9th, which was a Wednesday morning at 2:30 a.m. Pacific time. That time of night was weird to me. I hadn't paid attention to the other implosion times, but I paid attention to this one. And I thought it was weird because people live around there. There's a lot of hotels right there. People are trying to sleep. This wasn't like it was 10 p.m. where most people are awake. This was 2:30 a.m. on a weeknight. What about people who got to work the next morning? Just tough luck on them? But not only did they have an implosion at 2:30 in the morning, but they also had a fireworks and drone show for about 8 minutes before that. So that'd be pretty disturbing if you don't feel like watching or listening to this and you're trying to sleep in the area, whether you're a hotel guest or someone who just lives in the area. So that was already a little bit weird. That was on a Wednesday morning. Now, I've talked about that before. This implosion occurred about 6 months after the closure of the Tropicana. The Trop closed in early April, and then they spent the next 6 months figuring out exactly how to take it down, because there was asbestos as part of the Trop's construction, and blowing it up with asbestos there would create a hazard. So there was a thought that they wouldn't be imploding it at all. And then it was decided that they will hire an asbestos abatement company to take out the asbestos and basically leave the Trop as a shell and just blow up the shell. So a lot of the Trop was removed by the time it was imploded. By the time October 9th rolled around, you could see through the Tropicana. Every single room was just a hole now. So there was nothing in there. There's no furniture, nothing. There were no walls. There was just the frame of the structure, and you could see through every room. Now, all the rooms were still separated, but you could literally see through the entire thing and see through each room, and each room was completely empty, and the asbestos had been removed, or at least we hope it was. And they had a permit for implosion once they had stated their intention to remove the asbestos. They had a permit that was granted, but only through October 20th. And for a long time, they didn't announce the actual date, maybe because they weren't sure when the asbestos was going to be removed. I don't know what it was, but they took a long time to announce the actual date. And I believe in early September, they finally put out the date of October 9th at 2:30 a.m. In addition, they were going to precede the implosion with a fireworks and drone show. Now, I believe fireworks shows have been done before in Vegas when they've done implosions, but a drone show is something new. That's something that started recently, and it's very cool. If you haven't seen a drone show before, it's a lot cooler than you think. So basically, drone shows use drones to make up some sort of picture in the sky. And they have a lot of drones, sometimes thousands of them, that work together to do this. Each drone is like a little pixel of the picture. And they make some very cool-looking things all together of different colors. They're very good at drawing the picture of whatever it might be. And then since it's drones, they can move around and shift around and twist around. And then they can quickly rearrange to be something else. And also, because these drones can change lights, they can also create motion of the lights moving on whatever the picture might be. So it looks really cool. It's just like up in the sky, you get kind of like a picture made by these drones that can just change very quickly or flash or do other cool things. And you have that going on along with fireworks. It looks really neat. And I'd never seen one before. But you can see it on YouTube if you want to watch this. you can see the fireworks and drone show beforehand. You can search a Tropicana fireworks show or fireworks drone show, and you'll see 7-minute videos of this, of the fireworks and the drone show. And then at the end, you'll see the implosion. They imploded 2 towers. The main tower was easy to see from the street and other viewing locations. There was a second tower that was like next to the Oyo, which is the former Hooters. That one was harder to see in the footage because it's further in, and they imploded the first tower first, so that created a lot of dust, which then made it difficult to see the second tower coming down, but you could see if you look carefully. All in all, the whole thing looked very cool. If you can go watch the videos, you'll see how neat it looked, and there was a good show they put on. Both of the fireworks and drone show and the implosion itself was interesting, especially given the Tropicana's history. It is one of the originals in Vegas, dating all the way back to 1957. If you don't know the history of Vegas, even though the city goes back well over 100 years, it was basically a nothing until the Flamingo went up. And then in the 50s, yeah, some casinos started, but the Tropicana was one of the early major casinos. So anything that goes back to 1957 is really considered one of the originals in Vegas. So this is a historic property. And I even played there on the last night. I happened to be in Vegas, so I played blackjack there on the last night. So this was a very big implosion. This one was a consequential one because of its notoriety in Vegas. In fact, there's even a street named after it, Tropicana Avenue, which will remain with that name, even though it's gone. Something interesting about street names in Las Vegas is that some of them are named after casinos that are no longer there. For example, Desert Inn is now still a road, but there's no Desert Inn anymore. That's where the Wynn is. And there's no more Tropicana. There still is Flamingo, at least that hasn't gone anywhere, but Sahara Avenue, that's another one. That for a while there was no Sahara. There is again, but remember Sahara was changed to the SLS for a while. So a number of these major streets, especially ones that go east-west, are named after the casinos that they ran through. And Tropicana was one of them. Tropicana Casino was right there on Tropicana Avenue in Las Vegas. Now, you might wonder if you were in Vegas, either as a tourist or as a resident, what was the setup as far as viewing this event? Because obviously this is meant to be viewed because they had this extensive fireworks and drone show. And by the way, the drone show, you might wonder the little pictures the drones made up in the sky. A lot of this had to do with the current owners of the Tropicana and its property, Bally's. So the Tropicana made up Bally's logo several times. They also had a number of Tropicana logos up there. They had a recreation of the Las Vegas sign. They had it say 1957 to 2024. They also even had a few Oakland A's logos in the sky, even though they don't own the A's, but this is a way to also woo the A's to come there because it's not a done deal that the A's are really coming to that location or to Las Vegas at all. But there were several A's logos up there spinning in the sky. So obviously this was meant for people to see. They weren't just doing fireworks and drone shows for their own amusement. This was being done for the public to see. So you would think, okay, there must have been a public viewing area. Well, you would be wrong. And you might think, okay, well, at least they must have made it easy for the public to be able to view it. Well, you would be wrong. Well, there must have been some instructions as far as viewing the Tropicana implosion and the drone and fireworks show, if they were going to do all this. Well, you would be wrong. Well, they shouldn't have hindered people from being able to view it, given that this was all being done right. You'd be wrong. The city of Las Vegas completely mishandled the entire matter, and it's in a mind-boggling fashion of how and why. I don't get it. Let me give you some background. First of all, as I said, they had a whole fireworks and drone show set up, so people were meant to watch it. Also, the hotels in the area were very expensive for those nights. The night of the 8th, the night of the 9th. Very expensive, like $500 a night in very ordinary hotels. I'm not talking about the high-end hotels. Very expensive. So people came from all over to see this and paid a lot of money to do so in the middle of the week. Normally you would not see these type of prices midweek in October. But it was expensive only because of this. There's nothing else going on in Vegas. So all these people paid all this money, and the city of Las Vegas' response was, well, if you want to see it, watch it on TV. Seriously, that's what they said. It'll be on the Las Vegas TV stations. Just stay in your room, watch it on TV. Can you imagine how a tourist would feel after they pay $500 a night for an average hotel? And then they're told that they can't view the implosion and they have to watch it on TV in the room? Why not just stay home and watch it on YouTube? Why would you come to Vegas to watch it on TV? It's insane. Now, yes, there were some properties which had a direct view of it, like the Mandalay Bay if you were in the right tower, or the Oyo if you're in the right tower, or the MGM Grand if you're in the right tower. I understand that. But most of the strip hotels had no view of it and were still very expensive because people just wanted to be in town to see a historic hotel being imploded. They wanted to be there for it. They wanted to be able to tell their friends and their kids and their grandkids one day that they got to watch the Trop being imploded. They got to be part of the fanfare. And they were told by the city of Las Vegas, all these people, all these tourists, all these locals, you can't see it. We're not going to make it easy. We're going to make it hard on you. We're going to make it real tough for you to see it. So what do you mean by making it tough? Well, they actually closed a lot of roads that were leading to the Tropicana in the hours before the implosion. Yeah. A lot of cops were deployed to shut down roads and not let anybody through. They were making it real tough to get close to the area. And the closer it got to the implosion, the more roads they shut down. Now, what if you wanted to get to a nearby hotel where you're staying, like the Oyo or the MGM Grand? Well, you're out of luck because they just blocked the road and you couldn't access them. Why? Because they just didn't want people being able to drive anywhere fairly close and park and watch it from the street. They wanted to keep you far away from it. And it's not like they set up viewing areas and are trying to keep people from making their own viewing areas that they feel either are unsafe or going to clog up the roads or, one of many other problems. It wasn't that. They didn't make any public viewing areas. They just blocked and blocked and blocked roads to stop people from not only viewing it, but getting to the hotels they paid for to view it. It was crazy. The Las Vegas Review-Journal did an article about this, and they did post 2 possible suggestions of places you could view it from. They said that the best 2 viewing points for the general public would probably be the top of the New York parking structure or the top of the MGM Grand parking structure, both of them being MGM properties. However, they noted that in previous implosions, MGM had closed the lots that were nearby, and they expected this to happen again. So it was basically saying, don't bother, that while it hasn't been confirmed by MGM, that there's a very good chance that they are just going to close the structures, or at least the roof of the structures, and you're not going to be able to get in to see it anyway, so don't bother. So there was no solution. It's not like the Review Journal had a solution, okay, this is where you view it from. It's like, well, you could try these, but there's a good chance it's going to be closed. So people did not have a place where they could view it. So what do you think happens? What do you think happens when people fly in, pay money for their flights, they pay $500 a night to view this thing, and then they're told they have to watch it on TV? You think they're going to say, okay, cool, I'll watch it on TV? No. They will try to find their own way to do it. They will try to sneak past the barriers. They may put themselves in an unsafe place, and I don't mean unsafe like the debris is going to fall on them. I mean that it's never healthy to breathe in the dust of an implosion. And people may put themselves too close where they'll get thick dust in their lungs, and it can be bad for them. It's just not a good scene for an implosion, for the city to make it so difficult for people to view it that people have to take the matters into their own hands and view it in ways that are not wise. And for those that don't do it, they'll just be pissed off. They'll just hate the city of Vegas. They'll just be mad. They'll be bitter. They won't want to come back. And there were solutions to this. They could have come up with public viewing locations. They could have come up with a variety of solutions, or they could have just stayed the hell away. They could have just said, okay, find your own way to view it and only block off the areas that are dangerous to be at. That's what I would suggest. Just hands off. Let each property manage itself. Don't close all the roads. Like, for example, I was looking at the road closures on Google Maps, and the only way to get over to the area was to go all the way around the airport, which is a large piece of land, that airport. So it takes a while. You'd have to drive like in a full square around the airport to get there. That's the only way to get there to avoid the road closures. And I was looking, and then it even changed to where you couldn't even get past that. That they eventually closed part of that as well. You just couldn't get there at all. So, yeah, it was very unfair treatment by the city. It was just unrealistic because instead of setting something up that made sense, they set something up that they just wanted it to be ideal. The way they were handling this is what they hoped people would do, but not what they were likely to do. They were hoping people would say, well, okay, all the roads around here are closed and you're making it real difficult. Okay, yeah, you know what? We'll just stay and watch it on TV. We paid all this money to come here and watch it, but we're just going to watch it on TV in the room. No problem. Okay, cool. No, that's not the way things really work. And I just don't understand what they were doing. I don't understand what they thought they were accomplishing by this. It wasn't safety. So what ended up happening? How did people get good videos of this? Because you'll see on YouTube, there's a lot of good videos of this. Well, some of the good videos came from the nearby hotel rooms, but others you could clearly tell were taken outside. Well, the MGM Grand parking lot, for whatever reason, didn't end up being closed. It did end up being accessible to anyone who got there, I'd say about like 90 plus minutes before the whole thing went down. So if you got there before like 1 a.m., then you could get into the MGM Grand lot. I'm not sure why that was allowed because they kicked everyone off of the New York lot, and that's the same company. So they went to New York first. They aggressively removed everybody. And then, for whatever reason, MGM made the decision not to remove people from the MGM lot, even though it was MGM that was going to be downwind for all the dust and debris. So what the MGM Grand security did is they rode around the parking structure and basically warned everybody that they're staying at their own risk. That if you breathe anything in that is harmful, that they're not responsible, and that by staying there, you acknowledge you've been warned. That's all they did, and then they left. They let everybody just congregate there and watch it. However, as I said, the road to that was closed at about 1 a.m., so if you didn't get there before 1, you would not be able to get into the MGM structure. Probably if you walked there, you could get up. I'm not sure if they actually closed the structure itself. But I know as far as driving into it, the roads to it were closed and you could not get your car there after about 1 a.m. That was really the only public viewing place that didn't require like a hotel room. So if you saw footage of this shot from the outside, there's a good chance it was from the MGM Grand parking lot, which had an open roof. Other than that, I don't know where anyone else could have viewed it if it wasn't from a hotel. You could have looked on the street, but it's not quite the same viewpoint because you're not high enough. So if you haven't found the videos of it yet on YouTube, I recommend you go find it. As I said, it's about 7 minutes long, maybe a bit more, depending on which video. And I think you'll be impressed. Hopefully, whenever the next implosion is, the city will do it right, either set up public viewing areas or just keep their hands off. Understand that tourists are coming here for this, and don't disappoint them. And you can't even say, well, the tourists were unrealistic believing that they'd be able to see it. Well, they're setting up a freaking fireworks and drone show, so it's supposed to be seen. If it's not supposed to be seen, why are you setting that stuff up? Why don't you just blow it up and be done? The whole thing's very weird. I don't get the time they did it, why the middle of the night on a weeknight, why they were trying so hard to stop everybody. In fact, someone told me that this was probably the best time to commit a crime in Vegas because all the police were closing roads. Yeah, and they're not even wrong. Because they closed a lot of roads. It must have taken a lot of cops to close these roads. So yeah, there probably were police that weren't available to respond to other crimes. That's dumb too. But yeah, that would probably been a good time to commit crime. Leave it to city government to screw things up. 775-FRAUD-55, 775-372-8355 is the number. You can call or text. Taking a look at our texts from the 507, Bernie's security probably at high alert when Justin was trying to talk to him. Yeah, I agree. Also, the same person wrote, Norman, LOL, if the event is a rebuy event, what the hell's the problem? Don't hate the player, hate the game. Michael Ian Black was on the state MTV Amazing Sketch Comedy show when I was a teen. I'm not familiar with that show. But to be honest, I kind of tuned out of MTV when they stopped playing music. I was a big MTV fan in the 80s when all they did was play music videos. That's what it started as, music television, MTV. From the 905, Mr. Beast has his own controversies at the moment. Yeah, he does. I just kind of cited him as an example regarding Hustler Casino Live, where he has played before. Okay, before I move on, I want to give a shout out to somebody who has co-hosted this show once, someone I know personally, and that is Axel Wolf, who is a Casino Advantage player. Shall I say was a Casino Advantage player. You may remember he was on a show here maybe 3 years ago or so. The title of that episode was Axel W. But Axel Wolf has retired. So congratulations to Axel Wolf on his retirement. And I'm sure casinos everywhere, especially in Las Vegas, are breathing a sigh of relief. So I hope Axel Wolf enjoys his retirement. He's not a very old guy. He's not a young guy either. He's my age. But he could have still continued on here. But Axel Wolf is officially retired. He even tried to call me on Saturday, and I didn't take his call because I was sleeping. I should call him back. But anyway, Axel Wolf, congratulations on your retirement. I just wanted to put that out there. So now time for some Vegas food news. And this is not about high-end restaurants. These restaurants I'm going to talk about are not going to get any Michelin stars. Not 1, not 2, not 3. And these are not options that I think you'd want to take a date to if you want to impress them. But nevertheless, it's worth discussing. And these topics were brought to me by Desert Runner, who is a personal friend and also listens to this show and also posts on the forum. And he is a big fan of Las Vegas and follows a lot of Las Vegas news, and he brought my attention to these. So first of all, a new In-N-Out burger is under construction, and this is directly across from the Aria at what was once the old Hawaiian marketplace. So this is going to be part of what's known as the Boulevard, which is going to be a 400,000 square foot retail, entertainment, and dining plaza. Again, right across the street from the Aria. And the In-N-Out that is being constructed is going to be the biggest In-N-Out in the world. Now you may say, Druff, hold on a second, but there's already In-N-Out on the Las Vegas Strip. It's right there on the link. If you go to the link Open Air Shopping Center, you will see an In-N-Out right there. And I will say, yes, you're correct. There is an In-N-Out right there. There's also an In-N-Out on Tropicana. There's also an In-N-Out on Sahara. So why is it necessary to build another In-N-Out? And my answer is because it's very popular. But to my knowledge, there are no multi-story In-N-Outs anywhere in the world. Most In-N-Out burgers look like typical burger places, where they are one story. There's a relatively normal-sized eating area. There's a counter where you order. And that's pretty much it. In fact, some In-N-Outs are really small. I've been to some In-N-Outs where there's not even a place you can eat inside, and you have to just eat outside on outdoor tables, or just take it to go. So this In-N-Out is going to be huge. It's going to be 3 stories, and it's going to be part of the Boulevard little plaza that they are building across from the Aria. It is supposedly going to have 8,000 feet of indoor dining and 2,500 square feet on its patio. So over 10,000 square feet of places you can sit and eat In-N-Out Burger. That is pretty crazy. And you can be at one of 3 floors. First, second, or third. You can eat at any of them. So I don't think that there's going to be any In-N-Out anywhere near this size for a while. There are currently 14 In-N-Out locations in Las Vegas. There are more than 400 In-N-Out locations in the United States, and they are all in the western United States, most of which are in California. So how do I feel about this? Well, I will give In-N-Out credit that even at their Link location, the Link Promenade, the prices are either the same or very close to what they charge just in regular suburban places, which is nice because they could have marked the price way up. A lot of people who are not from the West love coming to In-N-Out because it's well known and they can't get it. So you can't get In-N-Out in New York or in Massachusetts or in Florida. So you come to Vegas and you want to go to In-N-Out because you've heard so much about it. So they could mark the price way up, and I have to imagine they're paying a lot of rent there to be there on the Link Promenade. And yet the prices are comparable or maybe the same to what they are at any other In-N-Out. So I'll give them credit there. I will say the one that's at the Link is a complete zoo. They get the orders right, but it's just a zoo. It's hard to find a table, and it's very crowded. There's big lines. They get through the lines pretty quickly. I'll give them that too. Like, it's very efficient, but it's a zoo. So I have to imagine that after they saw the success of the one at the Link, they're like, you know what? What if this was just way bigger? Then we could easily accommodate more people. People won't have to fight for tables, and we could just do a lot more sales. So they decided to go for it. When I lived in Vegas, I stayed away from the touristy In-N-Outs. I remember when I went to the touristy one on Tropicana, and that used to be the one that everyone went to because the Link one didn't exist yet. The Link one showed up in 2022. And it was such a zoo there, and people drove like idiots. I almost got hit walking in the parking lot, and I'm very good at avoiding like being in the way of cars or getting hit. Like, I'm one of the last pedestrians who'll ever get hit. I'm just always very aware of the cars around me. But even there, I almost got hit. And it was just a very unpleasant experience. And I said, why am I going to this stupid location? And from that point forward, I started going to the Sahara location, which is almost all locals. And boy, was that a difference. It was just like a normal In-N-Out experience. There was no craziness or obnoxious tourists or idiots driving in the parking lot. It was so much nicer on Sahara. And I remember even in the 2000s when I was dating girls from Vegas, and they'd say, hey, let's get In-N-Out. And then they'd say, oh, let's go to Trop. I go, no, we're not going to Trop. It's a little closer, but we're not going to Trop. We're going to go to Sahara. And then I take them to Sahara, and they go, wow, I always went to the Trop one. Yeah, this is much nicer. You're right. Yes, I did take girls to In-N-Out Burger on dates. And there's a reason for that. Like, they could have anything on the menu, and even if the date doesn't work out, like, what's it going to cost me other than my time? My time and a few bucks. And in fact, they would walk away saying, wow, I learned something new. The Sahara In-N-Out is so much better than the Tropicana In-N-Out. Like, there were girls in 2008, 2009, they learned things from my In-N-Out teachings. And they didn't walk away saying, hey, what a cheapskate. Why do you take me to In-N-Out on a date? They were happy to have learned which is the better one to go to going forward. I bet lessons they've taken to this day. True story, though. I'm not sure when this is slated to open. I just know it's being worked on at the moment, and it'll eventually be up. I'll let you know when the whole thing opens, and I'm sure I'll go there, and I'll be able to give you a review of the 3-story, 10,500 square foot In-N-Out Burger. Who would have thought? Now, there's another Vegas food story that I want to tell you about. This is about Norms. Norms, which has been in Southern California since 1949, since it was founded in Los Angeles, and was very popular throughout the remainder of the 20th century, especially in the 50s, 60s, and 70s, is now going to open a Las Vegas location. This was first reported by the Las Vegas Review-Journal in 2023, and now it is near completion. It's going to be on West Charleston Boulevard, and it's supposedly going to open in early November, according to the Las Vegas Review-Journal. The architecture of Norms is known as Googie architecture, not Google, but Googie, Googie architecture. What is Googie architecture? Well, it's what's known as futuristic architecture that showed up in the mid-20th century. This was kind of like the way people in the mid-20th century envisioned that things would look in the future. If you've been to Disneyland and Tomorrowland back in the old days, that's kind of along the same lines. People, say in the 1950s, you were picturing what it was going to look like 100 years from then, like what the average place would look like then. So that's known as Googie architecture. And Norms had that. You can look up examples of it if you want to see what I'm talking about. So Norms had the Googie architecture, which did make it kind of recognizable from the street. If you would drive by a Norms, the way the site would look. Now look what we have here. Someone I bet's been to a Norms. Trader Ruski, have you been to Norms before?
Many, many moons ago.
That's kind of my situation.
I must have.
Yeah.
Huh?
That's kind of my situation too, which I'll get to shortly. But yeah, Norms, if you take a look at the sign, and you can look at that on Google as well, not Googie, but Google, you'll see that each letter of Norms, Norms, is separate from one another with kind of like what looks like a comet behind it. It's kind of like the shape of a comet for each letter, and it's written vertically where the end's at the top, the S is at the bottom, and each one is on this kind of comet-shaped structure behind it. So it is something that it has a unique look to it from the outside. Once you get inside, it looks like a very average greasy spoon diner, and it also tastes like one. So it's not a special place that you're going to want to run to because the food is so great. In fact, I think the food isn't very good at all. It has gone downhill over the years, at least in LA. Maybe also because my tastes have changed, I don't know. But my personal experience with Norms was really with one person. And this was a girl I started dating in late 1990, early 1991. And we kind of just kept ending up there. We weren't trying to go to Norms all the time, but we just kept going to Norms all the time. And then she started wanting to go to Norms all the time. So we went to Norms a whole lot, and that is the vast majority of my Norms experience. I had a little Norms experience after that, but very little. I think I've went there once since then, like the 2000s at some point. But almost all my visits were concentrated in like a 2-month span at the end of 90 and early 91. And I would love to call the girl that went there with me and ask her what she thought of it, but it would not be easy to reach her because she passed away in the year 2006. So that was sad. I was still good friends with her, and that was a sad event. But that's who I went to Norms for most of my visits, even though she and I were not together for very long. But it stayed around. I guess it has its following because it has existed since 1949, and now it's expanding to Las Vegas. Now, this is not in a touristy area. Anything on West Charleston Boulevard is not going to be a place frequented by tourists, so they're not going for the tourist dollar. And for that reason, the prices will probably be very reasonable. It's not, if you want a cheap meal, that's where you can go. And they should pay me for promoting them here. They are going to open in a few weeks. So I'm not saying the best things about them. I am saying that the food isn't very good. But at least I'm making people aware that it's going to exist. And I'm probably not going to go there. I'll be honest with you. I'll go to the 3-story In-N-Out, but I'm not going to go to the Norms, is my guess. The Norms I went to a lot was the one that is and was in Torrance on Hawthorne Boulevard, Torrance, California, which is in southern LA County. To show you that I'm not just being a snob, it currently has a 3.2 star rating on Yelp, which is not very good. This is out of 5. And keep in mind, people are pretty liberal with their ratings on Yelp. So if it's like a decent meal, they'll give 4 or 5 stars. So if something doesn't have at least 4 stars, that's a restaurant or a hotel for that matter, it usually sucks. So when I see a restaurant has 3, 3.5, I go, I don't want to go there. Only out of desperation. So I wouldn't expect a lot out of the Norms that opens in Vegas. And if you take a look at the food pictures that are depicted on this Yelp review for Norms Torrance, which is the only one I have experience with, it does not look very appetizing. But I thought it was interesting that it's expanding to Las Vegas. Here's one of the reviews. I love this one. This is from January 10th, 2024, from Yvette P. The most dirty restroom I've been to in my life. Worse than any club I've been to, which is insane for a restaurant. Toilet paper all over the bathroom floor. I came out of the restaurant with toilet paper stuck to my shoes. Ah, jeez. This is the women's restroom. Yvette is a girl. Imagine what the men's restroom looked like. Jeez. Uh-oh. The prices have gone up, too. According to Alan B. from Redondo Beach, he said, the restaurant itself is fine, menu items fine, but the prices for breakfast, $14 to $20, outrageous. This is also at Denny's. I understand the costs have gone up for the supply side, wages, insurance, etc., but my breakfast pre-COVID was $9, now $15. That's just gouging. I don't know. Maybe it won't be cheap. I mean, that's not going to fly in locals Las Vegas if it's too expensive. So Norms may be in for a surprise.
Did you say it's also at Denny's?
No. The person was saying like Denny's has the same issue. They were unclear. This person wasn't the best writer, but that's what they were trying to say. But I understand the confusion. So yep, Norms is coming to Las Vegas. I'll be honest, I probably wouldn't have covered this topic if I didn't have the memories of going there in the early '90s with my now dead girlfriend.
Did Norms kill her or have anything to do with it?
You never know. I mean, maybe 15 years later it did. It could be. Her death was kind of mysterious. She just kind of died of a heart attack at a young age. I don't know. Maybe Norm started a chain reaction that took 15 years to take place. I should have them exhume her body and find out. You might be onto something here. You know, when I think of her, she was very into like true crime stuff. And when I'm like changing around satellite radio channels and I reach HLN, which is the former CNN headline news, for now, a lot of the day they play forensic files on HLN for whatever reason. Like they just repeat this over and over. And I have to admit, especially if I'm like driving in the desert, like to or from Las Vegas, it's just kind of fun to listen to forensic files in the dark in the desert late at night. So I'll just leave it on and listen to like story after story after story, though it is full of commercials, which is kind of tilting. But when I hear that, I think of her because she would have like watched this all the time. In fact, she did watch this, the ones that were made before she passed away, but some were made after 2006. But what you're hearing on SiriusXM is a lot of them are older episodes. A lot of them are from the early 2000s.
You can fast forward through the commercials.
I kind of do, but you can't if you're listening live. I'm talking about like on SiriusXM. So the only way I do it...
But can't you just go backwards? You turn it on and go back an hour?
No, only if it's already been on that for a while. It only keeps memory of one station. So what I will sometimes do is just put it on HLN and then just listen to something else through my phone at the moment, and then let it build up a lot of programming there through HLN, and then just fast forward through the commercials that way. Because then I'll build up like an hour of the program or 2 hours of the program, and then I can quickly skip through the commercials. And they have some of the dumbest commercials on there too, just like really, really low budget companies that are probably getting the airtime very cheap. A lot of things that sound like scams. But, what can I do? The price you got to pay to listen. All right, moving on. people who hate Donald Trump will like this segment. And, I'm not a Kamala Harris supporter, and I am going to vote for Trump, but I got to report the news.
Oh, stop.
I am. I'm going to vote for Trump, but
I know, but don't start with you're only voting for Trump because you have to. He's a dirtbag and a scumbag.
He wasn't my choice.
Be proud. I'm not saying not to, but I'm just saying all my friends who are voting for Trump, I wish I didn't have to, but I'm voting for Trump.
Well, I don't have to do anything. I'm just saying that he wasn't the one I supported in the primary. I was hoping Ron DeSantis would win. Ron DeSantis ran a terrible campaign and didn't come close. Part of it is his fault. But Trump's the nominee, and between the two, that's who I much prefer to win. So that's how I see it here. And I'm not feeling like I have to. I just feel like that's who I much prefer to win, and that's who I'm going to vote for. Anyway, I still have to report the news of Las Vegas and things that the listener will find interesting. So this is not a flattering story for Trump, but I'm going to report it anyway. A 43-foot tall, naked sculpture of Donald Trump was put up at the junction of I-15 and US 93 north of Las Vegas. This was not put up with anybody's permission. This was just put up. And again, it's 43 feet tall. And if you wonder, when I say naked, did it include a penis? Answer, yes. It did include a penis, but the penis was intentionally made very small. So it was an insulting sculpture. Trump in this sculpture, which you can see if you Google it, looks very fat, very out of shape. There's rolls of fat on his stomach and legs. His penis, while erect, or at least semi-erect, still looks very small compared to his body. Remember, it's a 43-foot body, so the penis absolute size is not small, but compared to a 43-foot body is. And it was put up, if you want to look this up on Google Maps, at 13460 Apex Harbor Lane in what's known as North Las Vegas, but it wasn't really in North Las Vegas. It was put in kind of like a no man's land, which is considered North Las Vegas, but really isn't. It's just north of the Las Vegas area. So it's north of North Las Vegas. If you just were to keep driving on I-15 past Vegas, past North Las Vegas, and towards Utah, then you would get to the junction of I-15 and US 93. US 93 goes directly north. I-15 goes northeast. And right at that junction is where this was put up. It was said to be about 6,000 pounds. And it was actually moving because it was actually hung from a crane. But the crane was also moving and making Trump's arms move. So that's how it was put up. That's how it would not fall over. It was actually set up like a marionette where his arms were attached to the crane and the crane would actually move to make his arms move. It was titled Crooked and Obscene, referring to Trump. And the creators of this did not take credit for it. So it's not known for sure who made this. However, it is assumed by many to have been made by a man named Joshua Monroe. He actually lives in Las Vegas. He designs monsters for horror films and haunted houses. And he had made some very similar but much smaller sculptures of Trump during the 2016 election that were again installed without permission in Cleveland, Los Angeles, New York, San Francisco, and Seattle in August 2016. Interestingly, he did not put one in Las Vegas at that time, even though he's from Las Vegas. So this looks like his style, and since he's from Vegas, it's thought that he did this. They did remove this after a number of days. I don't know how long this stayed up. I know it showed up on October 1st or maybe late September. And it was probably there for a few days, and then it was gone. It was just forced taken down because it wasn't supposed to be there. This address, 13460 Apex Harbor Lane, just happens to be a parking lot, which is right between those two highways, those two major highways. It's next to a business called Love's Storage Solutions, so like next to a storage place. But it was put there just because that's where the two highways come together. And presumably they got permission from whoever owns the parking lot there, but they didn't get permission from the county or anything like that. You may not be familiar with US 93 and where it goes, and that's probably because you haven't been on it, because it doesn't go anywhere that you would probably want to visit. US 93 goes pretty much directly north, and it goes a long way, but from Vegas, it starts actually at the 15, and it starts, again, in like unincorporated county territory that branches off the 15 well northeast of the Las Vegas area, though it is a good deal before Valley of Fire State Park, a good deal before Moapa, Nevada, and a good deal before the Utah state line, and a good deal before Mesquite. So it's not that far from Vegas. It's just not in Vegas at all. It's kind of like, some miles out once you get out of the immediate Vegas and North Las Vegas area. But if you take it north from there, this is where 93 begins, you really are going through nothing until you get to something called Crystal Springs, which is very small. And if you keep going north, you're really hitting just about nothing. And then the biggest thing you're going to get to, and this is not very big at all, is Ely, Nevada, ELY. And then again, there's nothing if you continue north on 93 for a while. Eventually you'll get to West Wendover, which is best known as a border town that people in the Salt Lake City market used to gamble, because there's no legalized casinos in Utah, so you would go west on the 80 from Salt Lake City, and the first town you will get to once you get to the Nevada border is West Wendover. So West Wendover is on the junction of US 93 and I-80. So yeah, US 93 is not something most people would take. I've never been on it. But it's that junction between there and the 15 is where this Trump was put up. And then it was taken down. So I hope the person who did it felt it was worth it. It did get some news. So I guess in that way it was worth something. If it wasn't in the news, then probably would not be worth it for this person. But I guess he figured it was going to be in the news, especially because of the size of this Trump sculpture and the fact that it was naked and the fact that the penis was made intentionally small. All those things. So I just wanted to report that this happened in the Vegas area, and I don't think this is going to influence anyone's voting either way. It's kind of weird, actually. People have such obsession with the Trump hatred. And I can understand, by the way, I can understand those who don't like Trump. I can understand those who would never vote for him. I can understand those who have criticism for him. I just don't understand where some people get so obsessed with hating him, they make like their entire being around hating Trump. And that doesn't make sense for any politician. Like, I don't feel that way about Kamala Harris. I'm not going to vote for her. I don't agree with her. I hope she doesn't win. But I don't feel like she's in my thoughts throughout the day. I'll see some news about her, and I'll kind of be curious about where the election stands. That's when I'll think about her. But believe me, I don't obsess over Kamala Harris or any Democratic candidate I don't want to see win. So I just don't understand the obsession some people have with Trump, like the negative obsession and positive obsession too. There are people who are obsessed with him in a positive way, where they make a lot of their identity the support of Trump. That's strange too. I'm in neither of those camps. So moving on, we're going to talk about the Dragon Tail slot machines, which are now gone from all North American casinos due to a September court order. So Dragon Train was alleged to be a ripoff of the popular Dragon Link and Lightning Link games. And they were produced, I'm talking about the Dragon Train games, by a company called Light and Wonder. And the maker of Dragon Link and Lightning Link is a company called Aristocrat Technologies, which is based in Australia. And they alleged in U.S. court that Dragon Train was a cheap knockoff of Dragon Link. So according to the court order in September, Light & Wonder has until October 23rd to remove more than 2,200 Dragon Train slot machines from all the casinos in North America. Of course, that includes Nevada. So the CEO of the company, named Matt Wilson, said he will comply with the order, but he disagrees with it. He said, we have approximately 33,000 leased units installed in the market, and Dragon Train represented a mid-single-digit percentage of that install base of roughly 2,200 units. We're working very diligently with our customers to convert those games out and in compliance to the judge's order. Happy to say at this point we've not had a single removal request from our customers, and we have a lineup of great games from a deep portfolio of franchises such as Ultimate Fire Link, Invaders, Dancing Drums, Huff and Puff, Wizard of Oz, and many more that we're working on, from which we can backfill these requests. So for those of you who don't understand what he's trying to say here, he's saying that they have 33,000 machines that are installed in North America, and that 2,200 of those are Dragon Train. But what they can do is they can convert these machines to be one of these other games. So they don't have to remove the machine. They can just go in and convert it to one of these others that they're not required to remove. And he was saying that not a single casino has said they just want the machines out. They're happy to convert it to something else. Light & Wonder's stock fell after that order was issued by the judge. It fell 22% as a result of this. However, Truist Securities, based out of Atlanta, still gives Light & Wonder a buy rating. Truist said, we believe Light & Wonder is already in discussions with various operators about replacing Dragon Train placements with alternative games across a large portfolio. And Light & Wonder said that Dragon Train represents less than 5% of its 2025 target, while reiterating that the target excluding any mitigation efforts. So basically he's saying this stock price fell too much for what's happening here, that they're just going to convert it to other games. They're not going to remove any of these machines. Everything should be fine. It'll cost them a little money to do this conversion, but aside from that, this company looks fine. It shouldn't have lost 22%, so you should buy. That's what Truist says, Truist Securities, regarding analyzing Light & Wonder. However, there's more problems on the way. A San Francisco law firm is soliciting information from investors into Light & Wonder to investigate the company's role in the declining stock valuation. And they might be filing a class action lawsuit on behalf of shareholders. The law firm called Hagens Berman said the court's decision reportedly found that Aristocrat is extremely likely to succeed in demonstrating Light & Wonder's misappropriated Aristocrat's trade secrets, and that the court also reportedly said that Light & Wonder was able to develop Dragon Train without investing the equivalent time and money. We are looking into whether Light & Wonder may have knowingly misled investors about the propriety and legality of its reported gaming revenue growth. So basically the law firm saying that we suspect that they misled investors, that they were an up-and-coming company that was going to grow and become huge, because look at this great Dragon Train game they developed that people enjoy, and yet it looks like they probably stole this, and therefore the company's future prospects aren't that great, even if they have other games that are decent, that people probably invested in them believing they had produced this with their own ingenuity and work, and if they just rip this off from another company, then this makes them look much less impressive, and therefore people may have invested in them for the wrong reasons. They may have been misled into investing. So there might be a lawsuit there, a class action suit by this San Francisco law firm. On September 24th, the shares of Light & Wonder fell from $113 to $90, and $1.3 billion in company market value disappeared as a result of that. It then bounced back some, and as we stand today, it is at $94. So it really hasn't bounced back all that much, and it looks like it's kind of been stuck for some time around the same level. It had the big fall on September 23rd, and then it's kind of been staggering in the low 90s, and that's it. So I don't know about this buy recommendation. In fact, if they get sued, this could cause the stock price to take another hit. So don't call your stockbroker right now and try to buy shares of Light & Wonder. That may not work out for you.
And they were suing them for trade secret infringement?
No, this lawsuit is actually, that was originally the lawsuit and the injunction that was issued. This other lawsuit is on behalf of the investors who may have invested believing that they produced this great game, which was actually ripped off. That's it hasn't been filed yet, but they're looking into filing such a lawsuit on behalf of the investors.
And they don't have it patented?
I'm not sure, but whatever it was believed to be a ripoff of Dragon Link, which is much more popular and well known, and as a result, these are being force removed, or at least they have to be converted if they're not going to be removed. If you want to watch a former Poker Fraud Alert radio guest play Dragon Train, you can find it on Vegas Match Channel. If you look for the video called The New Dragon Train Slot Machines Are on Fire, this was posted in early March.
All right, new game, Dragon Train. The ever-elusive train is what we are chasing. I hope it's not a train wreck. I hope we wreck the game and don't get wrecked.
That's from Vegas Match Channel. You can watch this. It's 34 minutes long. So he has played Dragon Train and played it on his channel for everybody to watch. So, yeah, not going to see it after October 23rd. One more week, it's going to be a goner. If you're a fan of Dragon Train, you better get there fast and play it. The IRS is going to clamp down on people who didn't file taxes from 2018 through 2020 despite getting a W-2G form from winning in sports. Now, before you panic too much, this is only applying to a very specific group of people. So let's say you had a sports betting win at a casino, and it was big enough to get a W-2G form, and then you just didn't include it on your taxes. You either forgot about it or didn't bother to declare it, whatever it might be. It just wasn't mentioned on that year's return. Are they going to come after you? Answer, no. That's not who they're coming after. Part of the reason is that the IRS has 3 years to come after you for mistakes on your tax return. Now, this doesn't include fraud. So if you knowingly committed fraud and they have reason to believe that, then there is no statute of limitations. But if it was just a mistake or an omission, something which didn't seem to be obviously malicious and obviously criminal, then they can't come after you. So you're not going to get a letter, hey, you made this mistake in calculation on your 2016 taxes, you owe us money. It's already passed. Now, it goes two ways. If you have discovered a mistake on your return, you cannot amend your return for more than 3 years back. And when I say 3 years, I mean 3 years since it was due. So since it's due on or around April 15th for the previous year, then that's the deadline. So the returns you can amend right now in mid-October 2024 would be 21, 22, and 23, because the 21 returns were due on April 15th or around there, 2022, and it's still not 3 years from then. The 2020 returns would have been due sometime in 2021, and it's been more than 3 years. So that could not be amended at this point, nor can they come after you for any mistake you made. So it goes both ways. So what am I talking about here? That people who did not file taxes despite receiving W-2Gs from 2018 to 2020, how can they do this? Well, because this is applying to those who did not file taxes at all. And that's a different story. Because if you do not file a tax return, that can be considered a form of fraud. I'm not saying it's automatically fraud, but it can be considered a form of fraud. And that's a whole different matter. So they can come after you for more than 3 years for just failing to file a tax return. And apparently, the IRS is now looking into those who should have filed a tax return in those 3 years, 2018, 19, and 20, and didn't, and is going to contact some of these people to file and pay the penalties and make it right. So these people are not going to go to prison for the most part, only the most egregious cases. So if you did get a sports betting W-2G in those years and just didn't file taxes at all, don't panic that the IRS is going to come knock on your door and drag you off to federal prison. It's not going to be like that, but you probably will get a contact at some point. It's not going to be tomorrow or anything, but it'll be sometime coming up. So this is who they're going after, those who received a W-2G form in those years and did not file taxes at all. If you filed taxes and you just didn't include it, and the IRS hasn't come after you yet, then you're in the clear. So I just wanted to make that clear to everybody, because most people who listen to this show, I have to imagine, did file taxes in 18, 19, or 20. Maybe some of you didn't, but I have to imagine most of you did. But if you didn't and you got a sports W-2G, then you'll probably be hearing from them. The IRS said 148,908 individuals who were issued forms W-2G with a total amount of more than $15,000 per individual in gambling winnings did not file a tax return. These non-filers were associated with approximately $13.2 billion in total gambling winnings. Now, of course, winnings does not really mean winnings. They mean gambling cashes, but you know how it is. You can get W-2G forms and lose overall. That happens all the time. This is mainly being done because of sports. I guess this can happen to those who are getting W-2Gs also not for sports, but this was mainly done because of the legalization of sports betting outside Nevada that started in 2018. And the IRS decided that there were too many sports W-2Gs given out where people didn't file taxes at all and then just never pay taxes on them. So the IRS decided that they are going to go after these people. The IRS also dropped the ball themselves. About 2/3 of the people who didn't file from 2018 to 2020 that the IRS knew should have filed somehow just never were sent a notice about this. And also, apparently the IRS didn't have many processes in place to identify people who did not file returns despite getting W-2Gs from the sports books. So the IRS is going to start reviewing those that didn't file and those that were not receiving notices in those years. And they're going to especially be targeting those who got sports betting W-2Gs that totaled $15,000 or more. So if you won, a bet or two that didn't add up to more than $15,000 in W-2Gs, it's not going to affect you either. The IRS agreed to the 3 recommendations, which were analyzing tax identification numbers and determine what operators may be non-compliant. That's, of course, against the casinos who messed up and didn't notify them properly or didn't force people to get W-2Gs when they should have. Expanding the wager codes for filers to specifically include sports betting, and also conduct a scan of the current and potential future conditions of sports betting and online gambling industries. So the IRS said they will take these recommendations by the Treasury Inspector General and that they're going to begin enforcement action, and they're also going to scan the conditions of the sports betting and online gambling industries. However, the IRS is refusing to analyze W-2Gs with missing tax identification numbers to determine any kind of non-compliance by the operators. So, of course, this doesn't affect any bettors, but I guess there were some casinos that did not put their tax identification number on the W-2Gs, and they're not going to go through that and try to figure out where they came from and try to do anything about that. And they're also going to explore the potential productivity and feasibility of expanding the wager codes. So basically the wager code is telling the IRS when you're getting a W-2G of what kind of win you have. Because at the moment that is not happening. The IRS is just seeing that you had gambling winnings, but they're not seeing what kind of winning you had. So they want to expand the wagering codes so the IRS has a better idea of how you won the money, including through sports betting. So it really looks like they are getting concerned that sports bettors are winning and then not paying their taxes, and some of them not even filing taxes. So there's no timetable put on this, And if you filed a return, then you have nothing to worry about. And in fact, if you filed a return in those years and haven't heard from them, then you're not going to hear from them. Just want to put that out there. So for the few listeners here that got more than 15,000 in W2Gs, especially from sports, but maybe from casinos in total, and didn't file taxes those years, you may be hearing from the IRS sometime in 2025. Now time for a segment we do every so often. What Would Druff Do? What Would Druff Do is a segment where a listener contacts me in some way and asks what I would do in a situation which they found themselves in and were kind of uncomfortable of what they should do. So this was what I was texted by a Poker Fraud Alert radio listener. Druff, I had booked a hotel in Las Vegas weeks in advance. On the way driving into town, this hotel did not have any record of my reservation. I called up to see if they could reserve a specific room for me, and I was shocked when they did not know about my reservation at all, despite the fact that I had a confirmation number and I had confirmation emails. When I told them to search for it, they made every attempt, but after a long time on the phone while driving into Vegas, they simply could not find my reservation, and they said my confirmation code was invalid. I asked at that point, what can we do? And they said my only choice is to rebook, which was terrible for me because I booked on a comp offer that was no longer available, and I would have to pay the prevailing rate, which was going to be very expensive. What would you have done in this situation? That's a good question. So I never had this happen to me. So this is a new one. This is one I don't have experience with. Basically, this person found that the hotel, a Vegas hotel casino, had absolutely no record of their reservation. It didn't show as canceled or anything. And I know this because I went on and talked to this person back and forth about it. So it wasn't that their reservation was canceled without their permission. It was just that the reservation, according to the hotel, did not exist, even though this person had a confirmation code and a confirmation email. You may think it's just very straightforward. You just show them the confirmation email when you get to the front desk, and they'll say, okay, cool, sorry about that, and give you a room. However, this person told me that it wasn't that simple, and that they were told that a confirmation email is not going to do any good if they just can't find the reservation in their system at all. So, what do you do in this situation? What would I do in this situation? If you're pulling into Vegas and you're afraid you're not going to have a room, do you just throw your hands up and give up and book at the prevailing rate, which is going to be very high? Remember, this person booked on a comp offer, and they booked themselves, by the way. This wasn't through a host. I asked them, I said, well, did a host do it? The host could probably take care of this. No, it wasn't the host. This person booked an offer that was online through their online portal, and that once you book it, basically the offer vanishes. So they couldn't just cancel and rebook. This was the day of, and the offer wasn't available to book anymore, something like book by such and such date, and that date had passed. So the offer is gone. So if they cancel, they can't rebook under it, and they had no other way to book this room for that night and get anything but a terrible rate at that point, which of course isn't their fault that this all happened. So this person was very frustrated and understandably very concerned, and they didn't want to just pay whatever rate the hotel's telling them when the hotel fucked up and lost the reservation. But what do you do at that point? Well, first and foremost, you have to understand that you have rights as a consumer, and you especially have rights in the state of Nevada because the Nevada Gaming Commission oversees everything that has to do with gaming, and that includes the hotel casinos. So, for example, if you're getting a comp room, while the hotel does not have to honor the comp room, the hotel can say, you know what, we don't want you staying here, and we're rescinding the comp. So when you get there, they could just give you the bad news that they're not honoring the comp. At the same time, if they just say they can't find it after they've promised you to be there, that can be a gaming violation. And in this person's case, they said they tacked on one more night that wasn't part of the comp. So they actually were paying real money, not very much money, but some real money for the final night that they booked. So that makes it a bit more that gaming can get involved. So that's always something you can call and see if they can help. I'm not guaranteeing they will help. I'm saying it's possible they can help. But you don't want to go to gaming when this happens right away. What you want to do is resolve it with the hotel. So first of all, and I told this person when they were texting me, I said, don't panic right now. Wait till you get to Vegas. And then when you get there, see if you can resolve this with the front desk. And the person said, well, I talked to the front desk on the phone. I talked to the real front desk, not the Philippines, not a call center. I talked to the actual front desk on property, and they said they can't help me. But I said, it's different when you're there in person and can show them a real confirmation email. So these were the suggestions I gave to this person. I said, go to the front desk, ask for the highest manager there at the time. Unfortunately, it was late at night, so it's not going to be someone with a lot of power. But find the highest manager there at the front desk and politely explain to them what happened and tell them that you want to show them the proof. Tell them that you understand that people can fabricate proof, that people can even fabricate proof by email. But see what you can find. So, for example, if there is an app that you can log into the app and see if your reservation shows up there in any way. If there isn't, see if you can go onto the website and log in and see if your reservation shows up in any way. If you can't, then you can go to the confirmation email and you can show the person who is at the front desk, the manager, and make sure you're getting a manager, not just some front desk employee. Show them that the email's authentic. Show them it came from that casino. Tell them that, if it involves logging into your email, let's say you have Gmail. Tell them you're happy to go onto Gmail right now on their system and log in and show them that it's legitimately that. You're not just photoshopping something or sending yourself an email, like that they can inspect it all they want. And just explain to them very calmly that I booked this on whatever date. I got a confirmation code. It should be there. And if it's not there, then please help me find it. And, it's not fair to make me pay more money because you guys can't find it in your system. Here it is. Even if your system doesn't show it, I'm showing you all the proof I can. And what else would you like me to show you? What else do I have to do to prove it? By the way, in this case, it didn't apply because it was a comp reservation or comp everything but the last night. But if the first night costs anything above $0, most properties will take a deposit. So if there were a deposit charged already against your credit card, that would be proof right there that you were booked. In general, in all markets, the law is that when you have a hotel booked, they have to either give you the room you booked or they have to put you up in a comparable room in a different property if they run out of space. But they can't just arbitrarily decide not to honor the reservation. Now, as I said, comps are different. They can say we're rescinding the comps, but that's not what they're claiming here. That person didn't have to worry about the comp being rescinded because they were not told the comp was rescinded. They're just being told you were given a comp reservation and we can't find it, so too bad we're not honoring it. Which, especially because the last night had a rate to it, could be a gaming violation. I haven't seen a gaming complaint like this, but there could be one, and that's something you can always go to as a very last resort if they absolutely won't help you. But I would suggest always trying as hard as you can with the manager on site. And you got to be nice. You got to approach in a calm and rational fashion. Don't start yelling, I can't believe this is happening. I can't believe you can't find it. What kind of incompetence is this? If you do that, they're not going to want to help you. So you got to approach it politely, as frustrated as you might be, and say, can you help me? And say, imagine my shock when they said it wasn't there. So that was the advice I gave to this person, and it actually got resolved. It actually took over an hour. This person was left standing at the front desk for over an hour to check in, and they were quite frustrated with that as they were texting me, but they were able to get into the room they booked. And here's a little tip for you. You may wonder, how did this happen? And that's what they were wondering too, and I was really wondering how this happened. How can it actually be it disappears? Because reservations don't disappear from these systems even when canceled. A canceled reservation will be in the system as a cancellation. It will not be there as just something missing. It's not going to just delete and be gone. It shows canceled. So once something's booked, it's stuck there forever. And when it's not retrievable, when it's showing confirmation code invalid, reservation never existed, then something has gone wrong on their end. there's nothing you could actually do as a consumer to force it to vanish. As I said, you can cancel it, it will not vanish. So the fact that this one vanished showed there was an error on the end of the hotel casino. And I told this person to keep emphasizing that this is not their fault and they didn't cancel anything. And even if they had, it would show up as a cancellation. And can they please help this person and recreate the whole thing? Anyway, after a lot of research that took over an hour, it was found that the reason this was not findable, and this is important because you guys may want to know this, was that the person had themselves down as a non-registered guest, which is basically a way of staying at a hotel incognito. You may not know you can do this, but at all Vegas hotel casinos and some other hotels elsewhere, you can ask them to put you down as incognito or a non-registered guest. And what that does is makes it so if anybody calls there and asks to be connected to your room, then you won't be found. So this way, people can't figure out where you are. You may say, well, why would you want to do that? Well, there's a number of privacy-related reasons why you may want to do that. So, for example, let's say there's someone who's been threatening you. If you come into Vegas, they're going to kill you. And you say, well, screw this person. I'm not going to stay away from Vegas because they're threatening this. But at the same time, I don't want them calling around hotels and figuring out where I am, just in case they're serious about the threat. So I just prefer that they don't know where I am. Then they can't confirm that I'm even in town. So you can put yourself down as a non-registered guest. And this way, if they call around and ask to be transferred to your room, you just won't be found. And they won't get any information. So that's what a non-registered guest or NRG is. And this particular person put themselves down as an NRG, and then they were unable to be found by the front desk itself, which was an error. But apparently this error is happening more and more in Las Vegas casinos, where the system doesn't process this correctly, and it makes it too hard to find, where basically even the employees can't find the person, which is not what's intended here. It was intended before that it will come up as the guest is not there if someone from the outside inquires, but if somebody from the inside within the hotel itself, that they can look up that person, at least by the confirmation code. But an error in some of these systems now, and it's just a recent thing, by the way, from what I've learned, an error in these newer systems has made it very difficult for front desk staff to find these reservations where they're booked as NRG, non-registered guest, or incognito. So my suggestion to you is if you're ever going to book in this way, don't do it until you get there. So book it normally, and once you get there, then ask them to change you to this. But a word of caution. Once you get under that, then it may be difficult or impossible to charge anything to the room, including to any food credits you have. So if you have, say, $200 in food credits, you may have a hard time or an impossible time using these food credits if you were down as an incognito or non-registered guest, because then the restaurant may not be able to look it up. So you may want to stay away from that entirely. Whereas before there was no downside to it. Now there is somewhat of a downside, at least until this problem gets fixed. That's what happened to this person. It took over an hour for the front desk to figure it out. Now, after this whole ordeal, what do you think should happen? Obviously, this person should get the room that they booked, and they did, but they stood around for over an hour until the room was located for them through no fault of their own. So what should be done at that point? Well, at that point, while it's not required, it's the right thing to give some kind of comp to that guest because of the massive hassle they were put through, especially the standing around waiting. So I suggested to this person to ask for something and then just see what they're offered. And if it's complete shit, to turn it down and ask for more. So if they're offered like a $25 food credit, say no. So they ended up being offered a $100 food credit. And they asked me for my opinion. I said, yeah, that's good. Take it. Like, it's not great, but it's decent. Take it. So the person took it, and that was the end of the story. Probably wasn't worth it to them to stand around for an hour and a half until this was resolved late at night to get their $100 food credit out of it. But at least it was something. So, ask for something like that if you were put it through that much hassle over the whole thing. Because it's not your fault. Whenever a casino messes up, a hotel messes up, and it's a big inconvenience for you and it's not your fault at all, do not be afraid to ask for something. The worst they can do is say no. But usually they'll give you something. And again, be polite about it. But yeah, if you mentioned you were standing for over an hour waiting at the front desk because they couldn't find your reservation that was through their system's fault, yeah, they're going to take pity on you and give you something. And by the way, hotel casinos in Vegas are pretty easy with giving food credits. They're much tougher with taking money off your bill. They will sometimes, but the food credits they hand out pretty readily. So getting $100 food credit is not all that tough at hotel casinos if anything happened that seems that you'd be reasonably angry about. What you should never do is just back down and accept it. Never say, oh, well, it is late at night and I guess you can't find it and I can't wait till tomorrow because I got to go to sleep. So, okay, how much is it going to be to rebook? Okay, $300 a night. Okay, I'll pay. And don't ever pay and try to resolve it the next day. Don't have them change your reservation to a prevailing rate reservation and then try to fight it out in the morning. Because at that point, you've lost a lot of your leverage. Who knows who you're going to get? Who knows what they're going to believe? You don't want to back down like that. You don't want to do that and then try to fix it later. And also don't let your host take care of it if your host did not make the reservation. If your host made the reservation, well, then that's fine because the host knows they made your reservation. They're an employee of the casino. They can say, hey, look, put this thing back. I don't know what happened to it, but put it back. And they will. But if your host didn't make it, all the host is going to do is just comp off what the cost of the prevailing rate of the reservation would be. And that's comp power you're not going to have for other things. So if the host ends up comping off like $600 worth of something you should have had for free as a way to fix it, then what happens is that $600 is something you could have used like on a meal. And now you can't anymore because it's been used up to fix this bullshit. So don't ever have a host fix something that wasn't something they booked. So they love to push you on hosts. In fact, that was something told to the person texting me that they were told to talk to their host, and they're like, I'm not sure I should do that. The host didn't even book this. And I said, no, don't talk to your host. That's not the right solution here. The host is not going to solve hotel problems, especially bookings they didn't do. So don't just back down and say, well, no way out of it. You've got to keep pressing. You got to have them do a sanity check. You got to say, look, I have this confirmation email right here. I'll log in, whatever I got to do to prove it, that it's real. Now, please, on your end, recreate this and make it right. It's not fair to me I should have to pay a high rate, for something I was promised as comp because your system lost it somehow. All right, so last topic before we shut this thing down. This is kind of an editorial, but it's a different kind of editorial than you're used to here. I'm not going to sit here giving my opinion on things. This is not political at all. It's not even about poker or gambling. I was interested when I saw the little presentation that Elon Musk had for their We Robot event, where people were introduced to a new humanoid-like robot called Optimus that very much resembled the humanoid-type robot that we used to always dream of having one day when we were kids. And if you think about what you envisioned the future to be back when you were a kid, which, like me, was probably a long time ago, unless you're one of the few young listeners here, you probably pictured by the 2020s there'd probably be all kinds of advanced robots walking around and maybe one living in your house helping you out, and maybe you'd even have one as a friend. And if you could look and see that no such thing exists at this time, you'd be disappointed. But that's reality. And I bet a lot of you, when you've thought of this in recent times, if you have thought of it, you've probably conceded that you may not even live to see that type of robot ever existing. You probably believe it will exist at some point, but it probably won't exist while you're alive, especially if you're around my age. Well, if that's true, then what was going on with Optimus at that recent presentation that Elon Musk did? And given that presentation, does this mean that type of robot is not very far off? Well, first of all, I want to talk about something that was a major technological advance in the 2020s. And what's interesting is, as far as consumer electronics, there were two very major advances in the 2000s that affected the average person. Those two advances were, number one, smartphones. And I mean real smartphones like iPhones or things similar to iPhones, not what they called smartphones back in 2005, but I mean real smartphones where you could browse the web and run apps well, and things that resemble today's smartphones. Even though today's are much more advanced, you still had the basics there when they first came out, when Apple released the iPhone in 2007. So that was a big advance. That was something that people didn't have prior to 2007. If you think about how different life was prior to you having a real smartphone, of what's known today as what would be a smartphone, pre-2007, you just didn't have it. And it was much tougher. You couldn't really go on the web effectively in like 2004, 2005. If you wanted to, you would have to find a computer somewhere. So the iPhone was really a major advance for that. And I know that now there's other smartphones, of course, that are not iPhones, but it's all along the same lines. And that was a major technological advance starting in 2007. That was one of the big advances of 2000s. Another one of the 2000s was GPS directions. We're now using global positioning satellites, which have existed for a very long time and are usable by the general public for no fee because they're run by the government, that you can now use devices that utilize these signals to know where you are and give you directions to places. So that was huge. Before, you had to use paper maps. I'm sure most of you remember that. I remember like around years 2000, 2001, I was using things like MapQuest, where I would map out where I was going to go beforehand on my computer, print it out, and then bring it in my car. That was my version of GPS directions there before such a thing existed. Now, by 2004, and this wasn't the first year of it, but I had one of the early integrated systems into a car. So you could use GPS devices before 2004 for directions, but this would be a separate thing you'd buy. I actually had one integrated in my car in 2004, and that was a big deal to have an integrated GPS map and direction system in 2004. So that was another big advance for consumer technology in the 2000s. Those really changed lives. So if you take a look at life in the 90s, you didn't have the GPS directions, you didn't have any smartphones. You know, you had the internet, you had the web in the second half of the 90s, but you did not have the smartphones, you did not have the GPS directions, and in those ways, life was quite different, and these were two very important advances for the average person. The 2010s didn't really bring anything. The 2010s improved on a lot of things, but there was no real innovation in the 2010s that was a real game changer for the average person. If you took someone from 2007 and dropped them in 2017, they were going to go, ooh, look at this. Wow, we didn't have this in our time. No, they wouldn't. It's just like better versions of what they had in 2007, 10 years later. But we do have a big advance in the 2020s, and that's artificial intelligence. And it was a huge advance, one that very few people predicted, including me. I really thought that in my lifetime I was not going to see quality AI and that I was going to just die not seeing it. Like what ChatGPT and Elon Musk's Grok, or even these AIs that create various forms of performing art, including what I've put on this show, little songs I've made and that little Seinfeld skit I did. I mean, I never pictured this type of stuff would be doable in the 2020s. I'm very, very impressed by the sophistication of AI and what it can do both creatively and the way it can resemble the thought processes of humans and the conversations you can have with it. there's a lot to be impressed with in a very short time of the advancements that's been made in AI. If you look at AI in 2019 versus today, it's a world of difference. AI has existed for a very long time, but there's a world of difference. The 2020s AI is tremendously more advanced. It's not even close. And it's also now accessible by the average person. So this opens up a tremendous array of possibilities. Some good, some bad. On the bad side, AI can be used to help scammers. There's already incidents where people's voices are imitated by scammers who then call up relatives and their AI-generated voice asks for money, claiming that they've been arrested or are in the hospital, whatever it might be, and the victim thinks, well, it has to be them. That, I know this voice. This is my relative. This is my son. This is my daughter. This is my mom, whatever it is. So that's a really nasty scam, and this is just going to get more and more convincing as time passes and the capabilities increase. That's one of the bad sides of the advancement of AI. But there's a lot of good sides, too. You're going to have a lot more devices that can actually think, or at least appear to think. And a lot of things that weren't really possible before will become possible. And that includes household robots. So think about the household robots that you would see in science fiction in the 1980s. Even take the stupid robot that wished Paulie a happy birthday in Rocky IV, which such a thing didn't exist then, nor does it even exist today 40 years later. Those robots never came to pass. But wouldn't it be cool if you could buy a robot that could do household chores, that could talk to you when you're lonely, that could solve problems for you, that could maybe even protect you if intruders come in? The possibilities are endless. Wouldn't it be nice if the robot could do things for you when you otherwise can't or don't want to? Like if your dog needs walking and it's an inconvenient time, you could send the robot to go walk your dog. Or the dishes have piled up in the sink and you're sick or you just don't feel like doing them, you could tell the robot to go do the dishes. Or your house is dirty, you tell the robot to clean it. There's so many different possibilities, from the mundane to things that are less mundane, but also helpful. Like, hey, I'm feeling lonely, I'm feeling down, can you give me some advice? And you ask the robot and it talks to you. And it's a machine, it's not going to judge you, it's not going to tell your secrets to people. So are these type of robots possible using current or at least upcoming AI technology? And the answer is yes. Because there's been such advancement, and because these AIs can learn a lot better than previous ones by a very wide margin, these type of robots should be able to have AI integrated within them to where they will really start to resemble robots that you saw in science fiction back in the 80s. So think of something like ChatGPT, where you could talk to it in real sentences, you can ask it real questions, you can ask for advice on things, what it thinks is the best thing to do in this situation, and it will give you real answers that seem like they're coming from a human being, and sometimes the answers are pretty good. So imagine if this type of thing was put into a robot, and the robot was able to move around your house very well, climb stairs well, walk around, not bump into things, if it could learn how to do household chores. There's a lot of things it could even just learn on the spot if advanced enough, especially if it has internet access, which of course is not very hard to give it at this point. Even very simple devices now can connect to the internet. Look at smart thermostats and things like that. The possibilities are really endless, and we don't seem like we're that far from that point. It also brings up the question of sex bots, and this is something that has no appeal to me, in case you think that I'm awaiting this. I'm not, but what if robots could be made to be sexual companions for those who are either having trouble finding a sexual partner, or guys whose T goes up when they see women with big tits on poker streams like Nick Vertucci. Maybe you can give him a sex bot and it'll solve a lot of the problems. What if sex bots can be made that not only could have sex with you and could be made to look like convincing human beings, whatever type you like, but also could converse with you, also could do what you like? What if that comes into possibility? Think of how many people would buy that. This, of course, wouldn't be for everyone, but think of how many dudes especially would buy this if they could buy a sex bot that would look like an attractive woman, or I guess even for gay men, an attractive man, and the bot would do anything with you, and it would look and feel like a human being, and it could talk with you. It wouldn't just be a robot that says nothing and does the act, but you could really feel like you're with a real human. We're not there yet, but we're not as far as you think. And some people might opt for this simply because they won't have to deal with the issues that come up with a real human relationship, which of course always is a lot of work and can go bad. Often you won't even get what you're looking for. You sometimes have to settle for whoever's willing to date you rather than who you really want. So with sex bots, all those problems go away. Now, again, this doesn't appeal to me, but I can imagine a very large contingent of men, and maybe even some women, would want to buy something like this. But how close are we really? Well, let's get back to the Elon Musk Optimus robot. The Optimus robot was shown at the Tesla We Robot event, and it was on a Hollywood movie studio lot. You could see in the videos of this that these Optimus robots were pouring drinks for people, and they were speaking with whoever was invited there. This wasn't open to the general public. You had to be invited, but it seemed like we're very close to these humanoid robots. It seemed like Elon Musk had already had one created, or a lot of them created, and that these were powered by AI, and that it was just a matter of a short time before you could buy one of these. It'd probably be expensive, but you could buy one of these for your house. Now, it looked like a robot. It didn't look like a human or anything, but it was able to do a lot of things and even converse like a human. Well, unfortunately, it wasn't as impressive as it appeared. Some people were skeptical and felt that some of this was being done by remote control, and that maybe some of the conversations were actually being done through a human rather than the robot conversing on its own. And it turns out these suspicions were true. That apparently the Optimus bots relied on what's known as teleops, which is a human intervention, and that the bots were using AI to walk, but that a nearby human who was controlling the robot in some way was actually doing the talking. So the Optimus was not really talking to anyone. It was a human talking through it, through some kind of remote control device. During the We Robot event, Elon Musk promised that Optimus can be a teacher, it can babysit your kids, it can walk your dog, it can mow your lawn, get the groceries, it can be your friend, it can serve drinks, whatever you think of it will do, said Elon Musk. But given that it needed some human assistance to even do what it was doing at the event, then it looks like this may not be something you can buy anytime soon. We will see what really comes of robots like Optimus. Some people believe this whole thing was kind of a stunt to boost Tesla's stock value, which has struggled in recent years. Others think that this is something coming soon, and that Musk just wanted to showcase what it will do, not currently what it can do. Whatever it is, I think we will see humanoid robots in not too long. Even if it's not from Elon Musk companies. It could be from one of many companies that would do it. But it really isn't that hard to imagine that current AI capabilities combined with current robotic capabilities would be able to create what would be an intelligent humanoid robot that could do a lot of things. In fact, I would think some of this would be easier to implement than some of the AI technology we're already seeing, ones that can create impressive-looking artwork or write songs or write stories, write poems. Some of these things I thought were impossible or almost impossible given that they require human creativity. And machines don't have creativity. But the AI has become so advanced in the 2020s, they actually can simulate creativity. I think it's something that could be coming, and maybe by the end of the decade, this is something you could buy and will be useful. And that's something I would actually like. I look at some of these inventions, and I think, I don't really want this. Including, speaking of Elon Musk, the Teslas are known for their self-driving mode. That's not something that appeals to me. It's something that would be okay to have in certain circumstances. So I've had times I've driven between Vegas and LA and I get sick. And I think, oh boy, it's going to be hard to complete these last 150 miles. How am I going to do it? And my choices are to pull off in the desert and sleep and try to sleep it off or just try to tough it out. And those would be great times to let the thing drive and I could rest. There's other times I've just been tired when I've been driving and I'm thinking, this kind of sucks, but I waited too long to leave, but I got to complete this drive tonight, so I got to just do it. And I have to just tough it out. And it would be nice to have a self-driving car in those situations. But other than that, I like to drive. I've actually preferred, I actually still believe I could do a better job keeping myself safe than a computer could. And even if I'm wrong about that, I just prefer to have the control. So on a normal basis, this is not something that appeals to me to have the car drive me. Now, there's relatives of mine who disagree, who will put a car on self-driving mode and love it. And they say they can look at what's going on around them, and they can relax, and they don't have to worry about traffic. And I understand it. It's just not something that appeals to me. I'm like a do-everything-for-myself type of guy. That's why I don't ever get valet parking. There's a lot that I don't take that are things that could be done for me that I just prefer to do myself. So, like, that sort of thing doesn't appeal to me. But would I like to have a household robot? And no, not to have sex with. Get your mind away from there. Get your mind out of the gutter. But I would like to have a household robot that could do things for me. In fact, I remember, back when my dog was alive, the one thing that kind of sucked about having a dog was, like, you have to walk the dog, and sometimes it's not convenient to walk the dog. Like, I'll be in a great poker game that's taking a very long time, and it's like late at night, and there's no one else who can walk the dog, and I know the dog needs to be walked, and I'm like, shit, I don't want to leave this game to walk the dog, but I have to. I'm not going to torture the dog who really needs to go out, so I just have to quit the game and go walk the dog. And, like, if I could have sent a robot out to walk the dog, that would have been great. And there's been other times there's, like, stuff to do around the house, and I go, I don't feel like doing this right now. Including sometimes, like, after radio. Like, look at this. Like, it's like 6 a.m. right now. And there's stuff I still have to do around the house that I'll have to do when radio's over. You know how much I'd love to just, like, go to sleep after this and let the robot do it? You know how much I'd love to just tell the robot, do this, do that, stuff that isn't rewarding but just has to be done? That'd be great. It would actually be kind of cool to have a robot around that you can just talk to or bounce ideas off of if it could give you intelligent answers. So that would all be nice. That would be something I would enjoy having if it actually worked well. But I really just figured that's never going to come in my lifetime. But now I think it will. So regardless of what Optimus really could or couldn't do, you'll see something real like this before the end of the decade. We've had incredible jumps in AI in the 2020s, in the capabilities. Something else that you may eventually see will be TV shows or TV-like shows and movies that the average person can make through AI. So think of what it would require these days if you have an idea for a movie or even like a 30-minute TV-like episode you'd want to make for YouTube. So you may have ideas in your head, and you could write out a script, but you'd have to produce it, you'd have to get actors, you would have to have post-production. You would have to find locations for the shooting. And you may not have the expertise to make all of it. It's just a big deal. This isn't something the average person could just go make and be any good. In fact, I've known people who've attempted to make movies of their own, and they don't even resemble the feature films that you'll see coming out of Hollywood. I mean, not even close. It looks so amateurish, and it doesn't even come close to resembling one. It's just usually awful. But picture if all you had to do was write a script and feed it into an AI, and it would make the movie for you, even if it's a short movie. Picture if you didn't even have to write the script. You could just give an idea to it. Picture if we just lost our co-host, which we did. We just lost Trader Risky. I have to split Have a Great Day, Druff. Probably had to go at 6 a.m. Anyway, yeah, picture all these things. I mean, you really will be able to do this in not too long of a time. Just say, I have an idea for a movie. Here are the main characters. Here's a description of each character. Here's what I want the plot to be about. Can you write it and create it, and can I watch it? And then you put it through, and it'll spit out a movie you can watch that could be like 2 hours. And you know, it won't be great probably at first. I'm sure this capability will show up sometime soon, and the movies won't be very good. But it'll make them. And then also, like I do with the songs that I make or the skits that I make, a human can go and edit them and make them better. So if there's stupid things it puts in or stuff that doesn't make sense or stuff that just doesn't work, you can just remove it with an editing tool, and then it'll be fine. So like that Seinfeld skit I had for the MGM Grand Guarantee thing that they kept lowering the guarantee, and I made a skit of Seinfeld trying to play there. That was written by me. I wrote the script. It was acted out by an AI using Seinfeld's actual voice. And then I had to edit it because it did some things stupidly. So this was something that took a while to do because of the editing I had to do. But the final result was something that really came off pretty well. It really came off like a real Seinfeld episode. And the songs I've created, same thing. I've had to do some editing, but other than that, it really did create its own tune and sang it pretty well. The tune was catchy. I wrote the lyrics, but it could have written the lyrics for me. I just wanted to do it myself, and I thought I could do it better. But you get my point. Like, wouldn't that be cool if you could just write out a script and then feed it into an AI and it would make a full movie for you? And then if it was any good, you could release it on YouTube and people might pay to see it. This might actually make Hollywood obsolete if people could make this so easily. This could make actors obsolete. But I would like that too. I'd probably never leave the house if I could have something like that. Just create scenes based upon scripts I write. I'd really enjoy that. So this all might be coming before the end of the decade. Perhaps even before that. So for all of that, it's an exciting time. And I try to temper my expectations regarding technological advances. I'm always the skeptic who says, no, this isn't going to work. No, we're not going to see this. No, this won't be any good. But I'm optimistic regarding AI and the new things we're going to be able to see it do. Because really, if you told me 4 years ago that I could produce these Seinfeld skits and country music songs that sound good, sound fairly realistic, and just require some editing on my part, and all I have to do is write the script for them, I'd say, no, there's no way I could do that in the early 2020s. But yeah, I did it, and it wasn't hard, and it wasn't expensive. It'll be a weird time when we start seeing where people have the ability to do all things like that, and when the scammers have the ability to do a lot of bad things. Can you imagine the scamming that will take place when people can create AI girlfriends to have video chats with desperate guys who believe they're talking to a real woman that loves them, who's really hot, and then ask them for money, and the guys send it because of some sob story. I mean, this is like the Nigerian romance scams on steroids. It'll be a big problem. That's going to happen. So, a lot of times, with the good comes the bad. I won't be a victim of stuff like that, but I bet a lot of people will. That'll be sad. What might be sad for you is if you want more of this show, you're not going to get it. This is the longest show I've done since I got COVID. We're looking at a running time of about 6.5 hours before editing, before removal of the break I took. I took one break. So my guess is probably have an episode of about 5.5 hours by the time it gets posted. That's pretty good. Maybe a bit more. So I thank you for listening. And we will see what happens with some of these things I talked about, like especially the Hustler Casino Live thing. That was a pretty big situation. And I'll tell you, if I had to guess what would be the major downfall of Hustler Casino Live, I would not have guessed a sexual harassment scandal. I'd never have guessed that one. Just kind of wasn't something I was picturing would be its undoing. But you never know. Turned out that is what was its at least partial undoing at this point. We're going to have an election, of course, within a few weeks. We'll have a show before the election. I'll commit to that. We're going to have a show before the election. I don't know if I'll have an election special this time. We had one 4 years ago. I don't know if I'll do it this time. But who knows? You know, if I'm in the mood, maybe I'll just fire up radio on election night and give you my impression of things, whatever it might be. I'm not going to be one of these guys who just tells you to vote. I'll say, if you're going to vote against what I'm voting, then don't show up. I'll be happy to see you stay home if you're voting against what I'm voting. Good night, good morning, and shalom.